In front of a worn-out desk, Lin En held a quill pen by the lamplight. He was writing down the rules he had followed since crossing into this world 2 years ago in his diary. Lin En. It's time, hang the lantern outside and get ready to open for business. A raspy voice, as if chewing on bones, echoed through the room. Lin En shook his head. This voice belonged to the owner of their apothecary, the same person who had saved him 2 years ago and was now his teacher. Lin En was the assistant at this otherworldly apothecary. Coming! Lin En shouted. But just then, a cold, synthetic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Your teacher, Bloodsaw Maniac, has assigned you a task, open for business, hang the soul lantern at the door. Task rewards, skull coins x10, basic experience x5, pure human blood x 100 ml. Lin En was stunned. Was this, the system? Could it be that after 2 years in this world, he had finally awakened his golden finger? However, he didn't have time to ponder it, as he knew that if he didn't act immediately according to his teacher's orders, he would die. Lin En quickly exited the dim attic. He was greeted by the sight of his teacher dragging the bisected corpse of an unknown creature toward the adjacent operating room. Scarlet blood trailed a long path across the moldy floor. Buzz buzz. The shrill sound of an electric saw soon emanated from the operating room. The raspy chewing voice came again. After opening, sort out all the expired potions from yesterday and feed them to the little baby in the backyard. Hurry up. Ding. Your teacher, Bloodsaw Maniac, has assigned you a task, sort expired potions, feed them to the little baby in the backyard. Task rewards, skull coins x10, little baby favorability -10, household proficiency +1. Lin En was taken aback. As expected. He guessed right. This must be his system, capable of turning everything he encountered into system tasks. Listening to the chewing sounds behind him, Lin En composed himself. Creak creak. The old wooden floorboards groaned underfoot. Lin En entered the front hall, took an oil lamp from the corner, and twisted the mechanism. Drop by drop, scarlet blood dripped onto the wick. Whoosh! A scarlet flame flickered to life. If you listened closely, you could hear faint, anguished screams from within the lamp. Lin En maintained his composure and carefully opened the door. Outside was pitch black, with a faint mist swirling. Occasionally, eerie laughter echoed from the darkness. He stayed calm, hanging the oil lamp on the doorpost, illuminating the dilapidated sign beside it. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Ding! You have received skull coins x10, basic experience x5, pure human blood x 100 ml. Lin En was about to turn back into the apothecary. But at that moment, a low, sinister laugh came from the darkness. Young man, good morning. Do you have any useless junk for this old woman? I'll give you a fitting reward, he he he. From the darkness. A dim light approached, revealing an old woman hunched over, wearing tattered burlap, pulling a cart. Her face bore a kindly smile. But Lin En clearly saw. She held a human skin lantern in her hand, and the rusty cart was attached to her hand. Ding! Skin Scavenger has offered you an optional task, give the scavenger, useless junk. Optional task rewards, scavenger favorability +10, skull coins +20, scavenger's reward x1. Lin En remained calm. Sure, wait a moment. Lin En quickly turned back into the apothecary, grabbing 2 black bags from the entrance. A strong, bloody stench emanated from the bags, and something inside seemed to be struggling, emitting low, muffled groans. Lin En calmly placed the useless junk on the old woman's cart. Thank you, young man, you're a kind soul. The smile on the old woman's face never changed. She slowly extended a withered hand, gouging out 2 bloody eyeballs from her eye sockets. Young man, this is your reward from the old woman. Ding! You have received task rewards, scavenger favorability +10, skull coins +20. Ding! You may choose to accept the scavenger's reward or refuse it. Refusing will decrease scavenger favorability by 50. Lin En looked at the steaming eyeballs, calmly reached out, and accepted them, saying, I'll take them, thank you. The old woman smiled brightly, but her empty eye sockets were particularly unsettling. Good, good. Then, under Lin En's watchful gaze, the old woman pulled her cart and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Ding! You have received the scavenger's reward, tailor shop owner's eyeball x1, butcher shop owner's eyeball x1, scavenger favorability plus 20. Lin En remained calm but secretly breathed a sigh of relief, immediately returning to the apothecary. He had learned from his teacher that the tailor shop dealt in human skin, the butcher shop sold human meat, and they were located just across the street from their apothecary. Yet, the scavenger had the eyeballs of both shop owners. This was another rule he had deduced about this world. Never attempt to offend those who walk in the darkness. Lin En turned, maintaining a facade of calm. He organized the expired black-red potions on the counter, placing them in his portable potion box, and headed toward the backyard. Passing by the operating room, the buzzing sound of cutting continued. Lin En knew. At this time, it was best not to disturb his teacher. If you did, you might end up on the operating table yourself. Lin En arrived at the backyard. Opening the cellar door, a strong stench instantly assaulted him, like the acrid smell of decaying flesh and excrement. Hiss hiss. A series of eerie sounds came from the cellar. Lin En knew that the creature his teacher referred to as little baby was kept in the cellar, but no one knew what it truly was, except for his teacher. Lin En poured all the potions from his box into the cellar. Ding! You have received skull coins x10, little baby favorability minus 10, household proficiency plus 1. Roar! Roar! The cellar soon echoed with anguished and furious roars, accompanied by a wave of bloodlust. Lin En quickly shut the cellar door. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was his daily routine since becoming the apothecary's assistant. And the most crucial reason he had survived was that he listened to his teacher and only did what he was told without asking questions. Disobedient assistants had long since been dismembered by his master and fed to the little baby. Lin En calmed his mind and tentatively called out. System. And in the next moment, a panel suddenly appeared before Lin En's eyes, *** Lin En ***. Age, 17. Level *2. Race, human. Strength *3. Agility *4. Intelligence *7. Constitution *3. Basic skills. Intermediate housekeeping proficiency, 901/1000. Beginner potion crafting, 90 out of 100. Beginner surgical ability, 20 out of 100. Skull coins *100. Fame *none. Description *, an obscure assistant at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, a frail yet shrewd human youth. He has survived in this world for 2 years, but who knows when he might meet his end. Lin En calmly examined the panel that suddenly appeared. The ability he had developed over the past 2 years to remain unfazed allowed him to maintain his composure in almost any situation. He studied it repeatedly for a moment. He roughly understood some of the system's functions. So, as long as I keep completing tasks given by the creatures of this world, I can receive corresponding rewards and improve my abilities in various aspects. Lin En pondered. If that's the case, then his chances of surviving in this world increased a bit. Just then, his teacher's hoarse voice and footsteps came from inside the house. Lin En, I need to go out for a while. I'll be back in about 2 days. Make sure to watch the shop carefully, lock the doors at night, and don't let those pesky thieves take anything. Screech. A dragging sound echoed down the hallway. Ding. Your teacher, the Bloodsaw Maniac, has assigned you a task, watch the shop. Task rewards, skull coins x50, basic experience x100, special reward x1 ***. Task failure penalty, the apothecary may need more collections. Lin En immediately returned to the room. In front of the main hall door. His teacher was dragging a blood-soaked sack, something inside seemed to be struggling. The towering figure, at least 2 meters tall, with a dark red, tumor-laden body, was his teacher. A panel appeared before Lin En's eyes. Bloodsaw Maniac. Race, Stitched Monster. Level. Attribute * Lawful Evil. Combat ability * Do not attempt to provoke him. Description * Owner of the Bloodsaw Apothecary in Wandering Soul Alley, skilled in various surgeries, but often engages in interesting side jobs outside of surgery. Lin En was shaken inside, but his face remained expressionless. Teacher, is there anything I need to be cautious about while you're away? Lin En asked. He knew this was something he had to ask, or else he might end up dead. The Bloodsaw Maniac slung the sack over his shoulder and rasped, "Those with money pay, those without money barter, those who refuse to trade, kill." Bang! A blood-stained boning knife was thrown in front of Lin En. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Bloodsaw's Boning Knife X1***. Bloodsaw's Boning Knife. Superior. Level. Exclusive * Bloodsaw Maniac, authorized. Description * A scalpel frequently used by the owner of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, extremely sharp, with a strong cutting ability against flesh and ghosts. It's said that after prolonged use, you'll find it hard to resist cutting something. Remember. The Bloodsaw Maniac, carrying the blood-soaked sack, strode out of the shop. No matter what noise you hear outside, do not step beyond the range of the soul lantern. No matter who asks you to go out for medical treatment, do not heed them. At night, lock the doors and windows, kill whoever enters, ignore whoever calls you. Lin En nodded, committing his teacher's words to memory. Yes, teacher, I understand. Then, under his watchful gaze, the burly Bloodsaw Maniac quickly disappeared into the dense darkness. Time passed swiftly. Lin En began his daily routine, cleaning the blood off the floor, preparing ordinary potions for various ailments, then sitting at the counter with the boning knife in hand, eyes closed, waiting for time to pass. And then, at the next moment. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks came from outside the door. Lin En looked up towards the door. A filthy little girl stood at the entrance, clutching a doll, her small hand gently tapping on the door. With a pitiful expression, she said. Is the owner here? My doll's arm is broken, can you save my doll? Ding! Blood Puppet has assigned you a task, treat the injured doll. Task completion, skull coins +50, surgical ability experience +50, special reward +1***. Lin En glanced over. The flame of the soul lantern outside flickered slightly. The chaotic flicker indicated the strength of the visitor, and under the protection of the soul lantern, unless you actively invited them in, they couldn't enter. Of course. Except for powerful beings. A panel appeared before his eyes with information about the girl. Blood doll. Level *5. Race, Flesh Wraith. Attribute, Chaotic Neutral. Combat ability * You can provoke it slightly. Description * The doll carries a doll, wandering soul alley looking for its mother. Whoever tries to take my favorite doll will be eaten by the doll. Lin En felt a chill in his heart, but his face remained calm. Come in. As an assistant at the apothecary in Wandering Soul Alley, Lin En knew there were rules here too. As long as you didn't touch their taboos, these wraiths and ghosts weren't inherently murderous, and business could still be conducted. The girl, clutching her doll, sat pitifully in front of the counter. Lin En glanced. The doll in her arms had an arm completely torn off, with crimson blood and grime oozing out. As if something had viciously bitten it off. Doctor, please save my doll. Her arm is broken, her arm is missing. She's my favorite doll, if this continues, she'll die. The girl pleaded pitifully. Then suddenly, her mouth twisted violently, stretching to the back of her neck, revealing a bloody smile. You can definitely save the doll, right? Big brother. Lin En sanity value -5. Lin En maintained his composure, reaching out to examine the doll's severed arm. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The wound shows signs of teeth marks, initially matching the target's family member's teeth. The blood composition in the mouth matches the doll's blood. Preliminary diagnosis, the target's family member ate one of the target's arms, Lin En. This system was indeed impressive, able to automatically assist him in diagnosis. If that's the case, it simplifies things. He glanced at the little girl, ignoring her bloody smile, and asked, "Have you eaten anything recently?" The little girl immediately retracted her bloody smile, reverting to her previous innocent and pitiful look, clasping her hands together, saying, "I haven't eaten anything for days, I'm starving, but last night in my dreams, I had a big feast." She licked her lips, suddenly letting out a bell-like laugh, saying, "It was delicious." Creak creak. The doll on the table suddenly mimicked the girl's eerie smile, repeatedly saying, "It was delicious. It was delicious. He 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 he." Lin En sanity value -10.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lin En remained calm and said, "If that's the case, I initially suspect you might have eaten something wrong. What you ate was probably your doll's arm." The girl's smile froze instantly. However, the doll's laughter continued incessantly. "Doll loves mommy. Mommy loves doll. He 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 he." Lin En looked up, his dead fish eyes staring, and asked, "Have you been feeling any discomfort in your stomach lately?" The girl stiffly replied, "My stomach's been rumbling, feels like something's tickling inside." Lin En nodded, jotting it down in his notebook, and casually said, "That should be it. It seems like it hasn't been digested yet. Do you want surgery or physical treatment?" The girl stiffly asked, "How would that work?" Clang. Lin En stabbed a bloody boning knife into the table. "Cut open your belly, take out your doll's arm, and I'll sew you back up." Instantly, the doll's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A chill ran from the girl's feet to her head. "And the physical treatment?" Lin En stood up. He took gloves and a mask from the counter, looked at her calmly, and said, "This is simple, no need for surgery. Do you want to take it out from above or below? I can help you with either, and it's cheaper." Girl. Doll. Girl's sanity value -20. The girl stammered, "F from above." "All right." Lin En pushed the items on the counter aside, flexed his wrist, and said, "You're small, no need to go to the operating room. I can help you now, but you have to bear it and not bite off my arm." Under the girl's terrified gaze, Lin En's massive shadow loomed over her, wearing a mask and leather gloves, his eyes shining with calm light. The girl sat on a small stool, instantly hugging her doll tightly. "Can I not watch?" Lin En replied indifferently, "No, my teacher said once you enter this shop, you have to get treated, or you'll have to leave something behind." The girl shivered slightly, finally compromising, "All right." She opened her mouth wide. Wider. Rip. The girl pulled her mouth all the way to the back of her neck, opening her huge maw. A foul stench hit them. Lin En remained calm, taking a stand from the counter, securing her upper and lower jaws to prevent any reflexive reactions. Then he flexed his arm and inserted it into the girl's mouth. It went in instantly. Deep throat. The girl's eyes widened immediately. Dash. "Don't move," Lin En said sternly, calmly exploring her stomach. "It'll be over soon. If you don't want your doll to be incomplete, stay still." Ding. You obtained hair X50. Ding. You obtained unknown body fragments X2. Ding. You obtained rotten flesh X5. Ding. You obtained comb X1. The girl widened her eyes, mouth agape, continuously emitting fearful whimpers. Found it. Lin En's heart stirred. His fingers touched something still wriggling. Ding. You obtained a lively arm X1. Rip. It was the arm of the doll she had eaten. Lin En calmly washed the arm and placed it on the counter, saying, this should be it. You were probably starving that night and unconsciously ate your doll's arm. Your doll saw you were hungry, so it didn't remind you. But you should be more careful in the future, don't eat strange things, they're hard to digest. The girl, with her mouth propped open by the stand, couldn't say a word. Physical treatment costs 10 skull coins, stitching costs 30 coins. Lin En, wearing a mask, calmly took out hemp rope and a sharp long needle, the needle glinting brightly. This novel is available on. Do you want it stitched now? The doll in her arms burst into tears, trying to escape. Now stitch dash. The girl, her mouth propped open, stammered. Lin En put on gloves and said indifferently, all right, hold it down for me, I'll start stitching. The girl immediately widened her eyes, pressing the struggling doll onto the counter. The doll's eyes reflected the cold light in Lin En's eyes, letting out a series of sharp screams. Let's begin. Swish swish swish. Ding. Beginner surgery experience +1. Ding. Beginner surgery experience +1. Ding. Beginner surgery experience +1. After more than half an hour, accompanied by the doll's screams, Lin En took out scissors, cut the thread, and said, all right, apply some potion every day, and in less than a week, this arm will be back to normal. Lin En found a bottle of green potion from the counter. After opening it, he poured it onto the stitching, and the doll immediately let out a terrified scream. The girl stammered, Is it done? Lin En clapped his hands and said calmly, finished, you can pay now. Physical treatment 10 coins, stitching 30 coins, potion 10 coins per bottle, 7 bottles in total, 110 coins. Thank you for your patronage, welcome to come again. The doll quickly jumped into the girl's arms, trembling and looking at Lin En with fear. Clearly, in her mind, Lin En had left an indelible psychological shadow. The girl fumbled around her body. After a long time, she took out 20 coins, trembling, and placed them on the counter, saying, I only brought 20. Lin En said indifferently, all right, you're short 90 coins. Which part of you do you plan to use as collateral? I can cut it for you, free of charge. Saying this, Lin En picked up the boning knife. The girl instantly showed an omega expression, stepping back. Here's 10 more coins. The girl quickly took out 10 coins from her clothes and placed them on the counter. Lin En said indifferently, still short 80. The girl, omega, put down the 6 bottles of potion, saying, I'll come back for these potions later. Lin En took back the potions and said indifferently, still short 20. The girl trembled, can I pay on credit? Lin En walked out with the knife, saying indifferently, small business, no credit, I can't make the decision. But 20 coins isn't much, you can leave one of your eyes, and I'll give you the potion and even find you 40 coins. The girl hugged the doll, stepped back, covered her eye, and trembled, can I pay with something else? Lin En said indifferently, you tell me, I'll appraise it. The girl swallowed and trembled, how about I let you do it once, and you waive all my bills? Lin En said calmly, it's just a small business, I don't accept flesh compensation. Don't worry, I only need your right eye. You can come back and redeem it once you earn some money. The girl whimpered, all right, okay, sob. A few minutes later. Ding! You have obtained a rare item, Blood Doll's Right Eye X1. Blood Doll's Right Eye, increases hunger level by +10 when carried, can use the skill, Invincible Stomach. Ding! You have completed the task. You have received the task rewards, Skull Coins X50, Surgical Ability Experience +50, Special Reward, Blood Doll Fear Level +30, Blood Doll's Doll Fear Level +50. Lin En calmly washed the blood off his hands. Then he placed the eyeball into a bottle of special reagent and labeled it. He turned around and looked at the girl covering one of her eyes, saying politely, thank you for your patronage. Bloodsaw Apothecary is sincerely at your service. Lin En bowed. The girl hugged her doll and walked out, her voice could be heard from afar. I should hurry and find Mom. I'll never come back here again, sob, black market. Ding, you have triggered a hidden task. Blood Doll finds her mother. Help Blood Doll find her mother. Task completion reward, Blood Doll favorability plus 200, Blood Doll's Doll favorability plus 100, special reward x1. Current task completion, 2%. Lin En was taken aback. When he looked outside, the girl's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Completion at 2%. Lin En's gaze fell on the plate on the counter, where several organs had been extracted from the girl's stomach. Unknown woman's hair x50. Unknown woman's ear x2. Unknown woman's comb x1. Lin En. He couldn't help but have a terrifying suspicion. Lin En stood up, washed those parts clean, and then stored them in a bottle, planning to discuss this matter with the girl the next time she came. He opened his panel. Due to the previous rewards, he had gained 50 points of surgical ability experience and an additional 50 skull coins of his own. The customer's money belonged to the store, and he couldn't touch it. So now he had a total of 150 skull coins. Skull coins were a basic currency in this world, used as a general equivalent, but Lin En hadn't set foot outside the shop in the past 2 years. So he hadn't had the chance to use them. But having more money never hurt. Time passed quickly. Lin En closed his eyes, holding a boning knife in his hand, like a statue. The soul lantern at the door represented a rule, informing the wandering souls in the darkness that this place was occupied, and any malice would be met with a corresponding price. Most wandering soul monsters generally wouldn't invade while the soul lantern was lit. Because within the sanctuary of the soul lantern, as long as the owner wished, they could suppress invading evil spirits and ghosts at any time. But there were always some extremely evil spirits and ghosts who feared nothing. For them, no rules in this world were worth following. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door again. Welcome. Lin En opened his eyes. And instantly, he saw a hulking creature with a pig's head and a human body appear at the door, one of its eyes bloodied and missing, wearing a scarlet apron, holding a butcher's knife that seemed freshly used. A panel instantly appeared before Lin En. Pig Demon. Level, 21. Race, Deformed Freak. Attribute, Lawful Evil. Combat ability, as long as you're willing to be eaten. Description, the butcher shop owner in Wandering Soul Alley, he's your friendly neighbor and is happy to share his freshly slaughtered prey with you, or share you with others. Lin En's sanity value -5. Damn it, the pig demon cursed, covering his eye socket, just because I didn't have any useless junk for that old hag, she took one of my eyes. Next time I see her, I will, spit. He spat a foul-smelling phlegm, continuing to curse under his breath. And Lin En's mind immediately echoed with a system prompt. Ding! Pig demon task, help him find a suitable eyeball. Task reward, 50 skull coins, surgical ability experience plus 50, pig demon favorability plus 20, special reward plus 1. Please come in. Lin En remained calm, sitting at the counter, secretly gripping the boning knife. The pig demon strode in, the soul lantern flickering. A stench of blood and rot filled the air, making Lin En feel like retching. The pig demon plopped down on the stool in front of the counter, his remaining sharp pig eye staring at Lin En, looking around, and said. Where's Bloodsaw? Get him out here to give me a new eyeball. I'll trade him some prime prey for it. Lin En maintained his composure, saying quietly. The teacher is out on business. You can discuss anything with me. The pig demon paused, then turned his head, squinting his eye, his gaze sweeping over Lin En like he was assessing a piece of meat. Oh. Ding. Crisis increased to 89%. Lin En's heart surged with waves, but his face remained calm. However, his decision was correct. Because if he tried to deceive and told the pig demon that his teacher was just in the backyard, once he realized something was off, he would immediately make a move. But by being honest, it made the other party wary instead. What kind of eyeball do you need? Lin En turned, quietly pointing to the eyeballs soaked in reagent on the shelf. We have human eyes, pig eyes, necro eyes, bat eyes, blood doll eyes. Pick whichever you like, different eyes have different prices. The pig demon's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, revealing a mouthful of fangs, a strong stench of halitosis wafting over. I think your eyeballs seem pretty good. He stuck out his tongue, licking his cracked lips. Lin En's sanity value -10. Ding. Crisis increased to 91%. Lin En knew that if he showed any fear now, the pig demon would undoubtedly attack him without hesitation. Mine. Lin En turned his head, calmly looking at him. Then, under the pig demon's fierce gaze, Lin En slowly extended 3 fingers, and in front of him, inserted them into his own eye socket, gradually gouging out his right eye. Squeak squeak. Ding. Host life loss. Ding. Host organ loss. A few seconds later, Lin En placed his eyeball in his palm and handed it to him. Pig demon's sanity value -20. But he remained unfazed. 1 for 200 skull coins. If it doesn't fit, no refunds. The pig demon was stunned. He hadn't expected that this seemingly frail human could so ruthlessly gouge out his own eyeball in front of him. While he had howled in agony for quite a while when the scavenger took his eye. Yet Lin En remained calm. Ding. Crisis decreased to 50%. His eyes flickered. He was starting to suspect that Bloodsaw's young apprentice might have already been transformed into a stitched monster by Bloodsaw. If it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be so calm in front of him. I don't want yours, I want my own eyeball. He rasped deeply. Ding. Crisis reduced to 45%. Lin En remained calm, casually pressing his own eyeball back into its socket, and quietly sat back in his chair, reaching into his coat. This one is real. Then, under the shocked gaze of the pig demon, Lin En pulled out a large eyeball, still sticky with blood and flesh, from his coat. The eyeball was still moving. Whoosh. The pig demon stood up abruptly, trembling. This. That's right. He recognized it immediately, it was the eyeball that the old lady had plucked from him. But how could his eyeball be with this human apprentice? Lin En placed the eyeball on the counter, speaking quietly. I ran into that kind old lady this morning. She gave me this toy. Pig demon sanity value -30. The pig demon stared intently at the eyeball on the counter, cold sweat dripping from the bristles on the back of his neck down his spine. Because he knew very well how terrifying that scavenger was. With his own strength, his eyeball was easily plucked by that scavenger, and if the scavenger wanted, he could just as easily take his head. And that scavenger actually gave his eyeball to this frail human. He increasingly felt that this human apprentice was not ordinary. No. He was even a bit terrifying. Because he couldn't see through this human's depths. Ding. Crisis reduced to 20%. The pig demon hesitated, staring at Lin En, and said, the old lady's gift, would you dare give it to me? Lin En replied indifferently, not give, sell. 200 skull coins, market price. Was he really not afraid at all? The pig demon stared at him, trying to find a flaw. Could it be that he actually had a close relationship with that scavenger? Ding. Crisis reduced to 10%. Whoosh. The pig demon pulled out a money pouch from his coat, scattering a large number of skull coins on the counter. He stared at Lin En and said, fine, I'll buy it. Lin En calmly collected the coins into the counter, then put on gloves and a mask again, taking out a monocle, and said blandly, deal. Do you want it done here, or shall we go to the operating table? Here, the pig demon said decisively. No resident of Ghost Alley wanted to go up on Bloodsaw's operating table. All right. Lin En picked up a boning knife and said, lean on the counter, rest your head on the table. If it hurts, you can scream. The pig demon sneered grimly, afraid of pain. Pfft. Lin En took a sip of alcohol and sprayed it onto the dripping blade. The pig demon immediately fell silent. Lighting a candle, he roasted the blade over the flame for several minutes. Lin En squinted his eyes, holding the knife, inching closer to the pig's head. A drop of cold sweat dripped onto the counter. The pig demon trembled and said, do you really need a knife to fit an eyeball? Pig demon sanity value -10. Lin En said quietly, I just checked, and there are quite a few stones and blood clots in your eye socket. It shows you don't take good care of your eyes. Consider this an extra service, no need to thank me. Wait a minute. The pig demon was horrified. But it was already too late. Crack crack crack. Aha dash. The pig demon let out a heart-wrenching scream of terror. Knife skills experience +1. Knife skills experience +1. Knife skills experience +1. A few minutes later, Lin En used disinfectant to clean the debris from his eye socket, puzzled as to why his knife skills increased instead of his surgical ability. Done. Lin En calmly wiped the bony knife with a cloth. Don't move. I'm going to install the eyeball now. If you move, be careful it doesn't go in backward. The pig demon lay there, foaming at the mouth, body twitching, clearly not hearing Lin En's words. Lin En paused, instinctively saying, damn. Forgot to use anesthetic. It seemed like he forgot to use it last time when sewing that doll's arm too. Never mind. Lin En shook his head, his expression returning to calm. He took out the pigman boss's eyeball from the solution with tweezers, then turned to search the medicine cabinet behind him. A few seconds later, Lin En took a white bottle from the top of the cabinet. Vaguely, it seemed to have handwritten numbers like 502 on it. What is that? The pig demon, coming to his senses, trembled. Lin En, holding the eyeball, shook the bottle and said quietly, my specially formulated strong adhesive. It prevents your eyeball from falling out during installation. Combined with my teacher's special recovery potion, it guarantees a 95% success rate for the surgery. Lin En explained earnestly. The pig demon trembled, hurry up and install it. Do you hear me? I don't want to stay here any longer. Do you hear me? Lin En nodded, don't worry, we doctors have strong professional ethics. Lin En calmly mixed the thick adhesive. Then he evenly applied it around the eyeball, aligned it, and gently placed the eyeball into the socket. He took out professional tools to adjust the angle of the eyeball. He felt around in the toolbox. Then took out a hammer. Pig demon, Omega. Pig demon sanity value -20. What are you doing? What are you doing? The pig demon screamed, trembling. Lin En frowned, don't move. This is the last physical procedure. If you mess up the position by moving, I'll have to take it out and reinstall it, which will incur additional surgery fees. Lin En shook his head, holding down the terrified pig's head. Then carefully used the hammer, tapping gently, focusing intently as he installed the eyeball bit by bit. A few minutes later, Lin En paused. The pig demon shuddered, what happened? What happened? Lin En frowned, installed it backward. Pig demon, Omega. Don't worry. Lin En remained calm, reaching out to grab the bracket holding the eyeball, pulling it upward. Rip. Amidst the pig demon's terrified screams and plummeting sanity value, Lin En pulled out the backward installed eyeball. It's just a minor medical mishap. Lin En quietly readjusted the position, saying, this time it's free, I'll just adjust the position. The pig demon let out sharp, terrified screams, struggling frantically, I don't want it installed. I don't want it installed here. Sanity value -20. Sanity value -20. Don't move. Lin En's eyes sharpened, shouting. This is the final procedure. As a doctor, since you've paid, I must be responsible for you. I must ensure every patient leaves here as good as new. With that, Lin En raised the hammer in his hand with a fierce determination. Stop. The pig demon reached out, screaming in terror. Bang. Sparks flew. For the full version, visit. A few minutes later. Ding. You have completed the task. You have received 50 skull coins, surgical ability experience +50, special reward +1. Ding. Due to uncontrollable special circumstances, Pig Demon's favorability has been converted to fear. Pig Demon's fear plus 50. Pig Demon was shivering all over, sitting there with a vacant expression. Across the counter, Lin En sat calmly in a white coat, holding a quill, leisurely writing his medical report. He pushed a small batch of potions forward. These potions, half are for oral use, half for external application, twice a day. Take them regularly, and in about 2 days, your vision should begin to recover. Of course, if you want faster-acting potions, the price will be 10 times higher. Settle the bill, please. Including the surgery fee, potion fee, and care fee, you've already paid for the eyeball. The total comes to 546 skull coins. If everything is fine, please sign here. Lin En looked up, his dead fish eyes friendly, and said. A fingerprint will do as well. Pig Demon shakily extended his hand and pressed a fingerprint on the report. He tremblingly pulled out a large money bag from his pocket, placing over 500 skull coins on the counter, and said. Can I leave now? Lin En counted the coins. He looked up, his gaze landing on Pig Demon's still bulging money bag. But the next moment, his attention was drawn to Pig Demon's bulging belly. Ding! You have triggered Pig Demon's hidden task, Strange Belly. Task completion reward, skull coins plus 50, surgical ability experience plus 50, unlock eye diagnosis function. Pig Demon turned to leave. Lin En suddenly reached out and stopped him, saying, Wait a minute. Pig Demon's body instinctively trembled. What now? He turned back, just in time to see Lin En adjust his monocle, and the eyeball fell onto the table with a plop, only to be calmly picked up and pressed back in place. Sanity value -1. Lin En shook his head and said, I noticed some new issues with your body. If not diagnosed, it might have unknown effects on your health. Pig Demon gritted his tusks and said, Don't lie to me. I hate being lied to the most. Lin En replied seriously, I'm a doctor. I don't lie. Anyone who enters my shop is my patient, and I must be responsible for their health. If I see a problem and don't tell you, that would be truly unethical. Looking into Lin En's serious and earnest eyes. Pig Demon finally, albeit reluctantly, sat back on the stool in front of the counter, hesitantly saying. What seems to be the problem? I feel perfectly healthy. Lin En put on a mask and said, Extend your hand, let me check your pulse. Pig Demon hesitantly placed his hairy arm on the counter. In the end, he decided to trust him one more time. Lin En's expression remained calm as he placed his hand on Pig Demon's pulse, carefully feeling it. Diagnosis experience +1. Diagnosis experience +1. Diagnosis experience +1. Slowly, Pig Demon saw Lin En's brows furrow, and his heart leapt into his throat. Is it really serious? He asked nervously. He feared nothing more than a doctor frowning in front of him. Because that was never a good sign. Lin En withdrew his hand, looked up solemnly at Pig Demon, and frowned, saying. The problem is neither small nor big, depending on how it's handled. Pig Demon asked nervously, What is the problem? Lin En replied seriously, Ectopic pregnancy. A brief silence ensued, with chilly winds blowing in from outside. The next moment, Pig Demon roared, grabbing Lin En's collar in fury and lifting him up, saying, Are you kidding me, you quack? Are you mocking me? I'll give you one more chance to rephrase. Lin En remained calm. He adjusted his eyeball and said solemnly, The pulse tells me so, it can't be wrong. You must trust my medical expertise. Pig Demon roared, My pulse is like your bleep. I'll say it again. I'm a bore. Lin En nodded and said gravely, That's why I said ectopic pregnancy. If there is one, it would be even more troublesome, requiring a deeper gender correction surgery, which would be a heavier burden for you. Pig Demon released Lin En's collar with trembling hands and sat heavily on the stool. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about how to chop you up. Pig Demon glared, grinding his teeth in rage and humiliation. Don't think about useless things. Lin En adjusted his collar, sat at the counter, took out a medical record, and calmly said. Have you recently experienced abdominal bloating, nausea, loss of appetite, or menstruation? Pig Demon slammed the table, suppressing his trembling and humiliation, saying, "How could I menstruation? Tell me how I could possibly menstruation," gritting teeth. Lin En continued to record, adjusting his eyeball, and said, "Please, patient, don't get agitated. It's just a routine inquiry. Besides menstruation, have you experienced any of the other symptoms?" Pig Demon gritted his teeth, eyes wide with rage, and said, "And if I have? Can't I have an upset stomach?" Lin En adjusted his eyeball, glanced at him, and asked, "How long has it been happening?" Pig Demon ground his teeth and said, "A month." Lin En continued to record, calmly asking, "When was your last XX activity? Do you have any bad habits, like excessive exercise or using certain inappropriate tools?" Pig Demon stood there in a daze, his arms trembling, and said, "Try asking that again." Clearly, he was extremely angry about this question. Lin En calmly raised his hand to stop, saying, "All right, I won't ask that question anymore. Next question. During your most recent XX activity, did you feel any?" Lin En frowned, making a gesture of bursting, and asked, "Similar to a tearing pain?" Pig Demon couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Lin En's collar, roaring in rage and humiliation. "I've put up with you long enough. Translate for me what tearing pain means. Translate it for me, what is tearing pain?" Lin En reached out, firmly patting his chest, shaking his head, and said, "Calm down, further diagnosis requires professional equipment. This is just a necessary procedure as a doctor, for the sake of your health. It's for your own good. I assume you don't want to leave any underlying issues, right?" Pig Demon huffed, his chest heaving with rage, but finally, under Lin En's soothing, he let him go. Soothing experience +1. Soothing experience +1. Soothing experience +1. Lin En adjusted his collar again, put down his pen, glanced at him, and shook his head, saying. Lin En sped up his speech and said, "Then there's another possibility. You might have inadvertently ingested something containing strange powers, causing an abnormality within your body, leading to a false pregnancy. Because I noticed you look unwell, with dark circles under your eyes, pale skin, and cold wrists. Have you been feeling constantly hungry no matter how much you eat lately?" The Pig Demon hesitated and sat back down. Although it seemed unreliable before, this was spot on. Recently, he had indeed been feeling constantly hungry, even binge eating couldn't alleviate that hunger. "How did you know?" Lin En remained calm, stood up, took a wooden basin from behind the house, filled it with water, and then took a bottle of light green potion from under the counter, pouring it into the basin. Whoosh! A wisp of green smoke in the shape of a skull rose from the basin. Lin En clapped his hands and said, "This is a summoning potion. If you put your hand in and there's indeed a parasitic wraith or other creepy anomaly inside you, this potion can reveal some truths." The Pig Demon hesitated, glanced at him, and sniffed with his pig nose. After confirming there seemed to be no danger, he tentatively put his hand into the basin. In an instant, he felt a chill slowly rising from his abdomen. This is. His expression changed slightly. The green water in the basin began to boil continuously, and strange black smoke slowly emerged from his body. And in the next moment, his abdomen suddenly twisted in pain, and a grinning face bulged out from his belly. He. He. A woo dash, the Pig Demon, Omega, bristled with fear. My stomach. My stomach. The laughing voice suddenly turned into a wailing cry. Wah dash. Seeing this, the Pig Demon was utterly distressed. What the hell is this damn thing? Bang. Lin En decisively grabbed a frying pan nearby and swung it at the protruding face, flattening his belly. The crying and laughter stopped abruptly. Thud. The Pig Demon plopped down onto a bench, dazed, and said, This. Lin En pushed the basin aside and calmly said, "Preliminary diagnosis suggests a wraith parasite. But judging from the effect of that pan, this imp hasn't fully formed yet. You're really lucky to have met me." At this, the Pig Demon was completely convinced. He fell to his knees with a thud, trembling, "Young brother. My attitude was too aggressive earlier, please don't take it to heart, save me. Please save me. He was truly terrified. If it were a real wraith, he wouldn't be afraid to fight it head-on. But a wraith growing inside his stomach, he really had no solution for that. Lin En calmly picked up a pen and asked, "Do you remember eating anything unclean?" The pig demon trembled. "A month ago, while I was out, I remember eating an imp, I inhaled it in one go. Other than that, I only eat pigs and humans." Lin En pondered for a moment. Then he looked up and said seriously, "Let's open you up and take a look. For the full version, visit." A moment later. In the dimly lit operating room. Several candles and copper mirrors cast light onto the greasy belly of the pig demon. The pig demon lay trembling on the uncomfortable operating table and said, "You're just going to decide to operate on me so rashly? Aren't you going to diagnose me properly first?" Lin En put on gloves and a mask, calmly disinfecting the scalpel, and said, "A quick cut to untangle the mess, simple and direct is the way to go. You need to trust my diagnostic skills and moral standards. I'll make an incision in your stomach, if I can cut it out, I will, if not." The pig demon trembled. "I'll cut you." Lin En shook his head. He took out the boning knife his teacher often used and began sharpening it in front of him. Whoosh whoosh. The pig demon lay there dazed. Looking at the hooks hanging from the ceiling of the operating room and the various terrifying creature parts soaked in large jars around him. For some reason, he felt like a pig about to be slaughtered on a chopping board. Whoosh whoosh. Sparks flew. "Stop sharpening. Stop sharpening." The pig demon couldn't bear the piercing sound of the sharpening and shouted in a hoarse voice. "Almost done." Lin En washed the sharpened scalpel in disinfectant, and when he picked it up again, it gleamed sharply. Lin En walked over to the pig demon with the knife, leaned his ear against the greasy belly, and listened. Then he professionally took out a pencil and drew a cross on the lower part of the belly. Lin En calmly said, "Are you ready?" The pig demon trembled. Ready." Click click click. Lin En pressed a button under the operating table, and the pig demon's limbs were immediately locked by 4 iron shackles. "Awoo dash," the pig demon, Omega, screamed in terror. Lin En frowned, holding the knife. "Don't scream, I haven't even started yet. These shackles are to prevent you from struggling and affecting my surgical ability, it's for your own good." The pig demon trembled. "Have you ever operated on anyone before?" Lin En calmly sharpened the knife and fork. "I've watched my teacher slaughter pigs, you're my first patient, but I'm confident in my surgical skills." A brief silence. "Awoo, I am not doing it. I'm not doing it. Awoo, let me go. Let me go." The pig demon shouted, Omega, and struggled frantically. Lin En's gaze turned fierce, and he shouted, "What a joke. The knife is sharpened, and now you say you won't do it. Aren't you afraid your stomach will keep growing, and then the wraith will burst out of you? Since you're on my operating table, I must take responsibility for you. Today, you'll do it whether you want to or not." Squelch. Awoo. Half an hour later. Knife skills experience +10. Knife skills experience +10. Surgical ability +1. The pig demon lay dazed on the operating table, his whole body twitching uncontrollably, not knowing how many times he had fainted and regained consciousness from the pain. And in the next moment. Wah dash. A loud cry echoed throughout the operating room. Lin En smiled, holding the little imp, wiped his sweat, and said, "Congratulations, the surgery was a complete success." And in front of him, the page of the infant appeared. Blood Wraith infant, unformed. Race, evil spirit. Attribute, chaotic evil. Level, 1. Description, a ghost formed by resentment and ghost aura, further condensed into a blood wraith infant by absorbing a large amount of animal spirit blood. Once fully formed, it will devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing into a calamity. The pig demon mumbled dazedly, stitch it up." Lin En nodded. Then he took out the bill, thought for a moment, and said, "Although this might not be the best time to bring it up, I still need to discuss it with you. The surgery fee is 300 skull coins in total, but since it's my first time, I can give you a 20% discount, making it 240 skull coins. The stitching fee is separate, so altogether it's 280 coins. Would you mind signing? Ow ow dash. The pig demon let out a pitiful squeal, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Sew it up. Sew it up, he trembled. Lin En nodded and pointed at the various threads on the wall, saying, we have hemp thread, wool thread, cotton thread, wire, and steel wire, each with a different price. Which one would you like? A tear rolled down the pig demon's cheek as he murmured, hemp thread. Lin En nodded, took down the hemp thread, and asked, do you still need? So, he screamed. Lin En nodded, skillfully picked up his steel needle, flicked the hemp thread, and walked over to the pig demon, biting the thread's end and pulling it taut. Stay calm, bear with it a bit, I'm about to start. Sewing skill experience +1. Sewing skill experience +1. Sewing skill experience +1. Finally. After a dozen minutes. Lin En took out scissors, snipped the thread, patted the bow on top, and poured a potion into his mouth, spraying it onto the pig demon's stomach. Instantly, the stitched flesh began to close up, healing rapidly. Ding! You've completed a hidden task, earning 50 skull coins, 50 surgery experience, and plus 50 visual diagnosis experience. Ding! You've gained plus 200 fear from the pig demon. Ding! Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley has increased by 10. Lin En removed his mask, unlocked the handcuffs on the operating table, and cradled the little imp, smiling. Congratulations, the surgery went very smoothly. As you can see, this was indeed a routine evil spirit parasitism. Luckily, you met me, or you'd be in big trouble. Buzz. In an instant, Lin En felt his vision blur. Then he saw a shadow tremble violently and dash off the operating table, clutching its stomach, fleeing towards the door at an unimaginable speed. Never coming back. He swore he'd never come back. Having surgery felt like being butchered. Seeing a doctor once gave him a damn psychological shadow. You forgot your daughter. We're an apothecary, not a babysitting service. Lin En quickly chased after, shouting all the way to the entrance. But when he looked again, the pig demon was nowhere to be seen in the darkness. Lin En sighed. He thought for a moment and still shouted into the mysterious darkness. If your stomach feels uncomfortable again, come back and I'll operate on you. Next time, I promise to give you anesthesia. Also, come pick up your newborn daughter soon. In an instant. The bustling darkness fell eerily silent. Lin En turned and went back to his apothecary. Then he quickly rushed to the counter, rummaging through the drawers to find a small bottle of powerful recovery potion, and poured it over his right eye. The eyeball he had forcibly gouged out slowly regained its vitality. Though it still hurt. But the effect was good. Lin En rubbed his reddened eye sockets, muttering. Living in this world really keeps you on edge. He dared to gouge out his own eye, not because he was truly ruthless, but because he knew his shop had advanced potions that could quickly heal injuries. However, these were high-cost products, not something he could make, but leftovers from his teacher. Usually for personal use, not for sale. Ding! Multiple abilities can be upgraded, and your reputation in Wandering Soul Alley has improved. Please check the panel. Lin En was taken aback and opened the system panel. Lin En. Level, 3. Race, human race. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 8. Constitution, 4. Assignable points, 4. Basic skills. Intermediate housekeeping proficiency, 909/1000. Beginner potion crafting, 90 out of 100. Intermediate surgical ability, 203 out of 1000. Beginner knife skills, 26 out of 100. Beginner diagnostic ability, 55 out of 100. Skull coins, 250. Fame, 15. Description: a somewhat morbid apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Many patients have felt immense malice here. He seems to be gradually inheriting his teacher's perverse style. Lin En. What does this last comment mean? Isn't this an insult? Not objective or fair at all. Except for not using anesthesia, he was very responsible to his patients. This is just the system's blatant malice towards him. Lin En shook his head. But he quickly noticed that he had leveled up. From level 2 to level 3, with 4 additional assignable points. It must be said. From this point of view, the panel provided by this system really feels like a low-quality online game. But it's clear that this is not an online game, it's a vicious and dark otherworld, where death is real. Lin En didn't hesitate. He allocated all 4 points to Constitution. For no other reason. To become a qualified doctor, Constitution must be strong enough, especially in this chaotic world. A weak body will always be the last straw that breaks you. No matter what. Survival is the primary element in this world. Confirm. In an instant, Lin En felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He knew those 4 attribute points were starting to take effect. Gradually, the fatigue from the surgery was swept away by the warmth, replaced by boundless energy. He took off his outerwear. He looked down at his abdomen. In just a few minutes, his once flat abdomen now showed the outline of several abdominal muscles. Lin En felt the joy of having a healthy body. Wah dash. From behind the counter came the cries of the blood wraith infant. Lin En immediately went to the counter, holding the bloody infant for a closer look, and what he saw was concerning. Because it was not fully developed, it was only about the size of 4 adult fists. Apart from a mouth like a black hole, the rest of its face was smooth and featureless, like it was covered with silk. Blood wraith infant, unformed. Gender, female. Level, 2. Lin En. Because just a moment ago, this blood wraith infant was level 1, and in such a short time, it had risen to level 2. Does that mean the blood wraith infant is rapidly forming? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have triggered an optional hidden task, breaking the form of the blood wraith infant. Since the infant was born prematurely, the optional task branch 1, turn it into oil for the soul lantern, task reward, soul lantern usage days +2. Optional task branch 2, feed it to the little baby in the backyard, task reward, little baby favorability +50. Optional task branch 3, preserve it in a reagent as a collection, task reward, specimen making experience +10. Optional task branch 4, wait for the pig demon to come and retrieve his daughter, task reward, to be analyzed. Lin En calmly looked at the 4 task branches given by the system. Of course, it's the 4th one. Lin En sat on the counter, placed the blood wraith infant on the table, and started calculating with an abacus, saying seriously. I'm a doctor. If someone leaves their baby with me and I kill it, wouldn't that make me a psychopath? My moral standards don't allow me to do such things. I'm such a professional person, system, aren't you going to give me some bonus? Moral +10. Lin En picked up a knife and continued waiting for new customers. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes and glanced at the ghostly infant. He found that its appearance had already started twisting into a hideous pretzel. Lin En sanity value -1. 5 minutes later. When he looked again, the infant's face began to sprout numerous cysts of varying sizes, and a hoarse, wah-wah, sound came from its pitch-black mouth. Lin En sanity value -10. 10 minutes later. When Lin En opened his eyes again, the face was already crawling with twisted black tendrils tangled together. Lin En sanity value -30. Lin En's eye twitched madly. It seemed the system was right, if left unchecked, this ghostly infant was indeed twisting into something indescribable. No way. If this continues, never mind whether the pig demon will recognize his daughter. I can't take it anymore. It's too ugly. Damn it, it's really too ugly. And at a horror level of ugly. Lin En stood up, flexed his wrists, and said. Fine, I'll give you a free makeover, so you won't scare me now and others later. He put on a mask and gloves. Picked up a rope and tied the ghostly infant to the counter. Squeak squeak dash. The twisted tendrils on the ghostly infant's face suddenly sprouted countless mouths, letting out terrifying roars at Lin En. Smack. Lin En slapped those tendrils back. Behave. Lin En put on a monocle, his expression indifferent, and cracked his knuckles. He stretched out his large hands, grabbed the wildly twisting tendrils on its face, and kneaded them like dough. Wah-wah dash, the ghostly infant let out cries of terror. Blood Wraith infant fear level +10. Plastic surgery is a technical skill. Although Lin En had never performed plastic surgery before, his skills in molding clay figures were quite proficient. In a sense, the two aren't that different. And the first step in plastic surgery, naturally, is to mix all the messy, sticky substances on the face evenly. Make it smooth enough. Only then can you lay a perfect foundation for the subsequent face molding. Blood Wraith infant fear level +10. Kneading dough also requires enough skill, it can't be too dry or too wet. It needs to have enough elasticity and resilience, which is a process that greatly tests one's hand strength. Don't move. Since I delivered you, as a doctor, I have the duty to ensure you stay healthy during this time. Don't worry, leave your face to me. Lin En said sternly. Fully utilizing his noodle-pulling skills from before he crossed over, after kneading the mass on its face. He pulled it outward. Blood Wraith infant fear level +20. Twisted it into a pretzel and pressed it back. Blood Wraith infant fear level +20. Pulled again. Twisted it twice into a pretzel and pressed it back. Thoroughly kneading the sticky and disgusting substance until it was evenly mixed and elastic. And the sounds coming from the ghostly infant's body grew increasingly terrified. Blood Wraith infant fear level +20. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A humanoid monster covered in burn marks, with pus oozing from its face, stood there, scarlet and foul-smelling mucus continuously dripping from its eye sockets, terrifying and eerie. I want a new face. A low, charred voice came from the monster's throat. Lin En glanced over. Burnt ghost. Race, Wraith. Level, 15. Attribute, chaotic neutral. Combat ability, average. Description, a wraith burned alive in a great fire, 99.9% of its body burned, with a twisted and gloomy personality, harboring great malice towards anything beautiful. Ding. Task triggered, help the burnt ghost get a new face, task reward, 50 skull coins, surgical experience +50, special reward +1. Welcome. Please take a seat over there and wait a moment. Lin En leaned out from the ghostly infant, a professional smile in his eyes. Splat. The thick liquid from the ghostly infant's burst face splattered onto Lin En's mask. The burnt ghost who had just walked in froze. Please sit, I'll be right with you. Lin En smiled. Then Lin En's attention returned to the ghostly infant tied to the counter. To speed up, Lin En could only use both hands. He grabbed the sides of the kneaded mass. Pulled hard. Wadash, the ghostly infant let out a chilling cry of fear. Twisted it into a pretzel. Pressed it onto the face. Ah dash, the ghostly infant trembled. Flipped the ghostly infant flat, using greater force, began kneading the twisted mass on its face. Almost done, please be patient. Lin En smiled and looked up, showing a sincere expression to the burnt ghost sitting on a chair not far away. The burnt ghost stared blankly at the terrifying scene on the counter. Its legs shook uncontrollably. A pull. Another 2 meters. Burnt ghost. A knead. Picked up a rolling pin. Splat splat. The ghostly infant's face was rolled flat, letting out terrified squeaks. The burnt ghost's entire body trembled with its pustules. Burnt ghost sanity value -20. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. This pharmacy I walked into, damn it, something's wrong. It trembled, extending a charred hand, and asked, may I ask, are you? Lin En, hearing this, kneaded the mass on the ghostly infant's face, looked up, and showed a sincere professional smile, saying, "Oh, this little imp is too ugly, even a bit contagiously ugly. As a doctor, giving it a normal face is what I should do." The burnt ghost shivered all over. It stammered, Your technique is really unique." Its whole body stiffened, its charred eyes wide open, and its hunched body somehow straightened. It watched the ghostly infant's face being kneaded like noodles in the doctor's hands. Its legs shook even more violently. In its mind, a terrifying image of its face being pulled by this doctor flashed instantly. The burnt ghost began to panic. Could this be a black market? And just as it had this thought, smack smack, the doctor reached out and popped a dozen tumors that had grown on the ghostly infant's face. Thick liquid splattered onto its face with a splat. It burst. Mommy. Omega Omega. Burnt ghost sanity value -30. He instinctively covered the blister on his face caused by the burn, and an image of the doctor popping it with a loud snap instantly flashed through his mind. Tap, 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 tap. He was terrified, trembling, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Fear level of burnt ghost +20. Fear level of burnt ghost +20. In the next moment, Lin En removed the mask covered in slime from his face, gave the burnt ghost a friendly smile, and said, "I'm going to the back to get some tools. Please wait a moment, you're next." The burnt ghost, Omega Omega, had all its blisters jump up in fright. What a terrifying smile. Why did he give such a creepy smile when he said it was my turn? Sanity value of burnt ghost -20. Sanity value of burnt ghost -20. He had come today because he saw that the old pervert from the Bloodsaw apothecary had gone out, so he thought he might try his luck and see if he could get his burns treated without being too scared. But who knew the old pervert left behind a little pervert? He trembled as he looked at the blood wraith infant lying on the counter, twitching, its entire face almost turned into black goo. "Is this, what's going to happen to me next?" he murmured. And at that moment, from behind the curtain in the backyard came the harsh, jarring sound of a chainsaw being pulled. Zzzzzzz. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The burnt ghost, Omega Omega, clutched its head, so frightened that its bones felt like they were about to fall apart. A chainsaw. It's a chainsaw. Didn't he say he was going to get some tools from the backyard? But why is there the sound of a chainsaw coming from the backyard? What are you doing with a chainsaw? In his mind, a vision of a chainsaw-wielding maniac with a perverted smile on his face walking towards him step by step appeared. He had black smoke rising from his head. And then, in the next moment, his ears twitched. Thud. Thud. The footsteps were getting closer. That person was coming this way with a chainsaw. A shadow slowly appeared on the curtain leading to the backyard, and the sound of the chainsaw was almost upon him. Dash. The burnt ghost, terrified, clutched his head, numbers floating up from his head one after another. Sanity value -20. Sanity value -30. Sanity value -40. In the next moment, with his sanity value completely depleted, the burnt ghost scrambled and crawled in terror towards the door. Black market. Black market. Help. Help. Ding. Burnt ghost mission failed. Ding. Burnt ghost's fear level towards you +400. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring your first customer with an extremely terrified attitude towards you. You have received 100 skull coins. Ding. Your fame +10. Lin En. He lifted the curtain, staring in shock at the trail of ashes left by the burnt ghost crawling out, and said, "What happened? I was just going to sharpen my scalpel, why did he leave so suddenly? And why did my fear level increase by 400? Why is he extremely terrified of me? I've always adhered to the principle of service with a smile, spoken politely, and been so attentive to customers. Shouldn't that make them feel more favorable towards me?" Lin En couldn't understand. But since he left, he left. Lin En felt a bit regretful. Anyway, let's sort out this ghost baby first. Ding. The sharp little carving knife in Lin En's hand gleamed brightly. An hour later. Lin En sat at the counter, smiling with satisfaction as he put down the knife, looking at the ghost baby sitting in front of him. Doesn't it look much better now? A cherry-like mouth, chubby cheeks, big eyes, and a delicate nose. The previously terrifying and indescribable twisted mass had been carefully sculpted by Lin En into something cute and lifelike. Before crossing over, Lin En had always been the top student in his class in crafts. The clay portraits he made were unanimously praised and lauded by his classmates. Lin En smiled, feeling pleased. Just then, a vertical pupil suddenly grew on the ghost baby's forehead. Pop! Lin En immediately poked it out. He closed his eyes and said, "This is not a place for an eye, this is a face I painstakingly crafted. If you try to ruin it, don't blame me for using the knife again." Blood Wraith Infants Fear Level plus 50. Blood Wraith Infants Fear Level plus 50. Ding! The system has detected that the Blood Wraith Infant's fear level towards you has surpassed the rate of its resentment growth. Crisis level has decreased to -321% and continues to decrease. Ding! You have triggered a hidden task, suppress the ghost baby's resentment, current completion, 321%, you have received a reward, 151 skull coins, sculpting skill experience plus 100, special reward, vengeful spirit hair x5. Lin En was taken aback. So you can trigger hidden tasks like this? It seems there are many functions of this system that I still need to explore. In the next moment, 5 long strands of hair appeared in his hand. Descriptions of those 5 strands of hair immediately appeared before his eyes. Vengeful spirit hair, hair of a female ghost filled with extreme resentment. When possessed, the target will be strangled to death by the hair wrapping tightly around their neck. Lin En rubbed his chin. This seems like a good self-defense tool, but there are only 5 strands, so I need to think carefully about how to use them. Lin En put the hair away, sat at the counter, and continued to tap on the abacus, quietly waiting for the next customer to arrive. Of course. His attention was always on the ghost baby in front of him. As soon as it showed any signs of breaking down, Lin En would immediately press it back and adjust it again. Time flew by. The light from the soul lantern outside gradually dimmed. And this meant that night was about to fall in this world. The way to distinguish between day and night in this dark world is by the light of the soul lantern, because at night in this world, the soul lantern cannot be lit no matter what. And this means, without the protection of the soul lantern, any monster can freely enter your sanctuary and tear you to pieces. And just as the light dimmed and Lin En was about to close up shop. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. A tall man appeared there, wearing a thick black cloak, a black top hat, and long gray hair. The massive shadow cast from outside the door gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin En's heart tightened. Because the panel of that person appeared before his eyes. Demon Hunter, O Carlos. Race, human race. Level. Combat ability, you will undoubtedly die. Alignment, chaotic good. Description, a powerful demon hunter who roams the dark world alone. He belongs to no organization and is very mysterious. He has dedicated his life to hunting down the massive monsters he deems evil. Do not attempt to understand him, it is very dangerous. Lin En. This seems to be a person. In the past 2 years, this was the first human Lin En had encountered in this dark world. And judging by the stats panel, this person had extraordinary combat abilities. I need treatment, as well as some combat and recovery potions. A hoarse voice of a middle-aged man came from beneath the large top hat. Lin En immediately stood up, putting on a professional smile, and said, "Welcome, please come in." The demon hunter strode through the door, and the soul lantern hanging at the entrance flickered wildly, almost going out. This indicated just how absurdly powerful this demon hunter was. The demon hunter sat at the counter, raising his head to scrutinize Lin En. Lin En immediately felt a burning pain on his skin, and just the gaze alone inflicted harm on him, which spoke volumes about this person's strength. I didn't expect to meet another living human in this dark world, the demon hunter said, glancing at him. He took a flask from his waist, took a sip, and a strong, pungent smell of alcohol filled the air. Ding! Task triggered, treat the demon hunter's injuries. Task reward, 500 skull coins, demon hunter favorability plus 50. Task failure penalty, death at the hands of the demon hunter. Ding! You have triggered the kinship bond, task failure penalty removed. Lin En's heart skipped a beat. The moment he saw the task failure penalty pop up, he sensed trouble. And indeed, it was just as he expected. A demon hunter roaming the dark world would certainly have no favorability towards any monster, and fortunately, he was also of the human race, otherwise, this powerful man would have surely cut him down with a single stroke. Lin En steadied his mind. He calmly looked at the demon hunter and smiled, "May I ask where you need treatment?" Under the tall hat, those slightly pale lips moved, and then he took off his cloak and turned around. In an instant, Lin En's pupils contracted. His entire shoulder was a dark, reddish-black, with chunks of coagulated black blood, looking extremely gruesome. The injury was truly terrifying. Lin En immediately wondered what kind of being could have injured this demon hunter so severely. The demon hunter rasped, "I was ambushed by a red-clad ghost and nearly lost my life. I won't let her go, but first, I need to heal my wounds." Ding! The system has completed a preliminary diagnosis for the host. The target's right shoulder is eroded by black butterfly venom, which has penetrated the target's bones and is in a serious condition. Black butterfly? Lin En hesitated. The demon hunter moved slightly, sneering, "You actually know about this poison? Seems I underestimated you." Lin En laughed awkwardly. No. He didn't know. He just subconsciously repeated a key term from the system prompt. "System, what is black butterfly?" he asked in his mind. Ding! Black butterfly is an entity in the dark world formed entirely from resentment and necromantic energy, possessing high corrosive and erosive properties on life. If an ordinary creature is contaminated, it will turn into pus and blood within 5 seconds. Lin En was shocked. Without hesitation, Lin En donned a full set of protective gear, including a mask and gloves. "Can I treat it?" he asked the system in his mind. Ding! You can attempt to perform a bone-scraping detoxification for preliminary treatment. The demon hunter turned his head impatiently, "Can we start?" Lin En immediately snapped back to reality, calming his emotions. With a mask on, he seriously said, "Sir, your injury is quite severe, and it seems the venom has already penetrated your bones. If you want treatment, we must first remove the tissue eroded by the poison." Lin En raised 2 boning knives, seriously saying, "We need to perform a surgical debridement first." The demon hunter hesitated for a moment and asked, "How skilled are you in surgery?" Lin En nodded, "Rest assured, I have extensive experience. Although this is my second time using a knife, my last client gave me high praise, so I am confident." The demon hunter paused for a moment. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Then Lin En heard the hesitant voice from under the tall hat. "Are there any other medical shops nearby?" Lin En sharpened his 2 boning knives, chuckling, "There shouldn't be any. Even if there were, my teacher would have taken care of them. We don't allow a second medical shop here, ha ha ha." A brief silence, the wind howled, rustling the demon hunter's cloak. Then he turned around, exposing his shoulder, closed his eyes, and said, "Fine. I trust you this once, go ahead." "All right." Lin En's face showed a satisfied smile. The 2 large knives in his hands clanged against each other. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. It was faintly visible. Under the shadow of the tall hat, the corner of the demon hunter's stubbled mouth twitched slightly. Demon hunter sanity value -1. For some reason, he felt like he had come to the wrong place. This didn't look like a medical shop at all, it seemed more like a butcher's shop. Could it be his imagination? Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Why did this seemingly weak boy always give him the urge to turn around and run? "Do you need anesthesia?" Lin En asked eagerly, excited. "No need." The demon hunter took a sip of his drink, glanced at him, and said flatly, "Anesthesia would only slow my nerve reflexes. A real man never uses anesthesia." Lin En gave a thumbs up with a snap, seriously saying, "Great, I've never given anyone anesthesia either, this really plays to my strengths." The demon hunter's heart skipped a beat. What did he just say? But before he could react, he heard the sound of a knife piercing flesh, and his entire body instantly stiffened. He turned his head with a creak, looking at the knife stuck in his shoulder, and said in a daze, "It started already?" Lin En calmly said, "No, I'm just testing the knife." "Oh." The demon hunter turned his head in a daze, reaching for his flask, instinctively wanting to take a sip. But for some reason, his hand holding the flask suddenly trembled a bit. But it should be fine, this kid, though unreliable, surely wouldn't dare to harbor any ill intentions against a dignified demon hunter. Squelch. Demon hunter. What the hell are you doing? The demon hunter turned his head, looking at the second knife stuck in his shoulder, eyes wide with rage. Lin En seriously held his toolbox, saying, "Finding the right size tool, those two are just placeholders." The demon hunter, eyes wide with rage, said, "Can't you put your placeholders on the side? Why do you have to stick them in my shoulder?" Lin En shook his head, calmly saying, "Sir, I'm testing the sharpness of the surgical knives. You should know, if a knife isn't sharp, the pain during cutting would be more intense, which is highly undesirable. So as a doctor, I must ensure my knives perfectly match your flesh. And the places where the knives are stuck will be cut away later, so there's no need for you to particularly care about the integrity of your shoulder." The demon hunter stood there stiffly. Damn, that makes so much sense. "Stop testing," he gritted his teeth, gripping the wine jug tightly with his other hand, and said, "Use these two knives and clean the wound immediately. If you dawdle any longer, I'll shoot you on the spot." He revealed the shiny revolver at his waist. "But. No buts. Get to the next step right now." He slammed the table, his expression fierce. "All right." Lin En helplessly adjusted his monocle. Then, under the watchful eyes of the demon hunter, Lin En strode through the curtain into the backyard. Just as the demon hunter was wondering what new trick he was up to, Lin En emerged carrying a furnace. Sizzle. He stirred the coals inside with a knife, then inserted various tools from the counter into the fire. Demon hunter's sanity value -1. "What are you doing?" The demon hunter's eye twitched uncontrollably. Lin En calmly picked up a knife glowing red-hot and said, "Sterilizing. The black butterfly is an extremely corrosive poison. To prevent the toxin from accidentally seeping into other tissues during the cleaning process, the best method is to kill it with high heat. Although it might hurt a bit, the effect is outstanding." Clang. Lin En tapped the red-hot scalpel, sending sparks flying. The demon hunter suddenly felt his throat go dry. For some reason, he shivered. Though what Lin En said seemed correct, he often used high heat to quickly cauterize wounds to prevent infection when injured. But why did he feel so unreliable? "Have you ever practiced this before?" he hesitated. Lin En replied earnestly, "I haven't practiced it myself, but I've been by my master's side for 2 years, and I've seen him do it." The demon hunter breathed a sigh of relief. Lin En added, "Especially when slaughtering pigs and plucking feathers, a quick flick with a red-hot knife, and it's all done." Demon hunter. A few minutes later, Lin En pulled the 2 red-hot knives from the furnace and calmly walked behind the demon hunter, resolutely saying, "I'm starting now. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." The demon hunter clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with his eyes closed. "I can endure it, but I just want to ask, why the hell do you have so many plates on the counter? Are you cooking?" He roared, pointing at the plates on the counter in front of him and the napkin Lin En had tied around his neck. Anyone who knew would think he was undergoing surgery, but anyone who didn't might think he was here for a meal. Lin En replied seriously, "You're overthinking it. These plates are for holding the necrotic flesh I'll be cutting off. I need to calculate the amount of flesh growth potion based on the amount of meat removed to ensure proper dosage. If the dosage isn't calculated correctly, it could cause unnecessary tissue growth on your shoulder, which is for your own good. The demon hunter gritted his teeth. Get on with it. If it weren't for the fact that this was the only apothecary within hundreds of kilometers, he swore he wouldn't set foot in this damned place. Because it felt like a black market. All right. I'm starting now. Lin En's expression was serious. In an instant. Squelch squelch. The sound of two knives slicing into flesh echoed, followed by the continuous sizzling of cutting and cauterizing. Howl. Demon hunter. Pain. Damn it, it hurt like hell. And not just the slicing pain, but the burning pain, with a hint of something indescribable. Damn it. It was a layered pain, like cutting through tough meat. Knife skills experience +1. Knife skills experience +1. Knife skills experience +1. If it hurts, there's still time for anesthesia. Lin En advised seriously. He was also puzzled why this time he gained knife skills experience instead of surgical ability. Get lost. The demon hunter roared. Where do you see me in pain? I'm not in pain at all. The demon hunter trembled, clutching the counter, his face pale and shaking. Lin En adjusted his monocle, holding the knife in one hand as he cleaned the wound, coughing lightly. Then please release my counter. Move your nails from the edge of the table, this is fine antique wood, very expensive. The demon hunter roared, I'll pay you double. What, you won't let me hold on? Cut. Cut harder. If you dawdle, I'll chop off your hand. Lin En, holding the knife seriously, said. I was waiting for you to say that. Now I'll really let loose. The demon hunter shuddered. Wait a minute. Slash, slash, slash. Demon hunter. God. God. My God. He immediately saw, omega, piece after piece of blackened, fragrant necrotic flesh neatly flying onto the plates. Judging by the fluent knife skills, whether slicing noodles or cutting meat, it was impeccable. Anyone would give a thumbs up. But. Are you performing surgery or executing me? The demon hunter slapped the table, roaring, his eyes rolling back, sweat pouring down like rain. You should have been an executioner. Your slices are so damn even. Stop. Stop now. Seeing this, Lin En also became anxious. He slammed the table, exasperated, why do you have so many complaints? Slow cutting doesn't satisfy you, fast cutting doesn't satisfy you, you refuse anesthesia, why so many demands? The demon hunter clutched the counter, roaring, can't you just scoop it out in one go? Why do you have to slice it piece by piece, are you afraid I'm not leaving fast enough? Lin En retorted, scooping it out in one go would be a one-time deal. The demon hunter was dumbfounded, what did you say? Lin En glared, I said everything requires precision. Scooping it out in one go might be fast, but if it hits a major artery, I guarantee you'll leave faster than now. I'm a doctor, a white-clad angel. You must trust me. I treat my patients like my own children. I would never allow my child to die from lack of treatment. The demon hunter trembled, his lips quivering, finally unable to hold back his roar. Cut. Just cut. I'll never come to this damned black market again. Don't worry, after the surgery, you'll love my knife skills. Slash, slash, slash. Slash, slash, slash. Knife skills experience +1. Knife skills experience +1. For the full version, visit. After a dozen minutes. The demon hunter lay slumped over the counter like a dead pig, white foam bubbling from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, barely a hint of black visible, his body twitching, clearly unconscious. Bubble, bubble. He felt like he was dreaming. A demon stood behind him with two sharp knives, grinning wickedly, slicing him into pieces. And laid his meat before him for appraisal. Done. The initial cleaning is complete. Lin En picked up the strong liquor from the table, mixed it with some medical alcohol, gargled it in his mouth. Then, with a puff, he sprayed it onto the wound on the demon hunter's shoulder. Howl dash. An incredibly sour and terrifying scream. The demon hunter, was jolted awake from unconsciousness by the explosive impact of strong liquor and alcohol. He trembled and shivered, reaching out his hand and crawling forward, saying, "Enough. Enough. Let me go. Let me go right now." Lin En was diligently sharpening a knife, smiling as he said, "Go. Guest, are you joking? We've just completed the cleaning and disinfection. The most important step is yet to be done. Take a look. While you were unconscious, to help you relax a bit, I even gave you a little makeover. Isn't it nice?" The demon hunter turned his head in terror and looked at the wound on his shoulder. Omega Omega. Demon hunter's sanity value -20. Instantly, the demon hunter felt utterly unwell. On his shoulder, amidst the dark bones, there was a distinct, carved out, looking damnably cute. "Don't you feel a bit more relaxed?" Lin En asked seriously. The demon hunter, Omega Omega, said, "I'll bleep you. I'll bleep you up. I'll damn well kill you." The demon hunter trembled as he drew a revolver from his waist and aimed it at Lin En. Swish. Lin En threw a knife that landed on the muzzle of the demon hunter's revolver, saying softly, "Guest, the surgery isn't over yet. If you kill me now, you'd be doing yourself the greatest disservice. I'm saving you, and you want to kill me? Don't you think that's too shameless? I'm telling you, I have medical ethics. Even if you want to kill me, you have to wait until I finish the surgery. I absolutely won't allow my patients to give up halfway." He adjusted his monocle with the back of his hand, his face full of seriousness, and the lens flashed with a bright light. The demon hunter trembled. Bang bang bang. He fired several shots into the ceiling. "I'm warning you, stop giving me makeovers and stop dawdling. What else do you want to do?" Lin En raised a small knife in his hand, saying seriously, "Bone scraping." A few minutes later. The demon hunter trembled as he looked at the chains that had somehow been wrapped around him, binding him tightly like a big dumpling. You scrape, why tie me up? Do you think ordinary chains can really hold a demon hunter? You're too naive." Lin En, with a serious face, adjusted his glasses and said, "Guest. It's not that I want to tie you up, I'm just afraid that during the surgery, you won't be able to bear the pain and will shoot me. If I die, that's fine, but if the surgery fails, that would be the greatest insult to me and the greatest irresponsibility to you, so I had no choice but to take this measure." Lin En came up behind him, raised the small knife, and said seriously, "Guest, I'm going to scrape. You have to endure it. This time it's literally bone-chilling pain. Wait, let me prepare." Sizzle 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 sizzle. Ah dash. The demon hunter opened his mouth wide in terror, letting out a long, chilling howl. If the cleaning earlier was like the pain of being cut with a dull knife, then this bone scraping felt like someone was repeatedly uppercutting your vital parts hundreds of times. Fuck. You. Fuck you. The demon hunter roared, struggling violently, nearly breaking the chains binding him. Demon hunter's fear level +10. Demon hunter's fear level +10. Stop. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. The demon hunter screamed in terror, finally unable to hold on. Lin En gritted his teeth, trying hard to restrain his struggles, scraping the black bones with the small knife, saying, "Hold on. A real man never fears pain. It's better to endure short pain than long pain, just grit your teeth and get through it." Sizzle 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 sizzle. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. The demon hunter howled to the sky, trembling as he bit the chain, sparks flying. Anesthetic. Anesthetic. Give me anesthetic now. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Lin En scraped, saying, "It's too late for anesthetic now, I can't inject it into your bones. Just hold on a bit longer, it'll be over soon." Knife skills +2. I don't believe you. The demon hunter roared, finally breaking the chains in an instant, reaching out to grab his revolver from the counter. He wanted to shoot Lin En. Seeing his actions, Lin En was also furious. Damn. I'm painstakingly scraping your bones to heal you, and you keep trying to shoot me. This is simply too much. Too much. Swish. Lin En grabbed his revolver before he could, shoving it into his mouth, angrily saying, "Try moving again. If you don't cooperate with my work, I'll shoot you. I'm telling you. I'm a doctor. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my compassion for the wounded. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will heal you." Lin En roared. The demon hunter, terrified, held the gun barrel in his mouth, howling to the sky, tears streaming down his face. "I can't do this anymore. I really don't want to do this." Having roamed the dark world for years, injured countless times, this was the first time he felt what it meant to be at the mercy of someone, what it meant to wish for death over life at the hands of a doctor. It hurts. This guy is scraping hard. Damn it, enough with the nonsense, let's bring out the big guns. Lin En rushed to the backyard. Then quickly came back, gritting his teeth, carrying a chainsaw. The demon hunter, Omega Omega. Sanity value -10. Sanity value -10. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Don't come any closer. The demon hunter backed away in terror. Lin En pulled the chainsaw, which instantly made a buzzing sound. Your bones are too hard, scraping would take hours, with that much time, it's better to get it done in one go. Using this big guy to scrape will definitely be better than prolonged pain. I'm going in. Wait a minute, Omega Omega. Sizzle 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 sizzle. Instantly, a piercing and terrifying scream echoed through the sky. Demon Hunter's sanity value -20. Demon Hunter's sanity value -20. Boss, I'm here to buy some recovery potions, do you have any new stock? Outside the door, a long-haired female ghost, asterisk, floated in, her body light and airy, clearly not the troublesome type of customer. But just as she stood at the entrance. Snap. A hand instantly grabbed her ankle. Her expression froze. Then she saw a pale-faced, lips trembling, barely alive demon hunter clutching the door frame with one hand, grabbing her ankle with the other, trembling as he said, "Save me, save me." Then instantly, she heard the buzzing sound of a chainsaw coming from behind the curtain. She hesitantly reached out her pale hand, gently lifting a corner of the curtain. In an instant. Omega Omega. Her long hair, which drooped to her ankles, suddenly stood on end. Behind the curtain, a blood-soaked young man with a chainsaw, was straddling the demon hunter, grinding the chainsaw against his shoulder with a screeching sound. Sparks flew, and bone fragments scattered. And as if noticing the customer outside the curtain, Lin En suddenly looked up, seamlessly switching to a professional smile, revealing his gleaming, and somewhat sinister, teeth, and said. "It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. Welcome, we have plenty of potions. Please come in and wait a moment. Once I've dealt with this customer, I'll get yours. It won't take long, he dash." Lin En let out a friendly laugh. The fear level of the long-haired ghost towards you +30. The fear level of the long-haired ghost towards you +40. Aha dash. The long-haired ghost clutched her head, letting out a terrified wail, Omega Omega. Under Lin En's stunned gaze, the long-haired ghost, screaming, abandoned her feet and hobbled into the black mist, clutching her head. Ding. Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley +1. Ding. Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley +1. Ding. You successfully scared a customer into a psychological disorder. The personality trait of the long-haired ghost has changed from lively to timid. You have earned the achievement, Customer Scare Specialist. Customer Scare Specialist, due to your excessive eccentricity, you often cause customers to become overly frightened. The apprentice of Bloodsaw Apothecary is on a path of no return. You have gained a permanent layer, customer fear level towards you permanently +1, pain inflicted +1. Lin En was taken aback. Countless, floated above his head. How did I become a customer scare specialist? I've always adhered to the principle of putting customers first, treating them sincerely, and serving with a smile. This stupid system can't just randomly assign weird achievements to people. Trying to run. Lin En grabbed the demon hunter crawling forward and went at him with the chainsaw. Never mind, let's fix this patient first. Screeching sounds filled the air. God. Oh God. Finally. After more than 10 minutes. Lin En, immensely satisfied, tossed aside the chainsaw, smiled at the polished, smooth white bones, blew on them, and said, "Customer, it's done. The toxins that had eroded into the surface of your bones have been completely cleaned out. Now, you just need to let the flesh regenerate further, and your arm will be as good as new." Lin En wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing an earnest smile of pride after hard work. This feeling of saving a life outweighs building a 7-story pagoda, truly gives one a sense of transcendence. "Customer, are you satisfied?" "Customer?" Lin En turned his head in confusion. And immediately saw the demon hunter's body convulsing continuously, with countless white foam bubbling from his mouth, his eyes rolled back almost out of sight. "Customer! Customer!" Lin En was shocked. More than half an hour later. Ding! You used special means to incapacitate a legendary demon hunter beyond your level, earning the achievement reward, Pain Inflictor. Pain Inflictor, achievement title, permanently increases the pain value inflicted by the host using various tools by plus 5%. Lin En listened blankly to the absurd system prompt echoing in his mind. And on the operating table in front of him, the demon hunter finally began to regain consciousness from his stupor. "You're awake." As soon as he opened his eyes, they reflected Lin En's professional smile. With a start. Almost reflexively, the demon hunter jumped off the operating table in terror, firing a dozen shots in Lin En's direction. "Stay back. Stay back. Demon hunter's sanity value -10. Demon hunter's sanity value -5. Demon hunter's sanity value -1. He was terrified, holding a revolver, still shaken. Opposite him, Lin En stood wide-eyed, leaning against the wall in a big shape, the dozen bullets precisely outlining his silhouette. "Calm down. Please calm down. Forget those unpleasant memories, rest assured, I've already treated your injury." Lin En raised his hands, speaking authoritatively. He discreetly nudged the chainsaw at his feet aside, preventing the customer from recalling any unpleasant memories. The demon hunter panted, struggling to calm himself. Then he turned his head to look at his shoulder. There, wrapped in thick bandages, his shoulder no longer felt the emptiness of being skinned, nor the tearing sensation from the black butterfly's poison, except for some stiffness when moving. It was as if the previous terrifying experience had been a dream. The demon hunter was astonished, so fast. Lin En earnestly replied, "It's almost fully recovered." After removing the poisoned, infected muscle tissue and superficial bone fragments from your shoulder, the only remaining issue is how to quickly regenerate your flesh. Lin En held an empty potion bottle. "I used the best flesh-regenerating potion from our shop, and given your extraordinary constitution and strong vitality, most of the missing flesh has already grown back. Only a small central part was too far from surrounding tissue, so I supplemented it with some other meat. Rest assured, I've eliminated any rejection." The demon hunter was stunned. He tore off the bandage on his shoulder. His shoulder was indeed restored, pink and tender, with a small part at the center showing a different skin tone, with a single hair standing upright. Pork. The demon hunter's hair stood on end, grabbing Lin En by the collar and lifting him up, glaring and grinding his teeth. Lin En quickly raised his hands, indicating innocence. "Customer, although the process might have been unpleasant, the result is perfect, isn't it?" Lin En blinked, his survival instinct in full swing. "And I can assure you, if any issues arise in the future, you can come back here anytime for a free follow-up service, guaranteed satisfaction." The demon hunter trembled. "Follow-up service? You're still thinking of giving me a follow-up service?" Demon hunter's emotions extremely unstable. Crisis level plus 30%. Crisis level plus 50%. Crisis level plus 99%. "Customer." Lin En said seriously, "I'm a doctor. Although there were some minor hiccups during the treatment, think about it. Compared to the black butterfly spreading and rotting your body to death, what's a little pain from scraping bones to heal? Living is more important than anything. Soothing experience +1. Soothing experience +1. Ding. Target's danger level decreasing. Finally. Under Lin En's barrage of toxic positivity, the demon hunter finally ground his teeth and released Lin En's collar. The demon hunter took a deep breath, let Lin En go, and gritted his teeth. As expected of my kin, surviving in the dark world, you truly have skills. Your methods of tormenting people are indeed top-notch. Lin En scratched the back of his head, chuckling, you're too kind. You're too kind. You think I'm complimenting you? The demon hunter grabbed Lin En's collar again, eyes wide with rage, grinding his teeth. Have you ever performed surgery on anyone before? Lin En quickly shook his head, raising 3 fingers, earnestly, I swear I've done it, I just performed a C-section. And both mother and child were safe. They even gave me a thumbs up. The demon hunter paused. You performed a C-section once, and now you dare to scrape my bones to heal me? He really wanted to devour the young man in front of him. But he finally held back. Because, indeed, a quick look at /2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. Though the process wasn't pleasant, this guy did manage to heal his wounds. He took a deep breath, suppressing the crazed and irritable emotions within him. He set Lin En down. Staring sternly into his eyes, he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, saying, remember this, if I hear any rumors outside about me passing out here, you should know the consequences. Do you understand? Crisis level 99%. Lin En widened his eyes, nodding his head like a bobblehead. Don't worry, customer privacy is our lifeline. Crisis level 10%. The demon hunter took a deep breath, put on his hat, and pulled out a money pouch from his coat, gritting his teeth as he said. How much is the surgery fee? Name your price. He definitely wouldn't come to this black market again. It was too exhausting. Lin En shook his head immediately, offering a sincere and adorable smile, clasping his hands together, no need to pay, consider this surgery a treat from your fellow race, just visit our little shop more often in the future. Ding! You completed the task and received skull coins X500. Visit your sister. The demon hunter took a deep breath, holding his gun and closing his eyes, saying. Don't think that by currying favor with me, I'll forget what just happened. Even if you're of my race, it's the same. He could easily see Lin En's intention to climb up his tree. But he had always been a lone wolf. And he definitely didn't want to bring along an imp who would constantly remind him of this painful memory. He glanced at Lin En. Put on his clothes, donned his hat, and said in a low voice. And I advise you, it's best not to stay here for long. Creatures like us humans, if we don't have some survival skills, will eventually become a meal for the monsters. Seeing this, Lin En immediately knew the opportunity had come. Although this demon hunter often wanted to kill him. It was clear. When it came to dealing with his own race, this demon hunter was quite decent. At least he didn't actually kill him. How can I leave this world? Lin En immediately asked for guidance. Honestly, I accidentally fell into this world, and besides this little shop, I know nothing about the outside world. The demon hunter tidied his shiny black hair, sneering as he said. Heh, you're lucky. Many people like you fall into this world from various places, but most of them become meals for those monsters. I can only tell you. This is the lowest level of Sin City. If you want to leave this world, aside from dying, the only way is to become strong enough. Only the strong have a slight chance of escaping here. He spun the revolver in his hand, lifting the brim of his hat with the gun barrel. Lin En. All right. That was as good as saying nothing. But he finally got a key clue. The Wandering Soul Alley where he was located was a lower-level area of a place called Sin City. Lin En murmured, does that mean I'll never be able to leave this damn place in my life? Every time I see those monsters, I'm scared to death. Wait a minute. The demon hunter gritted his teeth, his eye twitching wildly. If we go by your treatment method just now, it should be the monsters here that are scared to death of you, right? Damn it. He gave Lin En a faint glance and said. Enough with the nonsense, I'm a person who values fair trade. Since you helped heal my wounds, I can't shortchange you. If you don't want money, see if there's anything valuable on me. You can take whatever you want. He spread his arms wide, fully demonstrating what it meant to be a generous demon hunter. Lin En paused. His gaze instantly fell on the two metallic revolvers hanging from the man's waist. Demon Hunter's Revolver, Cursed Pale Hunter. Quality, Legendary. Capacity, 6 Magic Demon Hunter Bullets, Auto-Replenishing. Description, one of the 2 Demon Hunter guns O'Carlos brought from the surface world, capable of inflicting high damage on spirits, vampires, demons, freaks, and mysteries. Snap. Lin En grabbed one of the guns. Snap. The Demon Hunter grabbed his wrist. An eerie silence fell around them. The Demon Hunter's eyes narrowed slightly, sneering, "Damn, good eye, you picked the most expensive thing on me." Lin En said earnestly, "I think these 2 guns are really cool." The Demon Hunter sneered, "Cool? Of course, they're cool. Do you even know whose guns they are? Could they be ugly? Do you often use these 2 guns to hunt those monsters?" "No, I've never used them to kill a single monster," the Demon Hunter said flatly. "Why?" Swish, swish, swish. The Demon Hunter flicked his fingers lightly, and the 2 revolvers spun a gun trick in his hands. Then, in an instant, 2 black muzzles aimed at Lin En's head. Lin En. The Demon Hunter's expression was indifferent, and then he pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out in succession, a total of 12 shots. 12 bullets flew out in response. Lin En stood there, and on the wall behind him, there was an outline of his head made by the bullets. The Demon Hunter gently blew the black smoke drifting from the muzzle, saying calmly. "Although they are indeed cool, these 2 guns have a fatal flaw, which I think you just saw." Lin En said, human outline." The Demon Hunter sneered, "Human outline? That's a vivid description. To be precise, these 2 guns were once cursed. You can understand it as, no matter what angle you shoot from, your bullets will never hit the target, so." He casually holstered the guns, saying, "Besides using them to show off, they can only be used to show off." A brief silence. Lin En said blankly, "Then I don't want them." Lin En turned to leave. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets shot at his feet, making Lin En, Omega, jump up and quickly stick to the wall. The Demon Hunter, holding the smoking gun, said calmly. "Since you've chosen, you can't refuse. I'm a person who values fairness and integrity. If you refuse, it means you look down on me, so now I'll give you one more chance. Do you want them or not?" Lin En widened his eyes. "I want them." The Demon Hunter's stubbled mouth curled slightly. He spun the guns with a flourish, slamming them onto the operating table. "Truly worthy of being my fellow race, indeed bold. If it weren't for the curse preventing me from discarding these 2 guns, I would have thrown them away long ago. Now that you can take them off my hands, I'm quite relieved." Lin En was shocked. "What do you mean?" The Demon Hunter smiled faintly. "Because of the curse, I can't get rid of these guns. A fellow race must show a strong desire for them, through fair trade, to make the transaction possible. But you know, there are too few humans in this damn place, finding someone to take them off my hands isn't easy." Demon Hunter favorability plus 20. Damn, the favorability even increased. Lin En. The Demon Hunter adjusted his hat, turned, and walked towards the hall, saying slowly. "Since you helped me so much, I can also tell you some information. Tonight, no matter what sounds you hear outside, don't try to go out, and don't open the door. Some big shots have come to your place." Upon hearing this, Lin En was stunned. Because this was also his teacher's warning to him. Lin En immediately asked, "What kind of monsters?" The Demon Hunter sneered, "I think it's best if you don't know, and also. If you survive until tomorrow, I think we'll meet again, hee hee." In the next moment, the demon hunter's body turned into a wisp of blue smoke, slowly disappearing in front of Lin En. The hall. Lin En toyed with the revolver in his hand, pondering the words of the demon hunter from earlier. He glanced outside the main door. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but as night fell, the darkness outside seemed thicker than usual. He checked the time. In about half an hour, the soul lantern would extinguish, marking the descent of night in this dark world. At this hour, there shouldn't be any more visitors. Lin En fiddled with the revolver, his gaze landing on the Blood Wraith infant on the counter. Blood Wraith infant. Level, 7. Attribute, chaotic evil. Description, a ghost spirit formed from resentment and ghost aura, further absorbing a large amount of sacrificial blood to become a Blood Wraith infant. Once formed, it will devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing into a calamity. He hadn't checked it for a while. This Blood Wraith infant had already grown to level 7. At this terrifying growth rate, it wouldn't be long before it became very difficult to handle. Could it be that this gun really can't hit the target, as he said? Lin En hesitated. He stood up. Placed the Blood Wraith infant on the stool in front of the counter. Then closed one eye, aiming at the Blood Wraith infant's head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the Blood Wraith infant's ear. Blood Wraith infant fear level +10. Blood Wraith infant, Omega Omega. Lin En raised an eyebrow, blew the black smoke from the gun barrel, and said. Didn't miss, did I? He was a bit skeptical. Anyway, there's still half an hour, might as well use it to practice shooting. Lin En remained calm. Bang! Blood Wraith infant fear level +10. Bang! Blood Wraith infant fear level +10. Bang! Soon. Half an hour flew by. With a whoosh. The soul lantern hanging on the doorpost suddenly went out without warning. Without a word, Lin En immediately looked up, his expression serious as he quickly rushed to the door, retrieving the soul lantern. The darkness outside grew even thicker, silent to the point where not a single sound could be heard. Lin En knew. Night had fallen. Creak. He immediately closed the door, locking it with a rusty iron chain. The windows on both sides of the door were tightly boarded up, leaving no gaps. His experiences over the past 2 years had taught him that once the soul lantern extinguished and night fell, it was a significant test, as it meant that anyone could intrude into your sanctuary without your permission. And the lump of flesh his teacher chopped up this morning was the monster that sneaked in last night. But without his teacher here tonight, it was going to be a sleepless night for him. Ding! You have triggered a mission, Sleepless Night. Mission requirement, survive until dawn. Mission reward, 500 skull coins, level +1, special reward X1. Lin En's heart skipped a beat, but his expression quickly returned to calm. This was not a good sign. Triggering a mission indicated a high probability of encountering a significant crisis tonight. Especially since the reward was a whole 500 skull coins. Typically, the higher the reward, the greater the crisis. Let's go. Lin En grabbed the already trembling Blood Wraith infant, picked up the boning knife, tucked the revolver away, and quickly returned to his small attic. He covered himself with a blanket, holding the boning knife, his expression calm, and closed his eyes, saying, "Hope I can get through this night safely." Dong! In the darkness, a loud bell rang. Lin En immediately opened his eyes. This bell signaled it was now midnight. And at that moment, suddenly, there was a series of urgent knocks on the outer door downstairs. Lin En. Open the door. It's your teacher. There's a blood wraith chasing me. Hurry. Let me in. A voice filled with suppression and pain. Teacher. Lin En sat up abruptly from the bed. He grabbed the boning knife and rushed to the hall. Then he immediately saw the door trembling with knocks, hearing the heavy breathing and suppressed painful moans from outside. That was his teacher's voice. Lin En. Quick. Open the door. Teacher can't hold on. Lin En nodded. He held the boning knife, quickly rushing to the door. Then he picked up the boning knife and stabbed it through the gap in the door with a squelch. Squelch. Scarlet blood instantly spurted from outside the door. Lin En shouted, "Teacher, if you can't hold on, then die outside. Find the original at." A brief silence. Then a dazed voice came from outside the door. "You weren't even sure if it was me, and you just stabbed me?" Squelch. Lin En withdrew the knife, changed the angle, and stabbed again. "Because if it were me outside, my teacher would stab me too," Lin En said seriously. A brief silence. And in the next moment, a series of piercing shrieks erupted from outside the door, the knocking becoming more intense and louder, as if something was pressing against the door, desperately trying to squeeze in. With a loud crack, a bloodied, almost decayed hand suddenly pierced through the door, reaching inside. Lin En sanity value -10. Creak creak. The hand clawed at the door, emitting a sharp, grating sound. "I'll eat you. I'll tear you to pieces and chew you bit by bit." A hideous voice came from outside. Lin En remained unfazed. He picked up the boning knife and pinned the hand to the door with a single stab. Instantly, a series of sharp, twisted howls erupted from outside, and at the same time, scarlet blood seeped through the wood. The entire hall was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. Lin En knew he had encountered some troublesome blood wraiths this time. But Lin En was not afraid, because he knew very well that the more dangerous the situation, the calmer you must be, increasing your chances of survival. Without further ado, Lin En quickly untied a strand of crimson hair from his wrist. Blood wraith hair. This was one of the rewards he received from the system during the day. Now it was time to put it to use. Swish. The hair, upon touching the bloody decayed hand, swiftly extended and wrapped around it, and within seconds, the sharp laughter from outside the door abruptly stopped. Replaced by a series of suffocating gasps. As if something was being strangled, struggling desperately outside the door. "Seems like it's just an imp, not very strong." Lin En gritted his teeth. He grabbed the wildly growing hair, quickly hanging it on the beam, and pulled hard. Sizzle. The sound of tearing flesh echoed from outside. And with that tearing sound, the frequency of the struggling hand pinned to the door increased dramatically. Finally, the hand slowly drooped down, seemingly lifeless. But Lin En didn't relax at all, pulling out the boning knife, stabbing through the door gap over 100 times before finally relaxing. One of the survival guides in this world. No matter if the opponent is dead or not, it's never wrong to stab a few more times. Almost simultaneously, Lin En heard a prompt from the system in his ear. Ding! You have slain a flesh deceiver X1, earning 100 experience points. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin En finally felt relieved. So, that means the monster just now wasn't completely dead. It only died after he stabbed it over 100 times. Lin En wiped the blood off his knife, feeling a twinge of guilt. Because he knew his teacher would definitely not come back at this time, and even if it really was his teacher, he would still have to stab, because if it were him outside, his teacher would stab him too. But it seems tonight will indeed be a sleepless night. It's just past midnight, and already a monster has come knocking. Who knows what will happen in the latter half of the night. Lin En stood up. He was about to clean the bloodstains on the ground. But just then. Warning! Warning! A root-level monster is approaching. Crisis level 100%. Lin En froze instantly, but he reacted quickly, almost immediately pressing himself against the outer wall, staring intently at the door from the side, holding his breath. Root level? What the hell is going on? Could it be the big guy that the demon hunter mentioned would appear tonight? And at the next moment, he suddenly felt a huge chill spreading from his skin. Then Lin En immediately saw with wide eyes. The hand of the flesh monster that had reached into the doorframe suddenly moved. Then, as if something had yanked it out forcefully, that rotten hand instantly withdrew. Without a word, Lin En slashed the vengeful spirit hair hanging from the beam. Whoosh! A chilling mist seeped in through the hole in the door. Lin En held his breath. In the faint distance, he could hear a series of chewing sounds coming from outside. Like chewing on ribs. Crunch, crunch. So, that means the root-level monster is now on the street outside, and this level of chill is something he's encountering for the first time. The demon hunter wasn't lying, tonight is definitely not peaceful outside. Damn it. Could he really be this unlucky? Did he actually encounter it? And just then, a series of massive thudding sounds came from outside the door. Thud. Thud. As if something enormous was slowly moving along the street. And it was getting closer. Closer. And at the next moment, just as the sound was less than a few meters from the shop's door, it abruptly stopped. Lin En immediately held his breath. Vaguely, Lin En saw a beam of light shooting in through the gap created by the flesh monster. Lin En was certain that the light was the gaze of that unknown monster. Lin En stood motionless like a statue against the wall, and at this moment, just a meter away from him, through the hole in the doorframe, a massive eye was peering inside through the small hole. Lin En could even hear his own heartbeat. Slurp. Slurp. A licking sound came from outside the door. Sanity value -1. Sanity value -1. Lin En stared, not daring to move. But for some reason, he found the slurping sound oddly cute. Like a little Lolita squatting in front of you, then slurp slurp. But just then, Lin En suddenly saw a blood-red, tongue-like tentacle slowly probing through the small hole. Sanity value -40. No. Take back what I just said. This has absolutely nothing to do with being cute. Lin En, Omega, didn't dare move. Then, under his watchful gaze, the blood-red tentacle licked up every drop of blood on the inside of the door panel. Then, as if unsatisfied, the tentacle slowly extended toward Lin En. Slurp. Slurp. Like a tongue, the tentacle left trails of licks on Lin En's face. Lin En was dumbfounded, his whole body stiff. His sanity value plummeted. If it had been 2 years ago, or if it were any other human, in this situation, they would have screamed and fled. But Lin En was not an ordinary person. He knew very well that in this situation, if he dared to run or showed any hint of panic or fear, he would immediately be eaten by the monster outside the door. But just then, a voice like a baby's came from outside the door. Doctor found you dash. Lin En's heart skipped a beat. And in the next moment, the voice came again. Open the door, my tooth hurts dash. Lin En. Something's not right. Something's not right. Could it be that the monster outside the door isn't here to eat him, but to see a doctor? Lin En forced himself to calm down, glaring as he said. But our shop doesn't serve customers at night. That's the shop's rule. As the teacher's only apprentice, following the rules has always been his greatest virtue. If it says no customers at night, then no customers at night. No customers, then I'll eat you dash. Coming. Lin En quickly pulled out the key, unlocked the door, and opened it in one swift motion. Bloodsaw Apothecary sincerely at your service. Lin En bowed a perfect 90 degrees. Our shop adheres to the fine tradition of curing illnesses with medicine and surgery. How may I assist you? Whoosh. A chilling breath rushed in from outside the door. And upon seeing the full appearance of the monster outside, Lin En's heart raced, and his sanity value plummeted even more. Because damn it, what kind of monster is this? Sanity value -20. Sanity value -20. To be precise. It was a human head. A baby's head as tall as a 2-story building. No torso. From the neck extended countless snake-like red tentacles. Those enormous eyes were like searchlights, casting 2 beams of pale white light. And Lin En's vision instantly displayed its panel. Level. Race. Combat ability, run. Description: if you hear a baby's laughter in the dark, if you see pure eyes in despair, do not respond, for it is not hope, but the abyss. Lin En's heart But he forcibly maintained a calm expression. Because he knew, if he dared to run now, he would be eaten without a doubt. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Just treat it as an ordinary customer. Lin En, you can do it. Creak. The gigantic baby head slowly opened its mouth, and instantly, a foul stench almost made Lin En faint. Toothache Dr. Dash. A tremendously gigantic, creepy baby head, yet it spoke with a delicate child's voice. To read the uncut version, go to. And that row of blood-dripping sharp teeth was so eerie it could instantly empty one's sanity value. If you can't cure it, I'll eat you. Dash. Lin En sanity value -10. Why does this voice sound unexpectedly cute? Lin En stared wide-eyed, cold sweat soaking his clothes. But no matter what, since he was here for a consultation, it meant he wasn't in immediate danger. Lin En's eye twitched as he put on a mask, looking at that gaping scarlet maw lined with rows of sharp teeth stained with blood and flesh. Don't worry, we can definitely fix this. A toothache is just a minor issue. Which tooth is hurting? Lin En asked, eyes wide. The molar. Dash, came the voice from the baby head. Lin En peered into the gaping maw, but it was too deep and dim to see clearly. Gritting his teeth, Lin En made a bold decision. Open wide, I'll diagnose you now. Ah. Dash, the baby head's mouth opened a bit wider. Ding. You have triggered the mission, treat the toothache. Mission rewards, special reward X1, S favorability +50, skull coins +1000. Mission failure penalty, none. Lin En. Of course, none. Because if I fail, there won't be anything left of me. Lin En took a deep breath to calm himself. At this point, he could only try his best. Stay calm, stay calm. Just treat it like an ordinary child. You can do this. Lin En carefully climbed into the baby head's mouth, jumping onto its tongue, enduring the stench as he advanced towards the molar. The further he went, the more nauseating the smell became. No light, I can't see. Lin En shouted. A horrifying scene unfolded. A tentacle slowly reached above the baby head, and Lin En immediately saw it wrap around one of the baby head's eyeballs, extending into the gaping maw. Suddenly, a pale light illuminated the entire mouth. Lin En was drenched in sweat. Now I can see, he shouted. He didn't dare delay, turning his gaze towards the molar. Barely visible, the surrounding teeth were covered in remnants of various foods, a severed hand, a shattered skull, organs, and rotting flesh. It was a truly horrifying sight. Clearly, this creature had a very diverse diet. Sanity value -1. Sanity value -1. Lin En forced himself to remain calm, carefully searching. And in the next moment, Lin En's gaze fell upon a spear lodged in the molar. Holy spear, damaged. Quality, legendary. Description, a spear from an unknown world that fell into the dark world, imbued with holy blessings, it has a strong restraining effect on evil spirits, the creepy, and demons. Lin En's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had found the cause of this creature's toothache. But he never expected it. This was a weapon from outside the dark world, similar to the demon hunter's gun. And it had holy attributes. Could it be that this spear caused the creature intense pain? Lin En's expression was hesitant. He cautiously approached to inspect, and immediately saw a sticky severed hand still clinging to the front of the spear. Clearly, the user of this spear had been eaten by the creature, with the rest of the body digested, but the weapon was stuck in the creature's teeth. Customer. I found the cause of the toothache. Lin En shouted. The delicate, eerie voice responded. Pull it out, can't pull it out, eat dash. Lin En steadied his nerves. Then his gaze fell on the numerous severed limbs around the molar. Demon medical walker's tentacle fragment X1. Evil spirit witch doctor's arm X1. Infernal mad doctor's eyeball X1. Lin En's heart pounded. Clearly, this damn thing hadn't eaten its first doctor. It must have visited many physicians before coming here, and judging by the situation, this patient had quite a temper. If it says it'll eat you, it definitely will. But Lin En quickly noticed a common trait among those doctors: they were all dark world creatures. And this spear clearly had a strong restraining effect on them. They couldn't pull it out for a reason. But he was different. He was human. Not affected by holy power. Perhaps this would be his advantage. Lin En steadied himself, approached the foul-smelling molar, flexed his hands, and grabbed hold. Buzz. The spear emitted a faint glow, then quickly dimmed. No backlash. Just as he suspected. Lin En steadied his nerves. I'm starting to pull. Lin En shouted. Then Lin En used all his strength, gripping the spear tightly, one foot bracing against the molar, pulling with all his might. He used every ounce of strength, as his life depended on whether he could pull out this thorn. If he pulled it out, all would be well. If not, he'd end up mixed in with the surrounding colleagues in a stew. Crack crack. It's loosening dash. The eyeball providing light showed an excited expression. Seeing success within reach. Lin En pulled harder on the spear, but his strength was still too little. Beyond a slight loosening, pulling it further became increasingly difficult. Give me a hand. Help me out. Lin En gritted his teeth, shouting to the tentacles eagerly watching from outside the mouth. After a brief pause, the tentacles swarmed in, wrapping around Lin En's waist, one after another, pulling with force. But aside from nearly strangling Lin En, the spear's progress remained agonizingly slow. Lin En grew anxious. Stop for now. Follow my lead, I'll count to 3, and we all pull together, got it? Got it dash. Lin En took a deep breath. Gripped the spear tightly, his expression turned serious. 1. 2. 3. Pull. Lin En shouted. In an instant, Lin En and the tentacles pulled together with all their might. 123. Pull. Heave-ho. 123, pull. With a pop. With a great force, the spear finally flew out of the mouth, landing heavily on the ground. Success. Lin En stared blankly at the spear. In an instant, countless tentacles peering from the mouth surged towards Lin En, ready to attack. But they quickly halted. Lin En held the severed tentacle, pressing it into a wooden basin with a serious expression. He poured bottle after bottle of potion into the basin and took out a syringe, injecting the potion into the tentacle with a squeak. The tentacles froze, curiously holding up their eyeballs to watch. A few minutes later. Light it up. Lin En grabbed the tentacle filled with potion and shouted. Lin En was fully in the zone. The tentacle holding the eyeball visibly trembled and quickly directed the beam of light onto the bleeding molar. Lin En jumped up, aiming the potion-filled tentacle at the cavity. With a serious expression. Then he forcefully inserted it inside. Ah dash. A pained cry from the monstrous baby. It went in all at once. But it was clear. The size of the tentacle in his hand was a bit too large, and the cavity was so narrow. To push it all the way in, he needed the help of powerful tools. He had to force it in. The next moment. Lin En quickly jumped down and dashed back to his little shop. A few minutes later, Lin En returned, carrying a large number of tools, and swiftly climbed back into its mouth. What are you going to do? The eyeball noticeably trembled. Lin En's expression was indifferent, holding an iron hammer in one hand and an iron rod in the other, wearing a mask, and adjusting his monocle with the back of his hand. The next moment. With a squelch, Lin En inserted the iron rod into the tentacle pressed against the cavity. Monstrous baby head, Omega Omega. Quickly. A loud metallic clash echoed. Lin En, holding the large iron hammer, pounded the iron rod, driving the tentacle deeper into the tooth cavity. Bang! Ah dash! Bang! Ow dash! Sparks flew, lightning flashed. Lin En continuously exerted all his strength, swinging the large iron hammer, determined to drive it to the deepest part of the cavity. The tentacles and eyeball watching in the mouth all shrank back in fear, watching Lin En swing the hammer with force. Pain 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 dash. The monstrous baby head began to shake wildly. Clearly, the intense pounding caused it considerable tearing pain. This is normal. Bear with it, once it reaches the deepest part, it won't hurt anymore. Trust my professional skills. After hundreds of swings, the tentacle filled with potion was finally hammered into the tooth cavity by Lin En. No more pain dash. The eyeball showed a dumbfounded expression. Lin En wiped his sweat, smiling faintly as he carried the iron rod, saying, "Of course, the potion is starting to take effect, but this is just the beginning. To have a healthy tooth, further work is needed. Trust in you +20. The eyeball nodded vigorously, Omega, expressing trust. Dash. Clearly, after Lin En's excellent effort, this creature had begun to trust him somewhat. Lin En checked the time. About 5 minutes passed. All right. We can start working now. Lin En raised his head, his expression serious, picking up his master's electric drill from the side, and pulled it forcefully. Sizzle. Sparks flew. Goggles. The surrounding tentacles quickly handed Lin En the goggles. Light it up. The tentacles immediately held up the eyeball, aiming at Lin En's work area. Lin En spat on his hands, forcefully poked, and picked up the electric drill, beginning the thrilling operation on the molar. The inside of your tooth has been eroded by holy power, which is the main cause of your toothache. If the holy substance inside isn't completely removed, once the medicine wears off, you'll still be in unbearable pain. So we need to preliminarily clean your tooth, then fill it with a hard, good tooth. I see dash. Trust in you +20. The eyeball curiously and dumbfoundedly provided light for Lin En. Sizzle. Lin En used the electric drill, grinding away all the glowing substances inside the tooth bit by bit. Get the bucket. Lin En shouted. A tentacle quickly shot into the shop, bringing out a wooden bucket. Lin En, with a serious expression, swiftly collected all the ground tooth powder into the bucket. Get water. Lin En shouted. The tentacle quickly brought in a large water tank. Lin En cleaned all the powder around the tooth. Then his expression turned serious. What else is needed? As if sensing Lin En's hesitation, a delicate yet eerie voice came. Lin En said seriously, we need materials to fill the tooth, but I don't have enough here. Otherwise, I could give you a shiny steel tooth. Steel. Lin En pondered, yes, but to get supplies, it would have to be tomorrow, at this time it's really. I have steel dash. Lin En was taken aback. And before he could figure it out, he felt the ground tremble, then saw the buildings outside quickly retreating. Clearly, this giant head was moving rapidly. And in the next moment, they stopped outside a massive iron building. Before Lin En could react, its tongue shot out like a blade. Squelch. The entire building was instantly split in two. Steel puppet. Level. Race, puppet. Attribute, chaotic evil. Combat ability, extremely strong. Description, steel puppets active in the dark world. Since they developed consciousness under dark forces, these invulnerable powerful beings have become nightmares in the hearts of dark world residents. Lin En. He had seen such a monster once before, when a similar puppet stormed into their shop causing havoc, and his teacher fought it with a chainsaw for hours before driving it away. Why did it bring him here? Bang! A loud crash. A puppet inside the iron building hadn't even reacted before it was smashed into a steel pancake by the baby's tongue. Lin En was dumbfounded. This was too outrageous. Even with the same level of, the gap was too vast. Is one enough? The baby-like voice came. Bang. Another steel puppet was smashed flat. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. How about two? Well. Bang bang bang. Enough. Enough. Actually, one was already enough. Smelting, forging, casting. With the strong tongue of the giant baby head hammering, Lin En managed to cast a steel tooth in the shape of the tooth gap in just a few hours. Then, using a strong adhesive, he precisely welded the steel tooth to the molar. After a series of grinding and polishing, a brand new tooth finally emerged, transformed by Lin En's series of operations. Perfect. Lin En wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing a satisfied smile, feeling a sense of personal elevation. Ding! You have completed the task. You received 1,000 skull coins, S favorability plus 50, you received a special reward, critical potion recipe X1. Ding! You have obtained the unique achievement Root Level Monsters Dentist. Root Level Monsters Dentist, you are the first human daring enough to treat a root level monster's tooth and succeed. You gain a permanent trait, Root Level Monster Affinity plus 1, all attributes plus 10. Dr. Amazing Dash. The enormous baby head emitted a delicate voice. Those two gigantic eyes focused on Lin En. I won't eat you dash. S trust in you plus 40. Lin En adjusted his monocle and bowed at a perfect 90 degrees, revealing a professional, radiant smile. Praise from our customers is always a solid motivation for us to move forward. Would you like to try our store's latest dental care service? Lin En blinked. It was rare to encounter a super monster that had a favorable impression of him. If he didn't seize this opportunity to make it a returning customer, wouldn't that be insane? Dental care? The monster's voice was filled with curiosity. Lin En smiled and said, yes, our store can provide long-term dental maintenance, clear any oral diseases, and keep your teeth clean and healthy, preventing toothaches, mouth ulcers, and tooth loss. Dash. Lin En earnestly suggested, why don't you try it first? If you're satisfied after the experience, you can decide whether to become our long-term member. The enormous baby head seemed to be pondering. Then Lin En received a positive response. Ding! You have triggered a new task, help. With dental care, task reward, 50 skull coins, S favorability plus 50. Exactly. This is the effect I wanted. In the other world, having more friends means more paths. If you don't build a good relationship with a monster of this level, you'd be out of your mind. Hold on. Without a second thought, Lin En dashed back to the shop, grabbed various cleaning tools he used for house chores, and rushed back to its mouth, starting to clean out the various severed limbs stuck between its teeth. Ding! You have obtained 15 unknown creature limbs. Ding! You have obtained 54 strange organs. Ding! You have obtained 31 broken skulls. Ding! You have obtained 132G of gold. Ding! You have obtained 1 superior enchanted armor, damaged. The more Lin En cleaned, the more shocked he became. Because this place was damn near a treasure trove. After thoroughly cleaning out the severed limbs from the monster's mouth, under the curious gaze of that eye, Lin En quickly dashed to his store's warehouse, brought out barrels of materials, and swiftly mixed them in the middle of the hall. What is this? The eye radiated curiosity. Lin En stirred the slime in the large barrel with a stick and explained. Dark slime's mucus, which can produce a lot of foam, combined with saponin for its antibacterial and refreshing effects, and my teacher's special whitening wound cleansing potion, can keep your teeth bright and your breath fresh. S trust in you plus 20. Amazing dash. The eye blinked in awe. Though it didn't fully understand, it was definitely impressive. Soon, the Dark World toothpaste was ready. Lin En fetched a large brush from the backyard, carried the bubbling slime bucket, and jumped into the monster's mouth to begin his diligent toothbrushing work. Can I help dash? The eye watched Lin En's brushing work with curiosity, eager to try. Because it was truly novel. Here. Lin En generously brought out a bunch of small brushes from the shop. The tentacles immediately mimicked Lin En, each holding a brush, curiously dipping into the slime, brushing while glancing over with the eye, imitating Lin En's actions. Brush like this, then like this, and then like this. Oh dash. S trust in you plus 10. Also clean out the dirt between the teeth to prevent infections. Oh dash. S trust in you plus 10. The cleaning continued for a whole hour. Ding! You have completed the task, you received 50 skull coins, S favorability plus 50. Hearing the system prompt, Lin En, drenched in sweat, put down the brush and sat on the steps, a satisfied smile on his face after the hard work. Doesn't your mouth feel completely renewed compared to before? Ding! The shiny, white teeth reflected a dazzling brightness. Dash. The eye showed a, omega, sparkling expression. Compared to the previous bloody yellow teeth, it was a complete transformation. Clean and bright as if newly born. With such shiny teeth, no matter what you chew, it makes you hungry. Were you satisfied with today's service? Yes. Dash. Would you like to become a lifetime member of our store? You can come for free dental cleaning anytime. Yes. Dash. May I know your name? So I can register it, and next time you visit, you can receive a special golden membership card and a small gift. What is a name? It's what other creatures call you. No name. Dash. How about I give you one for free? Okay. Dash. Ding. You have successfully given a true name, Xiao Xiao, to a root level monster, earning the exclusive achievement, Root Namer. Root Namer, as the first human in the history of the Dark World to name a root level monster, and have it gladly accept, you have made history. The host permanently gains, Root Monster Affinity plus 1, Monster Affinity plus 10, Curse Timed Removal Ability x1. Thank you for visiting our store, we look forward to serving you again. Lin En bowed at a perfect 90 degrees to the root level monster, happily bouncing away with its shiny teeth towards the end of the street. He kept smiling as he watched the ultimate monster leave. Lin En quickly dashed into the apothecary, grabbed a hammer and nails, and hammered the door shut, his heart pounding wildly. Only then did he completely relax. Though everything seemed harmonious on the surface, as a human facing such a terrifying monster, claiming not to be scared would be a lie. Luckily, I have a strong mental fortitude, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived tonight. Lin En sighed in relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead. But fortunately, he managed to win the favor of that root-level monster with his excellent eloquence and medical skills. Lin En was well aware. In this dark world, root-level monsters are akin to max-level bosses in online games. Any one of them is not something ordinary monsters can contend with. And it feels like there's more than one. Lin En stared wide-eyed, trying to calm his heartbeat. Because it was obvious. The demon hunter must have followed these root-level monsters here, but he hadn't shown up in Wandering Soul Alley, which meant there were definitely other high-risk, powerful monsters in the surrounding area. And luckily, this time he encountered a benevolent root monster that could communicate. Otherwise, like those steel puppets, being crushed would definitely have been his fate. Indeed, having a skill can sometimes be a lifesaver. Lin En murmured. After all, skilled individuals are always in demand, no matter where they are. System, open the panel. Lin En. Level, 5. Race, human. Strength, 17. Agility, 18. Intelligence, 21. Constitution, 20. Assignable points, 8. Root level monster affinity, 2. Monster affinity, 10. Skull coins, 2051. Fame, 34. Description, a mad and pathological apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, who once inflicted immense pain on a top-tier demon hunter. Known slightly among root-level monsters, but this hardly changes his perverse and insane nature. Ignore the slander in the description. After the trials of the day, his overall level had increased to 5. And all his basic skills had received a significant boost. Lin En took a deep breath. Decisively allocated all 8 assignable points to Constitution. His Constitution immediately soared to 28 points. And the fatigue from the night quickly vanished with the allocation to Constitution. Allocating to Constitution was indeed a helpless choice. After all, he wasn't in a combat profession. Facing high-level monsters every day, strength and agility were of no use. As for intelligence, in his understanding, it should relate to comprehension and insight into certain tools and phenomena. But he didn't need those right now. Good health is the key. In this creepy world, you might encounter something terrifying that could take your life in the blink of an eye. Even if not, surviving in this dark world for long would inevitably weaken your constitution. After allocating the points, Lin En immediately opened the reward the system had given him. Temporary curse removal ability. You can select a curse on a target and remove it for 24 hours. Only one target can be cleared at a time, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Lin En's eyes lit up instantly. Curse removal. Though not permanent, Lin En immediately thought of one of its uses. That was the revolver he got from the demon hunter. If he could remove the curse on that gun, he would truly own a legendary self-defense weapon. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at. Without hesitation, Lin En immediately fished out the revolver from the box. Curse removal. Lin En extended his hand and shouted. Instantly, strands of dark and viscous aura slowly seeped from the silver revolver, accompanied by sharp, piercing wails. In the next moment, under Lin En's gaze, the viscous aura quickly dissipated. Ding! You have completed a temporary curse removal, cooldown, 12 hours. Ding! You have acquired a curse entry, 100% miss. Remaining time, 24 hours. With the system's prompt. Lin En grinned, revealing a row of chilling teeth. Click. He gripped the revolver. Though only for 24 hours. In a critical moment, this gun could definitely play a huge role. Lin En turned, aiming at a bottle on the corner of the table. Pulled the trigger. Bang! A silver bullet shot out instantly. Successfully hit the wall. Bang! Bang! Lin En fired several more shots. But not a single shot hit the bottle. System, is the ability you gave me fake? I removed the curse, so why is the hit rate still so low? Ding! Your firearm proficiency is 0. Lin En, with his dead fish eyes, decisively ignored the system's explanation. But soon he fell into thought. It seems that to really use this gun in combat, a long period of shooting practice is necessary. After all, only with deep skill can an iron rod be ground into a needle. A quick shooter isn't made overnight. Understanding this, Lin En's spirit soared. He placed the empty bottle on the windowsill, standing 10 meters away. Aimed. Fired. Bang. Miss. Bang. Basic firearm proficiency +1. Bang. Miss. Bang. You hit a level 75 monster, Night Scavenger, you gain 10 experience. Lin En. A finger-thick bullet hole appeared on the windowsill's wooden board, and from the distant street came a series of chilling howls. Who is it? Which, beep, beep, ambushed me? Lin En quickly rushed to the windowsill, removed the board, replaced it with a new one, nailed it down with a thud, and then dashed back to his attic, diving under his covers to sleep. Smooth and seamless. Ding! You completed the task, Sleepless Night. You gained 500 skull coins, level +1. Ding! You successfully survived your first night after awakening the system. You had a very fulfilling and satisfying day, serving 5 customers, killing 1 monster, injuring 1 monster, and causing significant psychological shadows to multiple patients. You felt the abundance and cheerfulness of life. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to 6, and you have unlocked the daily shop exchange system, refreshed daily. You can use skull coins to exchange for corresponding goods. Ding! Friendly reminder, after reaching level 10, you can choose a profession for your first job change, stay tuned. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes on the moldy bed. The huge spider web on the beam above kept reminding him. This wasn't a dream. He was still in the dark world. This was already the 2nd year and first day he had spent here. Squelch squelch. Sticky tentacles rubbed against his cheeks and neck, and from under the covers came a bubbling sound. His body was covered in various forms of sticky liquid. Lin En sanity value -1. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes. Picked up the silver revolver from the bedside, reached under the covers, and fired 3 shots at himself. Miss. Miss. Ding. Your firearm proficiency +1. Ding. Blood Wraith Infant failed to parasitize you, fear level +20. Lin En threw off the covers. Instantly. Tentacles as black as an octopus exploded from the covers, writhing and squirming. And at this moment, the creature with a pretty baby face lay on his stomach, looking dazed. The countless tentacles were twisted growths from its body. As expected, it broke down again. Lin En glared. No wonder the whole second half of the night, he felt like something was trying to find a way into his body. Squelch squelch. Damn it, he slept with an octopus monster all night. Lin En opened its panel. Blood Wraith Infant, Juvenile. Race, Evil Spirit. Attribute, Chaotic Evil. Level, 10. Description, a ghost formed by resentment and ghost aura, absorbing a large amount of livestock blood to become a blood wraith infant. Once formed, it will devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing and transforming into a calamity. P.S. Due to a significant psychological shadow from someone, its aggression towards that person is drastically reduced. Lin En. And at the same time, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Due to Blood Wraith Infant's fear level towards you reaching 1321, and its taming level exceeding 200, you triggered a special task, Blood Infant Growth. Task Introduction, the Blood Wraith Infant has reached level 10, entering its first shaping phase. This stage will determine its future growth direction and personality. Due to your significant role in its early development, you have earned the right to make initial adjustments. Task Objective, complete the first phase of shaping for the Blood Wraith Infant. Task Reward, Blood Wraith Infant's taming level +50, basic experience +200. Lin En was bewildered. This could trigger a task. He carefully read through the task introduction. He roughly understood the task requirements and was also shocked by the growth speed of the Blood Wraith Infant race. Because it had only been less than a day, and it had already skyrocketed to level 10. And the deterioration was severe. Apart from the face he molded yesterday, the rest of the body had been completely filled with wildly growing tentacles. System, what will happen if I let it develop on its own? Ding! The target is an evil spirit, and the immense resentment within will continuously alter its external features. If allowed to develop unchecked, the target will gradually distort into an extremely malevolent creature, harboring great malice towards the host. Lin En. So, before it takes shape, I must constantly suppress this Blood Wraith Infant's resentment. Once she's no longer afraid of me, she'll kill me. It seems I've really stumbled upon quite a predicament. In that case, I'll continue to make some adjustments today. Lin En cracked his knuckles, his face full of determination. Lin En reached out his hand. He lifted the Blood Wraith Infant by the scruff of its neck. The tentacles drooped lifelessly. Due to the immense fear value accumulated from yesterday, she had no desire to resist in front of Lin En. It's like when you're extremely afraid of someone, you become very obedient. Blood Wraith Infant's confusion level +1. She stared blankly at the terrifying human holding her, her hazy consciousness making her anxious about what might happen next. What is he going to do? Is he going to knead her face into a strange shape like yesterday? And then, in the next moment, Lin En grabbed 2 thick, slippery tentacles on her body, his expression serious, and then, like pulling dough, he yanked, kneaded, and pushed. Blood Wraith Infant, Omega Omega. Blood Wraith Infant's fear level +20. You're still too disobedient, growing so many strange tentacles without a doctor's approval. This is very unhealthy for a child's growth. Lin En tied the wriggling tentacles into knots one by one. With a series of swift movements, he forcibly pressed them back. Let Uncle Lin En give you a makeover. Blood Wraith Infant, Omega Omega. Blood Wraith Infant's fear level +20. Blood Wraith Infant's fear level +20. Ding! You have completed the juvenile shaping of the Blood Wraith Infant, significantly influencing her form development. More than half an hour later, Lin En looked with satisfaction at the dazed blood wraith infant placed on the table in front of him. Yesterday, he only managed to mold the blood wraith infant's face, but today's full service made Lin En extremely satisfied with his handiwork. Rosy cheeks, chubby little hands, a doll-like little girl. If this were in the human world, she would undoubtedly be a healthy and perfect human child that would make countless mothers' eyes light up with affection. Of course. Because there were too many tentacles from the breakdown, even at the end, there were still many leftover tissues. So Lin En made a slight adjustment to a part of her body. Lin En extended his finger. He flicked the small and cute beast ears on her head. Isn't she super cute? Maintain this form, and don't break down randomly again. Lin En earnestly instructed. Only then can you grow up healthy and become a little girl loved by everyone, understand? The blood wraith infant's expression was blank. Ding! The initial form of the blood wraith infant has been determined, initiating preliminary correction of personality and growth direction. Ding! Data processing starting. Data processing complete. Lin En was stunned. And in the next moment, a panel appeared before him. Blood wraith infant. Personality direction, cunning, resentful, murderous. Psychological traits, twisted, broken, pathological. Growth direction, an indescribable multi-handed monster, a twisted wraith spreading fear and disaster, a malevolent spirit spreading calamity and slaughter. So this can be adjusted too? Lin En pondered. With just a glance, Lin En decisively shook his head. This growth direction is too much. As expected of the dark world, it doesn't guide anyone towards the good. Lin En decisively began to adjust. A few minutes later. Blood wraith infant. Personality direction, sweet, obedient, murderous. Psychological traits, virtuous, cute, pathological. Growth direction, a sweet and lovable little Lolita, a beautiful girl bringing happiness and peace, a malevolent spirit spreading calamity and slaughter. System, can't I adjust the ones after each entry? I've only managed to adjust a half-finished product. Ding! Host's permission is insufficient, only 2 traits per category can be adjusted in the first phase. I see. Lin En pondered. Then he smiled with satisfaction, clapped his hands, and said. Let's leave it at that for now. When you reach the next stage, I'll remove those 3 negative traits, and by then, you'll be a perfect little girl. Confirm. Ding! You have completed the task, Blood Wraith Infant's growth, you have received the reward, Blood Wraith Infant's taming level plus 50, basic experience plus 200. Ding! First phase adjustment complete, the Blood Wraith Infant will enter a period of sleep to complete initial correction and shaping. After practicing marksmanship for half an hour, Lin En got out of bed. As usual, he picked up a broom and began his daily cleaning routine. Ding! Housekeeping ability experience plus 1. Ding! Housekeeping ability experience plus 1. After cleaning, Lin En picked up the soul lantern, carefully lit the tinder with a firestone, then opened the door for business, hanging the soul lantern on the doorpost. Just like yesterday, it was still foggy outside, with nothing visible beyond 10 steps. Placing the Blood Wraith Infant on the counter, Lin En sat down, planning to take a good look at the system's new features. System. Open the shop. He couldn't touch the regular income of the shop. But the skull coins he earned through tasks now total 2551, making him quite wealthy. Ding! Shop interface opened. Item 1, Toxic Slime Mucus X 10 kg, 50 coins. Item 2, Fortune Cat Doll that brings misfortune X1, 200 coins. Item 3, Baby Diapers, Slim Fit, X 10 packs, 50 coins. Item 4, Flesh Growth Potion Formula, Special Edition 500 skull coins. Item 5, Blood Demon Meat Chunk X5, 100 skull coins. Item 6, Passion Succubus Perfume X1 bottle, 500 skull coins. After looking through the items for sale, Lin En stood up with a whoosh, eyes wide, and said. System, are you sure these are the goods you're selling to me? Sure. That's right. Lin En originally had high expectations for the system's shop. After all, in the novels he read before crossing over, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. Superhuman bloodlines, nine-tailed fox babies, star-destroying ships, cute maid girls, there was nothing you could imagine that the system wouldn't sell. But looking at his own system, anyone who didn't know better would think it was just collecting junk. Because at a glance, there was nothing useful at all. System. Refresh the goods. Ding. This function is not yet available. Please be patient, host. The goods will automatically refresh at 5 a.m. daily. Lin En took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and sat back down. All right. Even though it was completely the opposite of what he expected. At least it's another way to stock up, right? Toxic slime liquid. Bought it. Might come in handy for brewing toxic potions in the future. Skull coins -50. A fortune cat doll that brings bad luck. What use is this thing? Do I really think I'm too lucky and need to buy it to jinx myself? Bought it. Might be a good gift to give away. Skull coins -200. Baby diapers, tight fit. Lin En instinctively glanced at the mascot blood wraith infant he had placed on the counter. It's growing so fast, and now that it's been shaped into a human form, leaving it bare isn't good. Bought it. This might actually be useful. Skull coins -50. Lin En placed the diaper on its head. Immediately, Lin En's attention was drawn to the fourth item. Flesh growth potion recipe. After consuming the potion, it significantly speeds up injury recovery. Required materials: blood demon flesh, non-attribute slime gel, tyrant flower, carnivorous plant growth hormone. This recipe was the only decent item among the goods sold by the system. And it even came with the rare material blood demon flesh. This item was definitely worth the price. Skull coins -500. Skull coins -100. Lin En didn't hesitate to purchase these two items, and with the critical hit potion he received from the system yesterday, he now had exclusive recipes for two potions. Lin En wasn't in a hurry to brew them. As an apothecary, every now and then, merchants would come with various raw materials to supply. And by the looks of it, today was the day. Lin En immediately prepared his skull coins and packed up the large amount of severed limbs he had dug out from the jaws of that root-level monster yesterday. Outside, the fog was thick, and the air was dark. Lin En patiently waited at the door. Slowly, the sound of squeaky wheels and footsteps echoed in the darkness of the street. An old woman carrying a human skin lantern, with a kindly yet creepy smile on her face, appeared in his view and stopped in front of the apothecary. "Young man, do you have any useless junk to give to this old lady?" Ding! You have triggered the task, useless junk, 2, task reward, 50 skull coins, basic experience +100, scavenger's favorability +50, special reward X1. Yes. Hearing the system task, Lin En was overjoyed. Lin En agreed very readily, then quickly returned to the shop and laboriously dragged out a large burlap sack. "Young man, do you have so much to dispose of this time?" The old woman's smile seemed to become even brighter. Lin En politely said, "Yes, ma'am, do you need help putting it on the cart?" "Yes, yes. Thank you so much, young man." The old woman smiled kindly. Lin En hefted the large bag of junk and placed it on the cart the scavenger was pulling, and just as he let go, the old woman's smile froze. Root level, aura. The old woman's face was full of surprise, and a hint of shock flashed in her cloudy eyes. She immediately felt the overwhelming weight and pressure coming from the cart. Her gaze at Lin En suddenly became extraordinarily curious. Skin scavenger's confusion +10. Lin En smiled and said, "It might have picked up a bit. Last night, I checked a customer's teeth, and this is the useless stuff I cleaned out from its mouth. I thought you might need it, so I saved it for you." The old woman's expression changed dramatically, and she said, "You checked the teeth of a root-level monster. Aren't you afraid it would eat you?" Her gaze at Lin En became even more curious, as if she had gained a deeper understanding of the young man in front of her. Lin En chuckled and said, "Why be afraid? Serving customers is the motto of our Bloodsaw Apothecary. No matter who comes, we treat them equally. Skin scavengers all plus 10. For a moment, Lin En clearly felt the old woman's gaze changed, as if she were looking at a monster. She lowered her voice, producing a hoarse sound from her throat. "Last night, 3 root-level abyssal headhunters came here. You must have helped the smaller one. Granny advises you not to get involved with them. You probably don't know yet. Last night, the neighboring Slaughter Alley, Evil Spirit Street, and Ghostly Soul Alley were emptied by those 3 headhunters. 15 high-level demon hunters and spirit beings were killed." Lin En froze in place. "The headhunter you encountered last night was probably planning to feed in our Wandering Soul Alley. It seems because of you, our alley was spared a disaster." Lin En was stunned and said, "But I felt that customer last night was quite cute, not supposed to be so ferocious, right?" A brief silence. A gentle breeze blew by. The old woman seemed to have heard something incredibly shocking and unbelievable. "Cute. Lin En, indeed, quite cute. Ding. You have left a deep and indelible impression on the skin scavenger. Ding. Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley +1. Ding. Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley +1. Lin En wanted to explain, but the old woman shook her head and muttered. "Indeed, there's no normal existence in the dark world, especially those that seem normal. Lin En. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received 50 skull coins, 100 basic experience, skin scavengers favorability +50. Then, under Lin En's gaze, the old woman extended her withered hand, slowly reaching toward her own chest. "Young man, what you gave me this time is too valuable. I can't digest it all at once. This is something I just scavenged, maybe it will be useful to you." Creak, creak. A sound of flesh being torn came. Then Lin En saw the old woman reach into her own chest cavity and forcibly pull out a still beating, blood-dripping heart. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from. The heart emitted steaming heat, thumping in the air. Lin En's sanity value -10. "Take it," the old woman rasped with a smile. Heart of the Faceless Demon. Quality, cursed object. Curse, can link with the heart of a designated target, but requires a large amount of fresh blood daily for sustenance. Description: every part of a powerful faceless one contains a curse, especially their heart. Once you hear your own heartbeat, be cautious, for it might no longer be your heart. Lin En. The old woman laughed eerily. "If you want someone dead, just think of them and use the most vicious method on this heart. You'll find great joy in it, hee dash." Lin En felt a chill run down his spine. The things this old woman carried were indeed far from ordinary. This heart seemed to be a formidable weapon. But surely, the cost of using it must be immense. Soon, the old woman slowly disappeared into the black mist ahead, pulling her cart. Watching her leave, Lin En looked at the beating heart in his hand with a peculiar expression. His collection of creepy items was indeed growing. But this trade was definitely worth it. The scavenger passed by the shop every morning, making him a reliable NPC for exchanging various items. When the weekly delivery monster arrived, Lin En spent a large amount of skull coins to restock the shop's warehouse. And by the looks of it, his teacher would be returning tonight or tomorrow. Returning to the counter, Lin En quietly awaited the day's first customer. Outside, the black mist churned. And just then, knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks sounded at the door. Lin En immediately looked up, a professional smile on his face, and said, "Welcome." The soul lantern hanging on the doorpost flickered violently. Lin En's pupils contracted. The intense flickering of the soul lantern indicated that the visitor's level was definitely not low. Outside the door stood a woman in a striking red evening gown, smiling at the threshold. Her wavy hair cascaded down her back, and she was the kind of alluring woman who seemed to drain you with just a glance. "Boss, may your business flourish." Bloodclad Wraith. Level. Alignment, chaotic evil. Combat ability, she will slowly drain you. Description, a twisted amalgamation wandering the dark world. Never be swayed by their enchanting forms, or you'll face a nightmare. Lin En's mind displayed the panel of the woman. She held a covered dish, from which a faint aroma of meat wafted. Lin En heightened his vigilance but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Hello, is there anything uncomfortable that you need treatment for?" The blood-clad Wraith's smile was dazzling, her red lips revealing a row of unnervingly white teeth, giving off an indescribably eerie feeling. She playfully twirled her curls, speaking with seductive charm. "I'm not uncomfortable. I just moved to this street this morning and thought I'd visit my neighbors. You wouldn't mind, would you?" She lightly licked her red lips. Lin En's sanity value -1. Lin En knew very well that in this dark world, the more normal a monster appeared, the more dangerous it was. And this woman exuded an unmistakably ominous aura. "Welcome, of course, you're welcome." Lin En's smile remained unchanged. Meanwhile, he discreetly placed his revolver and the heart within easy reach under the counter. "Please come in, Bloodsaw Apothecary welcomes any friendly neighbor." For a monster whose level couldn't be discerned at all, the soul lantern outside was of little use. If she truly harbored ill intentions, there was no stopping her. The woman, full of smiles, gracefully stepped over the threshold. Almost simultaneously, Lin En's ears rang with a system notification. Ding! You have triggered the mission, survive. Mission objective, maintain your sanity value above 0 before the blood-clad Wraith's malice towards you reaches 100% and ensure her malice doesn't reach 100% for 30 minutes. Mission reward, 500 skull coins, 200 basic experience, special reward +1. In an instant, Lin En's heart tightened. Indeed, this Wraith was up to no good. And to trigger a mission like survive indicated that this crisis was on par with last night's. He was well aware that if he did nothing last night, the headhunter would have devoured all the residents of Wandering Soul Alley, a massive crisis indeed. And this woman? She didn't seem like a root-level monster, but if she wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. "Boss, you don't seem like a native here, do you?" The woman sat gracefully on the stool in front of the counter, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin En with a charming smile. "Aren't you afraid of being eaten by some unfriendly customers?" She lightly traced a finger across Lin En's chest, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin En's sanity value -10. But Lin En quickly regained his composure. With a professional smile, he swiftly raised the boning knife left by his teacher, smiling. "I'm a bit afraid, but a doctor's duty is to heal and save lives. No matter how scared, as long as they're my customer, I must treat them seriously. That's the principle of being a doctor." Ding! Current crisis level 51%. The woman blinked her alluring eyes, exhaling a fragrant breath as she laughed. "Interesting, but what if they're not a customer? What if I want to eat you?" She blew a gentle breath at Lin En, like a whisper in his ear. Ding! Current crisis level 61%. Lin En remained calm, smiling earnestly. "Impossible, you're so beautiful, your heart must be as lovely as your appearance. A lady as elegant and graceful as you would surely dine with the poise and dignity of a noble." Ding! Current crisis level 56%. "You sure know how to talk." The woman smiled seductively, tracing her lips with a finger. "Do you really think I'm beautiful?" "Of course. Do you still think I'm beautiful now?" In that instant, right before Lin En's eyes, the woman's face slowly split open from the middle. Her face still bore a smile. And from the bloodied gap, a row of sharp, jagged teeth emerged, along with thick, foul-smelling tentacles that squeezed out from the split face. Simultaneously, a heavy stench of rot and blood emanated from her. Lin En's sanity value -30. "Do you still think I'm beautiful now?" From the sinister gap in her face came a series of sticky, eerie chuckles. Ding! Current crisis level 81%. Ding! Current crisis level 85%. Ding! Current crisis level 90%. Slowly, as the crisis level surged, the woman with the split face inched closer to Lin En. The sticky, raspy voice grew nearer and nearer. Am I really beautiful? Gradually. The terrifying visage was less than 5 centimeters from Lin En's face, the sticky tentacles and sharp barbs nearly enveloping him. And at that critical moment. Mua. Lin En kissed her. The surroundings were silent. The female ghost stood there, rigid. The crisis level that had soared to 99% instantly dropped to 50%. Ha! The female ghost was dumbfounded. Lin En coughed awkwardly and said, "Sorry, sister, you suddenly came so close, I couldn't help but want to give you a kiss. Please forgive my rudeness, because you really fit my aesthetic." The female ghost was stunned and said, "Fit your aesthetic?" Drop by drop, viscous liquid dripped from the cracks on her face. The stench of tentacles and barbs was like a scene from a horror movie. Lin En clutched his pounding heart, his face slightly flushed, and said, "That's right. I've admired girls with good teeth and tentacles since I was young." He reached out and grasped the 2 sticky tentacles hanging from the crack, stroking them with the slime. "Especially sisters like you who are all sticky, you're truly like white moonlight in my heart." The female ghost was dumbfounded and said, Something's wrong. This human is a bit off. Why was he so calm when she showed her perfect face, and more excited when she revealed her terrifying visage? Lin En was beside her, gently stroking the sticky tentacles. Time seemed to freeze. But then, Lin En's movement suddenly stopped, and he frowned. The female ghost immediately reacted, squinting and sneering, "What's wrong? Don't you like sticky sisters with good teeth?" Crisis level 70%. Lin En said seriously, "I noticed something, sister. Do you not usually pay much attention to oral hygiene?" The female ghost was dumbfounded and said, "What's it to you?" Lin En suddenly stood up and said deeply, "That's not right. As a beautiful lady, how can you allow yourself to have any flaws? I think you really need a delicate maintenance. And I happen to be a professional who is very good at providing maintenance for others." The female ghost was dumbfounded and said, A few minutes later. Lin En looked satisfied at the female ghost in front of him, now with a gleaming set of white teeth. He took out a small bottle of breath freshener and sprayed it on her teeth. "Now, doesn't your breath feel much fresher?" Lin En took out a mirror, smiling and excitedly placed it in front of her. Looking at the mirror, at the gleaming barbs inside her crack, and the fresh tentacles, her expression was dumbfounded. In fact, during these few minutes, she was basically in a state of brain freeze. Because something was wrong. The direction this was going was completely different from what she had imagined. Not only was he not afraid, but he even enthusiastically gave her an oral care. Is this the reaction a normal human should have? According to the usual script. Shouldn't you scream in terror and then run away in fear? Something's wrong. This human is not right. Crack, crack, crack. The woman reached out, forcefully closing her cracked face, restoring her previous alluring elegant lady image. Slap. She slapped the counter, coldly saying, "Stop with the flattery, I'm here for serious business. Tell me. Did you perform surgery on a pig demon yesterday?" Crisis level 71%. Lin En thought for a moment and said, "Yes." The female ghost squinted her eyes and sneered, "You operated on him and even dug a baby out of his stomach, right?" In Lin En's mind, the image of the blood wraith infant instantly appeared. "May I ask who you are?" The female ghost said with murderous intent, "I'm her mother." Lin En. This was absolutely unexpected for Lin En. Because there was no way he could connect the mischievous blood wraith infant with the female ghost in front of him. Lin En widened his eyes and said, calm down, I'm just puzzled, how could a beautiful lady like you fall for that pig demon? And even if you did, shouldn't it be you who gave birth?" The woman sneered and said, "Don't play dumb with me. You know what's going on, he should have told you, right? A month ago, he ate an imp, and unfortunately, that imp was a part of me. Since it has taken form, I am its mother." Lin En. Lin En forcefully calmed his emotions and tentatively asked. So, madam, you are here too. The woman licked her crimson lips with a cold smile and said, of course, to take back my child. If I'm not mistaken, my child should have already formed into a calamity monster by now, right? Lin En stared wide-eyed, retreating step by step. How should I put it? And at that moment, the woman's face split open once more, her entire body oozing with foul-smelling slime. Countless tentacles spread out from her hair, and her slender hands grew eye after eye with a crackling sound. She coldly smiled, approaching Lin En step by step, saying, slaughter. Malice. Resentment. Evil. My child possesses all the delightful qualities I have. Since it was born, it will surely become a qualified hunter, bringing calamity and nightmares to everyone. Crisis level 81%. Crisis level 91%. Lin En trembled, retreating until he was pressed against the medicine cabinet, with nowhere left to retreat. Madam, please wait. How can you be sure that the baby is your child? If you want to take it away, I think you should have the pig demon come over for a face-to-face confirmation. Lin En urgently tried to buy time. The woman sneered. Confirmation? Fine. I'll let him confirm with you right now. With a wow, she instantly opened her massive bloody mouth, accompanied by a series of regurgitations. A mucus-covered pig's head immediately fell from her mouth onto the counter. Thud. The pig's head, almost completely corroded, stared straight at Lin En. Lin En recognized it at once, it was the pig demon he had operated on yesterday. Lin En, Omega. Sanity value -20. Sanity value -20. Eaten. The pig demon had already been eaten by this female ghost. Now hand over my child immediately. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. The woman coldly approached step by step, countless tentacles surging around Lin En. Perhaps, I might consider sparing your life. Lin En's back was against the wall, and he said seriously, I'll hand it over. Definitely. It's just, well, your child might have a slight discrepancy from what you imagine. But just at that moment. From behind the curtain, there suddenly came the sound of small footsteps. Lin En's heart skipped a beat. The female ghost immediately raised her head, sensing the presence, and a cold smile appeared on her face, saying, it seems my child has heard the sound and is coming over, he. She no longer paid attention to Lin En. Turning around, facing the curtain, countless tentacles frantically surged around her, and the smile on her face became increasingly chaotic and twisted. Let me see what my child has become, is it an indescribable distortion? Or a rolling, malicious forbidden ghost? I'm really looking forward to it. He dash. Lin En swallowed hard, wide-eyed, and said, I think, madam, you better not have too high expectations. Because. And then, in the next moment, the curtain in the backyard was gently lifted. A baby, all pink and yawning, stumbled out of the backyard, half asleep. A pair of fluffy ears drooped on its head, looking dazed and blurry. Soft, fluffy, and adorably cute. The female ghost's expression froze instantly, like a statue, completely motionless. An eerie silence spread unchecked around them. Who is she? The female ghost asked blankly. Lin En coughed and said seriously, that's the baby the pig demon gave birth to yesterday. Isn't she cute? Buzz. The female ghost's gaze turned vacant. She instinctively extended a long tentacle from her body, slowly reaching toward the little girl, but as she got closer, she quickly severed the tip of the tentacle. As the tentacle fell to the ground, it quickly slithered like a small snake, wrapping around the little girl's leg, and then almost effortlessly penetrated inside. A perfect fusion. No signs of rejection appeared. The female ghost shivered, her gaze gradually turning blank, because this meant that the bee-steered little girl in front of her was the fragment that had fallen from her body a month ago. In other words, she was her daughter. But what a joke. She trembled. Because under normal circumstances, The malicious fragment that fell from her, even if it took shape, would surely become a twisted monster. A chaotic, broken evil spirit from birth, an incredibly malevolent existence. Slaughter. Malice. Resentment. Evil. But why does this child seem nothing like evil or broken? Lin En, looking at the female ghost with a vacant expression, quietly asked. System, explain. Ding. The blood wraith infant has completed its initial transformation and, according to the host's previous settings, has adjusted to the correct worldview and values. The blood wraith infant is now in its juvenile stage. Then, the introduction of the blood wraith infant appeared before Lin En. Blood wraith infant, juvenile stage. Level, 10. Attribute, chaotic good. Introduction, originally an evil spirit born from malice and resentment, but due to someone's intervention, its growth direction changed, becoming seemingly not so evil and broken. Current taming level, 351. Current fear level, 591. Lin En. Attention. The little girl, who was still drowsily pacing, immediately snapped to attention as if by reflex. Clap. Her two little feet came together, her body straightened, eyes staring forward, the little one perfectly at attention. Turn left. The little infant immediately turned, standing straight, facing Lin En, her face full of underscore. Her little tail wagged behind her. Clearly, the psychological shadow and taming level from before her formation were already ingrained in her bones. Lin En. So obedient. It seems this is what it looks like when taming level is maxed out. Not good. The female ghost stared blankly at this scene, feeling her entire worldview collapse. Lin En walked over, picked up the little girl, and brought her to the female ghost, saying seriously. Ma'am, she is indeed a very healthy daughter. If you're sure this is your child, you can adopt her from me anytime. Then Lin En poked the little girl's soft cheek and said. Little one, call mommy. Mommy. The little girl blinked, seemingly sensing the strange connection between her and the female ghost in front of her. She leaned over. Slurp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the female ghost's face, leaving a small wet mark. Female ghost. Sanity value -10. Sanity value -10. No way. She can't be my daughter. She murmured emptily. Feeling that her worldview and life view had been severely impacted. Because she was a conglomerate of evil spirits, a twisted evil spirit formed from countless malice and hatred. The daughter formed from the fragment that fell from her could only be more twisted and hideous. She trembled as she returned to her senses, looking into her eyes. Crack. She felt something shatter inside her. Purity. She actually saw purity in her eyes. The eyes of an evil spirit actually contain something as terrifying as purity, which is definitely not a quality a normal dark creature should possess. Maybe it's just a disguise. She murmured to herself, saying, just like I often turn into a beautiful woman to lure those prey, yes. It must be like this. Underneath this pure exterior, there must be an evil and twisted soul hidden. She murmured, finding reasons for herself. Slurp. The little girl stood on tiptoe and left another wet mark on her face, her eyes full of sweetness. Clearly, she had already sensed the intimate relationship between herself and the female ghost in front of her. The little girl lifted her head, affectionately rubbing her forehead against the female ghost in front of her. Yada dash. Buzz. The female ghost's mind went blank, the understanding she had just managed to build shattered into pieces with a crack. Sanity value -10. Sanity value -10. It shouldn't be like this. The female ghost said blankly. Normally, the evil spirit fragment that fell from me should definitely take shape into a twisted existence, how could it, how could it? She suddenly turned her head, her venomous and furious gaze instantly falling on Lin En. Countless tentacles pointed at Lin En with a swish. Did you do this? Ding. Crisis level 91%. Seeing that she was about to make a move on him, Lin En widened his eyes, decisively lifting the adorable ghost infant in his arms forward. In an instant, the female ghost's eyes were once again filled with the swaying cute baby. Slurp. The ghost infant stuck out its tongue, licking the tip of a tentacle in front of it. Yada. Ding. Crisis level 71%. Ding. Crisis level 61%. Ding. Crisis level 51%. Aha dash. The female ghost shrieked, clutching her head, on the verge of collapse. No way. She can't be my daughter. Absolutely not. This kind of emotional breakdown is something ordinary people can't understand. It's like a soul that considers itself incredibly ugly and filthy, yet has a child with pure and kind qualities, something a hideous evil spirit can never accept. Ding. Host triggers task, Evil Spirit Mom. Task introduction, make the target accept that the blood infant is indeed her daughter, while eliminating the target's malice toward the host. Task reward, Skull Coins x 300, Basic Experience plus 100, Bloodclad Wraith Favorability plus 50. Lin En. This system really finds every opportunity to give you all sorts of strange tasks. But whether he could eliminate this evil spirit's malice toward him, it indeed could only be tackled through this child. Lin En cleared his throat, adjusted his monocle, and said seriously. Big sister, please calm down. Since you came here looking for your child, it means you must care deeply about your child. If that's the case. Lin En picked up the cute baby in his arms. Shouldn't you feel happy seeing such a cute and healthy daughter? Lin En hesitated. The female ghost sneered angrily, forcibly suppressing her inner rage, and said, then let me ask you, if you saw your own child grow up to look like a ghost, would you be happy? Lin En was taken aback and said, shouldn't I be happy? The female ghost stood there, dazed. She realized there was no way to refute his analogy because he wasn't a normal person. He was a pervert who could get excited by terrifying wraiths like her. Lin En adjusted his monocle and shook his head, saying, Ma'am, let me tell you something. No matter how ugly or misshapen she might be, she's still your child. Besides. Lin En cradled the adorable child in his arms and said earnestly. She's so cute. The female ghost glared at him, clenching her sharp claws, and said, stop your nonsense. If she was born normally, my child would never have turned out like this. You must have done something to her. Lin En waved his hand and said seriously, let's set that aside for now. Let me ask you, do you really want your child to become a deranged wraith, a twisted monster full of tentacles? The female ghost was taken aback. Seeing the change in her expression, Lin En seized the opportunity. He didn't give her a chance to react and said deeply. Would you prefer a malicious being that attacks you on sight, or a sweet, understanding child who calls you mommy? Lin En flicked the little beast ears of the child in his arms. Mommy, the child immediately called out. The female ghost shuddered all over, and a hint of confusion appeared in her malicious eyes. Soothing experience plus 1. Soothing experience plus 1. Lin En looked at her calmly and said, and if I'm not mistaken, deep down, you long for your child to have such a pure appearance and heart, don't you? Upon hearing this, the female ghost became furious and said. Stop your nonsense, I'll. Ding. Crisis level 81%. Ding. Crisis level 91%. Lin En flicked the little ears of the child in his arms. Yada, the child wiggled its tail. Sprowing. The female ghost trembled, and the murderous intent that had just risen was immediately suppressed by the child's adorable voice. Ding. Crisis level minus 10%. Ding. Crisis level minus 10%. Lin En said seriously, actually, deep down, you agree with what I'm saying, don't you? You're talking nonsense. The female ghost's tentacles flailed wildly as she glared at Lin En. We've already discussed the nonsense. Lin En waved his hand, and his monocle reflected a wise light. You can't hide it from me, ma'am. Haven't you noticed? In your human form, you move with extraordinary confidence, especially your gaze, which is full of the charm of a mature woman. That kind of feeling can't be faked. Deep down, you also want to truly possess such a perfect body and appearance, don't you? The female ghost involuntarily trembled. It was as if he had suddenly uncovered some hidden, shameful secret buried deep in her heart. Her face instantly showed an expression of embarrassment and anger. Don't be so quick to anger. Lin En extended his hand, his expression serious, and said. It's human nature, nothing to be ashamed of. And aren't you aware? This is the dark world, where humans are few and far between. If you became so beautiful just to enchant others, don't you think? Aside from enchanting me, your appearance has no other use. The female ghost stood there, dazed. Clearly. Every word Lin En said was like a sharp sword, piercing the softest part of her heart. Because Lin En was indeed right. Of course, both of your faces can enchant me, but let's not talk about that. Lin En adjusted his monocle and said seriously. Ma'am, although you may indeed be a wraith, I believe that a wraith who pursues beauty cannot be ugly. And you are definitely not the deranged and evil monster you claim to be. Crisis level 41%. Crisis level 31%. Crisis level 20%. The female ghost stood there, dazed, and the tentacles that had been surging all over her body slowly calmed down. Because no one had ever spoken to her like this before. No one had ever thought she wasn't a deranged wraith. For example, in my eyes, you are very beautiful, not just in appearance, but also the maternal radiance you exude, that inner light that is more human than I am. Lin En said earnestly and seriously. Don't you understand now? The wraith fragment you shed was able to hatch such a sweet and adorable child. Doesn't that prove the truth, goodness, and beauty within you? With the last few words, Lin En's voice suddenly rose, as if filled with a power that could move hearts. Ding! Crisis level reduced to 5%. Ding! Crisis level reduced to 0%. Ding! Bloodclad Wraith's favorability plus 10. The female ghost opened her mouth, standing there in a daze, feeling as if she might actually be a bit beautiful. Seeing the female ghost's mindset shaken, Lin En intensified his efforts and said seriously. Think about your child. Why are other wraiths born twisted and deranged, yet she alone has such a cute appearance, such pure eyes? Do you really think a mere human like me could transform a deranged wraith into such a lovely and wonderful being? No. Lin En waved his hand and shouted. Even I don't believe it. Speech experience plus 1. Persuasion skill plus 1. Oratory experience plus 1. The female ghost moved her lips, standing there dazed, unable to interject a word. Because everything he said was indeed reasonable. Well. Lin En suddenly turned his head, adjusted his monocle, and said in a deep, resonant male voice. So. Cherish it, beautiful lady. This child is the most precious gift heaven has given you. Such an adorable child, who in this world wouldn't truly love her? Lin En flicked the little beast ears of the child. Yada, the blood wraith infant wiggled. The surroundings fell silent. The female ghost stood there, dazed, subconsciously extending her tentacles to clap awkwardly twice. She didn't even know why she wanted to clap, it just felt like the right moment, and she couldn't help but do it. Find the original at. Lin En cleared his throat and said seriously. What do you think? The female ghost trembled all over, her gaze somewhat panicked as if trying to avoid something. It seems, there's some truth to it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, survive, you have received rewards, 500 skull coins, basic experience plus 200, special reward, infectious aura, x1. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, Wraith Mother, you have received rewards, skull coins x300, basic experience plus 100, Bloodclad Wraith favorability plus 50. Ding! You have achieved, off-the-cuff speaker. Off-the-cuff speaker, achievement you successfully persuaded a high-level female entity with malice towards you during an impromptu speech. You gain a permanent bonus, persuasion success rate plus 1%, female favorability plus 1. Lin En secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his mouth twitching slightly. But he knew. even though the task was completed. Now was not the time to complain about the system. That's right, because everything I say makes sense. Lin En sat there seriously and upright. Rustle. The female ghost's cracked face slowly closed, and the sticky tentacles retracted into her body. She once again resumed the appearance of a graceful, mature woman. She stared with wide eyes, her hands on her chest, looking at the cute child in Lin En's arms. For a moment, she seemed a bit uneasy. I. She avoided the innocent gaze of the child, looking as troubled as a newlywed girl. Come, hold your own child. Lin En said with a serious face. The female ghost hesitantly turned her head, not daring to look at the child, her hands reaching forward uncertainly. Seeing this, Lin En didn't hesitate and directly placed the child into the female ghost's arms. Yada. The blood wraith infant hugged the female ghost's neck, sticking out its little tongue, licking her cheek with a slurp, leaving wet marks on her face. The female ghost stood there, bewildered and stiff, allowing her daughter to affectionately lick her. Clearly, she had never experienced such affection before. Because the fragments that fell from her body and turned into blood wraith infants were all vicious, killing any living thing they saw. Even towards her, they never truly treated her as a mother. How does it feel? Lin En asked seriously. Do you feel a sense of joy and sweetness from the bottom of your heart? The female ghost, still bewildered, held the child and said, not quite used to it. Lin En nodded, giving a thumbs up, and said seriously, that's normal. The first time being a normal mother often comes with a bit of awkwardness, just like the first time making love, it feels embarrassing. After a long time, the female ghost finally shook her head vigorously, her face returning to a cold expression. Holding the child, she said. Humph. You sweet-talking imp, don't think that just saying a few words can change the fact that my child has changed in your hands. I live next door now, and when I take an interest in you, I'll sneak in at night and eat you. Yada, the child, licked the female ghost's cheek again. The female ghost was once again bewildered. Just wait and see. Lin En maintained a smile on his face, drenched in sweat, as he watched the alluring woman carrying the blood wraith infant walk out of the shop. After she left, Lin En finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing into his chair. Lin En muttered to himself, no, I really need to quickly improve my combat abilities, otherwise, if I encounter such a situation again, I won't be as lucky as I was today. Moreover, the female ghost had already said she would come looking for him again. Although today he managed to dispel her malice towards him, there's no telling when she might suddenly decide to sneak in at night and deal with him on the spot. I can only wait for tonight, the teacher should be back soon. Lin En steadied his emotions. Then he opened the system space and took out the special reward he had just received. Infectious Aura. Quality, Rare Passive Skill. Description: when engaging in persuasion activities, there is a high probability of increasing the persuasion level towards the target and reducing the target's malice. Attribute bonus, proficiency in soothing permanently +1. It was a skill. Lin En carefully read the description. He roughly understood the function of this skill. In other words, when conducting psychological counseling and other operations on a target, it can increase the success rate. In any case, it's a pretty good auxiliary skill. Learn instantly. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. His system panel immediately showed an additional passive skill. Time slowly passed. Lin En continued his daily monotonous and tedious work. Knock 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 dash. A series of knocks came from outside the door. Lin En, who was dozing off, suddenly perked up, immediately putting on a professional smile, and looked up, saying, "Welcome." A cold aura slowly seeped in from outside the door. In front of Lin En's eyes appeared a tall and burly figure. Clad in a menacing black armor, with a gaunt and bone-white face, long bone-white hair draped behind, eyes flickering with a crimson glow. And behind him, he led a warhorse covered in ominous black fur. Black Knight. Level Attribute, chaotic neutral. Combat ability, extremely strong attack and defense. Description, a death knight wandering the dark world, possessing a strong battle intent, dedicated to challenging all the strong in the dark world, with a strong desire for power. Lin En was taken aback. Clearly, another formidable figure had arrived. And judging by the attire and description, he definitely belonged to the elite boss category. Indeed, the demon hunter was right, many extraordinary beings had come near Wandering Soul Alley. I need some powerful combat auxiliary potions. The Black Knight's voice was hoarse. He took out a blood-stained money pouch from his chest, and the clinking of coins could be heard inside. Your reward will be substantial. Ding! You have triggered a task. Prepare powerful combat potions to satisfy the Black Knight. Task reward, basic experience plus 200, skull coins plus 100, Black Knight's return rate plus 1. Finally, a normal customer. Lin En immediately stood up, maintaining a smile, and said, "Please come in, sir. You've come to the right place. In all of Wandering Soul Alley, only our Bloodsaw Apothecary has the most advanced potions." The Black Knight rasped, "Aren't you the only apothecary within hundreds of miles?" The Black Knight walked through the door. The soul lanterns instantly swayed wildly. The armor emitted a creaking metal sound. A compelling aura emanated. Without a doubt, this was an incredibly powerful warrior. "Sir, what type of auxiliary potion do you need?" Lin En introduced with a smile. He then took down bottle after bottle of different potions from the counter, placing them on the table. "Our shop has all kinds of potions, with a wide variety, guaranteed to satisfy you." Lin En pushed a bottle of potion on the table towards the Black Knight. "For example, this one. Strength potion, it can significantly increase your attack power, it's a bestseller in our shop, you can give it a try." The Black Knight glanced at it. He picked up the bottle, sniffed it, and then drank it in one gulp. Ding! Crisis level 10%. Useless. The Black Knight rasped, putting down the potion bottle, saying, "The enhancement to my combat ability from this potion is negligible, are you mocking me?" Lin En immediately felt a powerful aura envelop him, suppressing his heartbeat. Lin En immediately realized the potential danger of this task. In other words, if the Black Knight didn't get a potion that satisfied him, he might resort to violence. Lin En widened his eyes. Without a word, he quickly opened the counter and took out a high-quality enhancement potion meticulously researched by his teacher from the cabinet. "Try this one, I guarantee you'll be satisfied this time," Lin En said seriously. Top-tier Berserk potion, significantly boosts all-around abilities and puts the target into a Berserk state. He placed the blood-red potion bottle on the table. Without a doubt, this potion was definitely the best-kept secret of their Bloodsaw Apothecary. The Black Knight reached out, grabbed the potion, and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a red glow flashed across his body, and a faint blood-red hue appeared in his eyes, clearly indicating the potion was taking effect. Ding! Crisis level 20%. Minimal effect. The Black Knight casually tossed the potion bottle aside and rasped. "This kind of potion might work on weaker creatures, but for me, it's negligible." Lin En widened his eyes and quickly took out another high-quality potion from under the counter, saying, "Then try this one." Trash. Crisis level 30%. What about this? For hemorrhoids. Crisis level 40%. This one is definitely the best. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Expired. Crisis level 60%. A few minutes later, Lin En solemnly looked at the array of empty bottles on the counter and then at the Black Knight, who was clearly growing impatient. It was evident that for a Black Knight of this level, the potions sold by their apothecary couldn't meet his demands at all. Crisis level 91%. Lin En's heart was growing anxious. This seemingly simple task. In reality, its danger level was no less than the previous ones he had undertaken. "It seems your shop can't offer anything better." The Black Knight raised his head, cracked his neck, and rasped. "You're wasting my time." Ding. Crisis level 95%. Wait a moment. Seeing the crisis level about to explode, Lin En reached out, adjusted his monocle, and calmly said. "Our shop has another potion that I believe will definitely meet your requirements, but I don't have it in stock. I need to brew it on the spot. If you can wait a bit, I assure you it's the best potion." The Black Knight rasped, "Oh." Lin En calmly said, "If you're still not satisfied with this potion, you can cut me down on the spot." Ding. Crisis level decreased by 5%. A hint of interest flickered in the Black Knight's glowing eyes, and he said lightly. "Is that so? Fine, I'll give you half an hour to brew it. Just as you said, if you can't satisfy me, I'll cut you down." "All right." Lin En said seriously. Lin En quickly rushed to the backyard. Without a word, he directly took out the recipe rewarded by the system for curing that root-level monster. Critical hit potion. Quality, special. Ingredients, root-level creature tissue X1, explosive fruit pulp X1, hell clover X4, black bat wings X1, etc. Description, a potion that significantly increases critical hit rate but also brings some negligible strange side effects. The reward for curing the root-level monster. This was definitely the best potion he could offer. I can only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The system's rewarded potion recipe should definitely be better than other potions in this world. Lin En's expression was serious. He quickly rushed into the warehouse, gathering the various materials needed for the potion. Most of the materials were already stocked in his teacher's warehouse. And he also had the hardest to obtain root-level creature tissue. Last night, while fixing the teeth of that headhunter, he had acquired a large amount of tooth fragments and the monster's oral mucus. He kept all of it. Absolutely top-notch materials. After preparing the materials, Lin En quickly rushed to the alchemy room in the backyard. Ready to start brewing. His alchemy level wasn't very high, but after 2 years of learning from his teacher, his skills had greatly improved. Start brewing. Ding. You ground the medicinal powder, alchemy experience +1. Ding. You extracted explosive fruit pulp, alchemy experience +1. Ding. You purified slime mucus, alchemy experience +1. Gurgle gurgle. In front of the large cauldron, Lin En stirred the bubbling, creepy liquid with a stick. The flames roared. Lin En wore a mask, his expression serious. First, add the black bat wings, then the fangs of the human-faced wolf spider. Ding. You added potion ingredients, alchemy experience +1. Ding. You added potion ingredients, alchemy experience +1. Boom. The large cauldron of potion instantly turned from white to purple, bubbling out skulls one after another. Lin En stood indifferently in front of the cauldron, continuously stirring. The potion in the cauldron kept changing colors among red, blue, black, and purple. Time flew by. Quickly. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Ding. You brewed critical hit potion X1, alchemy experience +10. Ding. You brewed critical hit potion X1, alchemy experience +10. Ding. You brewed critical hit potion X1, alchemy experience +10. Accompanied by the system prompts. Lin En swiftly poured the potion into empty bottles, placing them quickly on the table. A total of 10 critical hit potions. Instantly earning him an additional 100 points of alchemy experience. Critical hit potion, for humanoid creatures only, increases target's critical hit rate by 100%, but has some minor side effects. Whether I can pass this hurdle depends on the effect of this potion. Lin En's expression was serious. In the hall, Lin En carefully pushed the black-red critical hit potion in front of the Black Knight. He adjusted his monocle and said seriously. Critical hit potion, the latest high-quality potion from our shop. You are the first customer for this potion, and its effectiveness is up to you to decide. The Black Knight glanced at the unassuming potion. He played with it in his hand and said lightly. Are you sure this is the best potion you have here? Think carefully, if this potion still doesn't meet my standards, I'll follow through on our agreement and cut you down. Lin En calmly said, I guarantee your satisfaction. But in truth, Lin En's heart was pounding. After all, he wasn't entirely sure about the potion's effectiveness. But at this point, he could only trust the system's quality. Pop. The Black Knight opened the wooden stopper on the potion bottle. Immediately, a faint, pungent smell wafted out, and upon smelling it, the Black Knight was momentarily stunned. The stench. Clearly, the scent wasn't pleasant. But surprisingly, just by smelling the potion, he felt a significant reaction in the power surging within his body. For someone who had been using potions for years, this feeling hadn't occurred in a long time. He became serious. He picked up the potion, opened his mouth, and drank it in one gulp. Buzz. Almost instantly, he felt an incredibly bitter hot stream rushing into his body. This power. He trembled as he looked at his arms and stood up abruptly. I can feel it. He could clearly sense the power surging through his entire body. This potion was like a wild old woman, dancing seductively and fiercely inside him, making every vein in his body throb. Roar dash. He let out a long, satisfying howl to the sky. With a loud bang, the armor on his body shattered, hair flying, revealing a body of pale, explosive muscles. He punched the air. Boom. The air exploded with a sonic boom. He was shocked by his own strength, feeling as if every attack he made could deal a massive critical hit to his enemies, wildly powerful. What a strong potion, he gasped, saying. I've walked through hell for so many years and never taken a potion that boosted my combat power so much. It's incredible. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 0%. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing as he looked at Lin En and said. What kind of potion is this? How can the effect be so explosive? Lin En smiled slightly, gave a thumbs up, and said, our store's specialty. Critical hit potion. Critical hit potion. The Black Knight murmured the name of the potion, his gaze gradually becoming fervent. Amazing. I didn't expect such a godforsaken place to have such a high-intensity potion. With this potion's aid, I should be able to crush that demon hunter. He swore. This was definitely the most explosive potion he had ever taken. This tangible boost to combat power was an unparalleled pursuit for a warrior like him. Lin En's expression turned serious, hesitantly saying, Sir, although the potion's effect is indeed explosive, in the spirit of responsibility, I must remind you that this potion may have some minor side effects. But the specific type of side effects still needs to be studied. Lin En finally decided to warn the Black Knight. Side effects. The Black Knight snapped back to reality, then smirked coldly, saying, indeed, a potion that can nearly double my combat power in an instant must come with some adverse reactions. But no matter. No adverse reaction could be scarier than death, right? He smirked slightly. And just then, a gust of wind whooshed in from outside the door. His incredibly sexy long hair danced wildly in the wind. And then, it smoothly flew off his head. Lin En's gaze instantly turned hollow, saying, Sir, it seems the side effect has already appeared. The Black Knight raised an eyebrow and said, Oh. Lin En widened his eyes and said, Why don't you touch your head? The Black Knight raised an eyebrow, instinctively reaching out to touch his head where his bone-white, beautiful long hair used to be. SSSSS. A sensation of extreme smoothness. The Black Knight's pupils instantly contracted. A huge sense of unease surged in his heart. Could it be? He instinctively looked toward the mirror beside him. Buzz. His gaze instantly turned hollow. In the mirror, a shiny bald head appeared brightly in his view. The smoothness of the light, the completeness of the light, the brilliance of the light. Ding. A dazzling halo even flashed across that bald head. An eerie silence spread unrestrainedly around them. Where's my hair? The Black Knight said, stunned. Lin En widened his eyes and said, On the floor. This is the side effect you mentioned? the Black Knight murmured. Lin En widened his eyes and said, "It seems so." The Black Knight, who had traveled from afar, leaped off his warhorse. He drew a menacing great sword from his back, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes beneath the helmet. Raising the sword with a hoarse and somber voice, he pointed at the demon hunter and said, "Enough talk. Today, it's either you die, or I perish." The demon hunter laughed heartily, his face full of mockery, and sneered. "Ha ha ha. Just you. You weren't my match decades ago, and you aren't now. Did you chase me all this way just to die by my blade? If that's the case, I'm more than willing to oblige." In an instant, he drew the demon-hunting longsword from his waist, and flames erupted fiercely from the blade. The wind howled, billowing his robe, and his smile was cruel and icy. Who will win is still uncertain. The Black Knight's eyes flickered. Snap. He moved his finger slightly, uncorking the wooden stopper of the potion in his hand. He downed the potion in one gulp. Then suddenly smashed the bottle onto the ground. "Come on." He squinted, assuming a stance. "Potion?" The demon hunter smiled faintly and said, "It's useless, Black Knight. No matter how many potions you take, the gap is the gap. You can't be my match, but I'm still willing to give you this chance." Ding. The demon hunter paused, instinctively looking up, his gaze falling on the Black Knight's helmet. Was it an illusion? He thought he saw something flash inside the helmet. "Support us at." It seemed to come with a peculiar sound effect. Ding. Another flash. The demon hunter's expression became doubtful, squinting as he said, "It seems you've prepared some impressive hidden weapons to deal with me, huh?" The Black Knight rasped, "Do you think I'm like you? Knights of Hell disdain using such underhanded tricks." Ding ding. Black Knight. Demon Hunter. Both of them heard the two clear ding sounds. The Black Knight clenched his fists with a crack, closing his eyes, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. "What is it?" The Demon Hunter grew more suspicious and said, "Your helmet just flashed twice again." The Black Knight gritted his teeth, eyes closed, and said, "You only need to know it's not a hidden weapon." Ding ding ding. Black Knight. Demon Hunter. A gentle breeze blew. Magic energy bomb. The Demon Hunter became even more doubtful. No. The Black Knight closed his eyes, clenching his fists, veins bulging on his temples. Holy Scroll. The Demon Hunter found this guy increasingly suspicious. No. The Black Knight ground his teeth furiously. Then what is it? The Demon Hunter's curiosity was fully aroused. The fierce wind blew against the Black Knight, his eyes closed, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. Click. He finally tore off the helmet, revealing a shiny, bald head underneath. Ding. That smooth bald head flashed with a bright light. Demon Hunter, whoa. What a shiny head. Omega Omega. The Black Knight looked at his hands in rage, his muscles bulging with a crack, gritting his teeth. This is a small price to pay to defeat you. Ding. Though I'm bald, I've become stronger. Ding ding. In that human kid's words, my critical hits are maxed out. Ding 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 dash. He suddenly raised the great sword in his hand, pointing it at the Demon Hunter with his bald head, roaring as black energy enveloped him like flames. In an instant, he charged towards the Demon Hunter like a furious ancient beast. And this time next year will be your death day. He roared, leaping 100 meters, and brought the great sword down on the Demon Hunter's position like a mountain. Demon Hunter, Omega Omega. An hour later. Wandering Soul Alley. Knock 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 dash. There was a knock on the door again. Welcome. Lin En immediately put on a professional smile, looking up at the customer at the door. Upon seeing the figure at the door, Lin En was taken aback. Because it was a familiar face. Demon Hunter, O Carlos, severely injured. Race, human race. Level. Combat ability, severely injured and dying. The Demon Hunter was clutching his bleeding chest, his body covered in lacerations, panting heavily, leaning against the doorpost, blood dripping from his fingers. Damn, it's only been a day, how did you get so badly injured again? Lin En was utterly shocked. Cut the crap, the demon hunter gritted his teeth, pressing hard on his chest, and said. Treat me quickly. The sooner, the better. I'll pay you double. Ding. You have triggered a task, treat the demon hunter's injuries, task reward, skull coins plus 200, basic experience plus 300, demon hunter favorability plus 20. Lin En widened his eyes and immediately went to the door to help the demon hunter inside to sit down. You're seriously injured. The demon hunter struggled to remove his hat, panting heavily, a trace of anger and frustration in his eyes. I ran into a former defeated opponent. He was never my match before, but today, I don't know what kind of evil potion he took, suddenly becoming incredibly fierce. Every strike was a critical hit. Damn! He cursed angrily, his chest heaving violently, slamming a fist on the counter in frustration. Lin En. If it weren't for his quick escape, he might have really fallen into that guy's hands today. He rubbed his bloodshot, dry eyes with difficulty. Especially that glaring bald head. Every time he concentrated to attack, that shiny bald head would flash blindingly. Not only did it severely disrupt his focus, but it was also blindingly bright. That guy. He must have enchanted his bald head with some holy attribute spell. That damn bald head. It must be because of that damn potion. If I find out who gave him that damned potion, I'll chop them up and chew them to pieces. He slammed the counter in frustration, but it tugged at his wound, making him suck in a breath of cold air. Lin En. Could it be? He's talking about me. Did that Black Knight buy the potion for me to deal with this demon hunter uncle? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in danger again? Lin En widened his eyes and said, wait here for a moment, I'll go to the backyard to get you a more effective healing potion. Hurry up. The demon hunter was filled with anger, very irritable. Lin En took a deep breath and quickly lifted the curtain, heading to the backyard. But it seemed the demon hunter hadn't suspected him. After all, how could a small apothecary in a godforsaken place have such powerful potions? It's best if he doesn't find out. Otherwise, I'd have to make a quick escape. In the hall. The demon hunter sat at the counter, grimacing as he rubbed the bruises on his body. He casually picked up a few bottles of healing potions Lin En had left on the counter and gulped them down, feeling much better. He glanced around. But at that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an empty bottle placed in the corner of the counter. Buzz. In an instant. His expression froze. This is. He reached out and picked up the empty bottle, and the image of the potion bottle that bald guy had taken during their battle an hour ago flashed in his mind. Exactly the same. Could it be? His expression turned blank. And in the next moment, Lin En cheerfully walked out from the backyard holding several bottles of high-level recovery potions. Uncle, 200 skull coins a bottle, no surgery needed. After taking it, you'll be as lively as a dragon, haha dash. Bang. A bullet whistled past Lin En's ear. Lin En. The demon hunter immediately rushed forward, grabbed Lin En by the collar, and gritted his teeth, saying. You little brat, you were pretending to be so innocent just now. I never would have thought it was you who supplied that bald guy with potions. Lin En looked bewildered and said, what potion? I don't understand. The demon hunter flew into a rage, saying, still playing dumb. I saw that bald guy take a potion before our duel, and the bottle looked exactly like the one on your table. Lin En. Lin En cleared his throat. Seeing that the situation was exposed, he decided to drop the act and curiously asked. The bald guy you mentioned, was he a black knight riding a warhorse? The demon hunter, held onto his collar and said, what do you think? Lin En closed his eyes, staying calm, and a smile appeared on his face as he said. I see. A few hours ago, that customer did come to my shop and spent a lot of money buying a batch of potions. Very wealthy. He contributed a significant amount to my shop's sales. Haha dash. He spoke seriously yet politely. completely acting like an outsider. The demon hunter gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering, and said, "What kind of potion did you give him?" Seeing a sales opportunity, Lin En's face instantly displayed a professional smile, saying, "Our apothecary's latest product, a critical hit potion that can greatly enhance your combat abilities. High quality and affordable, it's a must-have for killing and looting. Trust me. You won't find it outside." Lin En adjusted his monocle, his expression serious. The demon hunter said maliciously, "You're actually helping a dark creature against your own kind?" Lin En decisively reached out, earnestly saying, "Please don't jump to conclusions, uncle. First, I didn't know your relationship. Second, he came to me seeking powerful potions and was generous with his money. I had no reason to turn him away. Third." Lin En closed his eyes and held up 3 fingers. "Our shop welcomes all friendly customers. If he can buy this potion to deal with you, you can also buy it for me to deal with him." Lin En looked earnestly at the demon hunter in front of him, his gaze sincere and moving. "For the sake of our kinship, I can even give you a 20% discount." A brief silence. The demon hunter squinted his eyes and said, "How much?" Lin En seriously held up 2 fingers and said, "The unit price is 2,000 skull coins. But since you're a fellow kin and an old customer, I'll give you a 20% discount, 1,600 coins per bottle, a bargain price for you." The demon hunter's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said, "Or I could just kill you now and take over your little shop." Lin En closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "Uncle, we're blood relatives of the same tribe. As they say, rely on parents at home, rely on kin when out. Our relationship is closer than parents, it's the bond flowing in our blood. And besides, I even gave you a 20% discount." Lin En was almost in tears. The demon hunter's skin crawled all over. He realized that after just one day of not seeing him, this kid's ability to disgust people had improved significantly. "Enough talk." The demon hunter gritted his teeth, rubbing his temples, and said, "How many did that bald guy buy? Give me the same amount. I have plenty of money." "All right." Lin En's heart instantly blossomed with joy. A few minutes later. Ding! "You have completed the task, treat the demon hunter's injuries. You received a reward, skull coins plus 200, basic experience plus 300, demon hunter favorability plus 20. It's already made." With the system prompt, Lin En smiled and placed the freshly made 10 bottles of critical hit potion on the counter. 10 potions for a total of 16,000 coins, or 16 black skull coins, plus 6 regular recovery potions for 300 coins, and 2 special recovery potions for 600 coins, totaling 16,900 coins. I'll round it up for you, 17,000 coins, thank you for your patronage. Lin En bowed at a 90-degree angle. The demon hunter gritted his teeth, pulling money out of his pouch with a clinking sound. He didn't know why. He just had a feeling that this guy was trying to scam him. After paying, he hesitated as he looked at the potion in his hand and asked, "Will drinking this really make me bald?" To be honest, he was still a bit resistant. Because his head of shiny black hair had been carefully maintained for many years. Lin En said seriously, "Baldness is a small matter, strength is a lifetime matter. And it's just hair, right? If you lose it, come to me, and I can even offer you hair implants." Lin En suddenly thought of a great business chain. Critical hit potion plus hair implant service equals endless small profits. The demon hunter hesitated. But thinking about how he almost died at the hands of that black knight, who was far weaker than him, he felt frustrated. If baldness could really make him stronger, then perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Thinking this, he popped open the cork. And downed the potion in one gulp. Buzz! Instantly, a red glow flashed all over his body. He looked surprised, and immediately felt an indescribable power surging through him. This is... He gasped, breathing heavily. With a loud bang. Under that immense power, his clothes burst open, revealing his muscular physique. He clearly felt the tremendous boost within him. It was unimaginable. And at this moment, he finally realized the heaven-defying nature of this potion. Compared to baldness, it was definitely worth it. A gust of wind blew by. Under Lin En's wide-eyed gaze, his shiny black hair was blown away. Ding! A gleam of light instantly flashed from his shiny bald head. Lin En, dash. But he held back, not laughing out loud. Because he knew. Laughing would mean death. But it was hard to hold back. Because this head was obviously rounder and shinier than the previous one. The demon hunter turned around, looking at his shiny bald head in the mirror, muttering. I'm bald, and strong. Ding! A flash of light sparkled from his shiny forehead. Seeing the demon hunter's blank expression, Lin En patted his shoulder and consoled. Uncle, this is actually a good thing. Think about it, when you go out in the future, it's like having your own light source, saving you a lot of money on lighting costs, right? He made a good point. But for some reason, there was just an urge to take down this human kid. A few minutes later. In the darkness outside Wandering Soul Alley. Faintly visible in the deepest part of the darkness, like a beacon, a flickering light source was rapidly approaching. The light was like a firefly in the darkness. Blinking on and off. And in the next moment, accompanied by the whistling of warhorses, the Black Knight with a shining bald head charged over, his face full of gloom. On his forehead, clusters of moths circled around. His eyes were cold, searching everywhere for the trace of the demon hunter. More than half an hour ago, he had severely injured that demon hunter. But in the end, the demon hunter managed to escape during the gap when his potion's effect wore off. But he believed that the demon hunter couldn't have gotten far. As an arch-nemesis for centuries. If he could kill him, his combat ranking in the dark world would rise a notch. This hard-won opportunity, he would not let slip easily. At this moment, his gaze flickered. To access the premium content, go to. He instantly sensed that familiar aura coming from the direction of Wandering Soul Alley. Found you. He sneered, suddenly turning his head to look at the distant, hazy black mist. Ding! A flash of light appeared from within the black mist. He was taken aback. This is. He hesitated, feeling an indescribable sense of familiarity. In the depths of the rolling black mist, he vaguely saw a flickering halo slowly approaching him, flashing about once every 2 seconds, the light very bright. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity. Like. And in the next moment, a figure with bare shoulders, eyes hidden in the darkness, slowly appeared in his field of vision. The Black Knight was instantly shocked. Because he immediately recognized that the figure was the demon hunter he had fought before. That is. He stepped back in shock. The demon hunter, holding a long knife, with a grim and indifferent expression, eyes hidden in shadows, walked towards him step by step. Ding! A halo identical to his own bright bald head lit up. The demon hunter slowly stopped, opened his eyes deeply, gripped the blade tightly, and said. Now, we can continue our unfinished battle. Ding! His forehead flashed. Ding! As if in response, the Black Knight's smooth forehead also flashed. A creepy silence inexplicably spread around. The Black Knight stared at him in shock, his gaze falling instantly on the bottle in his hand, gritting his teeth. Could it be? That's right. A rolling aura burst out from the demon hunter, he raised his head, looking down at the Black Knight indifferently, and said. I'm bald, but I've also become stronger. Ding! A brighter light flashed across his indifferent forehead. Don't think you're the only one who can be bald. When I go bald, you have to step aside. His eyes were cold, suddenly opening wide, filled with fighting spirit and killing intent. The Black Knight's face darkened, deeply saying. It seems. We're back to the same starting point. Ding! His head flashed. Exactly. The demon hunter looked at him indifferently. Ding ding. He flashed twice. Moreover, my flashing frequency is higher than yours, which means. He cracked his neck, sliding a hand over his shiny bald head with a swoosh, the wind howling, deeply saying, "I'm stronger than you." Ding ding ding. He flashed 3 times, showing off. The wind howled, forming vortexes at their feet, the rolling battle intent rising from their bodies. Neither moved, both squinting their eyes. Like the calm before a duel at the Forbidden City, their auras were crazily rising. Even the light on their foreheads seemed to compete, you flash once, I flash once. And in the next moment. No more words. In the darkness, 2 points of light rapidly approached. Clang. Swords clashed instantly, the 2 furiously clashing blades, countless sparks exploding from where they met. They pressed their foreheads together, gritting their teeth, neither willing to yield. "You damn bald guy, I've disliked you for a long time. Don't think just because you're bald you can defeat me, as if no one else can be bald. Hashtag, even if you're bald, you're not my match. I'll make you flash. I'll make you plagiarize me. Damn you dash." Bang. Sparks flew. "Damn it. You dare to bump me. I'll damn well crack your head open too. Asterisk asterisk." Bang. In the darkness, the 2 furious points of light clashed repeatedly, neither giving way. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title, Potion Salesman, you have gained 200 base experience. Potion Salesman, by selling the same potion, earning over 20,000 skull coins, you have gained a permanent bonus, all attributes +1, and an additional 1% profit from potion sales. Ding. You have successfully reached level 6, the system has unlocked a new feature, Field of Vision, you can log in to view at any time. At the counter. In Lin En's mind, several system prompts sounded in succession. Lin En quickly allocated his newly acquired 4 attribute points, all to his constitution. Field of Vision. What is this feature? Lin En moved slightly. He immediately called up the system interface, and then saw a large eye icon in the corner of the panel. System, Field of Vision is a virtual domain generated by the supreme will of the Dark World, overlapping with the Dark World, a mirrored world that has spanned millions of years. As long as it is within the scope of the Dark World, any dark creature can enter the Field of Vision through a special vision stone. You can exchange information with other creatures in the Field of Vision, and after death, you will be forcibly expelled from the Field of Vision, but it will not cause significant damage to your body. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin En understood a bit. This seems like a consciousness world similar to the modern internet. It seems I still know too little about this dark world. Lin En pondered. It could be said that for the past 2 years, being too weak, he had no chance to leave this small shop. Let alone contact the broader world outside Wandering Soul Alley. Do I not need to consume that so-called vision stone to enter? Lin En hesitated. Ding. The system has successfully integrated for you, each login will only cost 500 skull coins, and the system will automatically link for you. So expensive? Lin En was stunned. But fortunately, he had accumulated a decent income by now, enough to give it a try. Without further ado, Lin En reached out, tapping the eye icon on the system. Open. And in the next moment, Lin En instantly felt as if his brain was heavily struck, his consciousness buzzing as it plunged into darkness. Vaguely, it felt as if an immensely grand will directly locked onto him, seeing through his entire soul, sending chills down his spine. But that feeling only lasted for a moment. The next moment, Lin En suddenly opened his eyes. This is... Lin En was stunned. What appeared before him was no longer his small shop, but an enormous plaza stretching beyond the eye could see. The sky was pitch black, and ghostly figures moved across the plaza like wandering souls. Above, at the highest point, a massive eye, emitting a faint black glow like a sun, hovered there, watching over the entire world. Ding! Host, you have successfully passed the Supreme Will's review and entered the Field of Vision. This is the Vision Plaza of Abyss World number 11, Area 900. Please note that within the confines of the Vision Plaza, the Supreme will prohibits any form of conflict. You can now freely check your information through the rune on your wrist. Be cautious not to casually expose your coordinates and identity in the dark world unless necessary, or face the consequences. Skull coins are the only currency transferable within the field of vision. The system has automatically converted 1,000 skull coins for you to enter the field of vision. Lin En raised his phantom arm and indeed saw a deep blue eye rune on his wrist. He quickly calmed himself. The dark world is truly beyond imagination, to have created such a massive consciousness interaction space. Supreme Will. Lin En caught that keyword. It should be related to the giant eye above. Could it be that the Supreme Will is the god of this dark world? Lin En hesitantly touched the rune on his wrist. In the next moment, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. Lin En. Race, otherworldly human. Identity, none. Resources, 1,000 skull coins. Danger level, mildly dangerous. Very brief. Compared to the extensive system panel, this was rather simplistic. Lin En hesitantly asked, "System, what is your relationship with the Supreme Will? You seem somewhat similar." System, no relation. The reply was very straightforward. Lin En shrugged and quickly scanned his surroundings. According to his understanding, this place should be akin to a metaverse or a good online game on Earth, where consciousness can be uploaded, allowing people to access information from other places anytime, anywhere. For someone like him, who rarely leaves home, this was undoubtedly the best channel. If there are different areas, then this Plaza 900 should correspond to a large area that includes Wandering Soul Alley. Lin En pondered and analyzed. Just as Lin En was still thinking. Suddenly, a line of scarlet blood words formed by light points appeared before Lin En's eyes. Identity, informant, broadcasting information to all living beings in Plaza 900, battle reignites near Wandering Soul Alley, Demon Hunter vs Black Knight. Receiving intelligence costs skull coins, 20 coins. Lin En was momentarily stunned. Then he immediately saw that many wandering shadows on the plaza also stopped simultaneously. They had evidently received the same information transmission. It can even do this? Lin En was amazed. If this was a function of the field of vision, then intelligence could be monetized quickly. Without hesitation, Lin En immediately clicked confirm. Skull coins minus 20. At that moment, a pitch-black scene appeared before Lin En's eyes. In the scene, black mist rolled, but the constant explosions from afar confirmed that two beings were indeed fighting within the mist. In the next moment, two bright points of light suddenly lit up in the black mist, rapidly clashing and bouncing. That is. Lin En was taken aback. In the next moment, the scene suddenly cleared, the mist rolling away. Two figures suddenly emerged, precisely the Black Knight and Demon Hunter who had just visited his shop. Ding! Ding! The two shiny bald heads flickered with light in the scene. Lin En was momentarily blank. Meanwhile, messages from various beings continuously scrolled across the screen, with the number of viewers reaching 2013. That's right. I've seen them. They are the Black Knight ranked 171 on the Wild Hunt list and the Abyss Demon Hunter ranked 143. Are they really near Wandering Soul Alley now? They've always been archenemies. 2 years ago, they fought once on the Hellfire Plains. Wait, doesn't their appearance seem a bit odd? They all seem bald. And why do their heads shine? So peculiar. So strange. I came to watch the battle, but why can't I take my eyes off their heads? So shiny. So shiny. My titanium dog eyes. Even though I don't know why they're all bald, they seem stronger than before. Amazing. As Lin En watched with wide eyes, the screen continuously filled with comments of, so shiny. For some reason, Lin En suddenly felt like he was watching a bullet screen video on a website before he crossed over. Is this dark world so up to date? Lin En quickly watched the entire scene, calming his mind. It seemed. This was indeed a consciousness world capable of information exchange. One had to admit. Having such a world indeed opened up more possibilities for development. If he could make his small shop famous in the field of vision and expand more business, whether selling potions or providing medical aid, it would be more convenient than just staying in his shop. And if he could enter the field of vision, then his teacher should know about it too. Although he thought so, Lin En remained cautious. His first priority was to explore the information exchange pathways in this world, which would be more beneficial for his development. Lin En's gaze once again fell on the icy blue rune on his wrist. He clicked it once. His identity panel in the field of vision appeared before him. He tentatively clicked twice more. Instantly, a brand new panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. This is... Lin En was shocked. Area channel. Then Lin En immediately saw a stream of scrolling messages on the screen. This intense familiarity made Lin En wonder if he had crossed into another world or into an online game world. Because this sense of déjà vu was just too strong. Lin En frowned, quickly scanning the various beings' messages in the channel. Blood dull, dear uncles and aunties, have you seen my mom? If you have, please contact me, and I'll offer a generous reward. Skull demon, don't go near her. Warning everyone, she once ate one of my arms. If I hadn't run fast, she would have swallowed me whole. Everyone, be cautious. Long-haired ghost, dear neighbors. I solemnly remind everyone, the apothecary in the alley is a black market. I went there yesterday to buy a potion, and guess what I saw? Long-haired ghost, horrified expression, the perverted doctor in the shop was riding on someone, dismembering them with a chainsaw. I was so scared I ran away immediately. This statement suddenly made the channel lively. Blood dull, yes. Yes. It's a super black market. That human doctor deep-throated the doll yesterday. He even gouged out the doll's eyes, and they still hurt. Evil Spirit Queen, image, click to view. Lin En stared wide-eyed and instinctively clicked on the image. In an instant, a cute child with a expression, held by a tentacle, appeared before his eyes. Everyone. Evil Spirit Queen, my daughter. Everyone. Evil Spirit Queen, that human boy said having such a daughter reflects the true goodness and beauty in my heart, but I always felt he was up to something with her, because all my other children look like this. Image, click to view. Lin En clicked to open the image. The screen immediately filled with twisted, broken tentacle monsters, gaping creatures, and grotesque flesh conglomerates, heavily polluting the visual senses. Burnt ghost, Your Majesty, yesterday morning when I went to that shop, I saw that human doctor. He seemed to be using a terrifying method to perform cosmetic surgery on a blood wraith infant. Could it be your daughter? Evil Spirit Queen. Evil Spirit Queen, private chat, tell me more. Snap. Lin En quickly closed the regional channel, eyes wide. Are you kidding me? But how could he have known before that this dark world even had a metaverse-like information exchange platform? He had just managed to fool that female ghost today. And now, in less than a day, it's all unraveling. Originally, Lin En wanted to explore more features of the field of vision. But at this moment, Lin En had no interest at all. Quickly, Lin En logged off. The moment his consciousness returned to his body, Lin En dashed to the door at an unimaginable speed. Without a word, Lin En was about to close the door. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. But almost at the same time, a voice filled with laughter came from the black mist outside. Good child, closing up so early today. Are you afraid of something? Lin En's expression froze. Tap tap. Footsteps echoed. Soon, a woman with an enchanting figure and an alluring presence emerged from the black mist not far away. Her face bore a seductive smile, long wavy hair draped behind her, and her steps were exceptionally graceful. It was the Bloodclad Wraith from before. Lin En's sanity value -10. Did she come this quickly? Lin En immediately put on a professional smile, rubbed his temples, and said. No, just feeling a bit unwell today, so I wanted to close early and get some rest. The Bloodclad Wraith sauntered over, slowly biting her crimson lips, and said. Is that so? That's really a pity. I was hoping to properly thank you for taking care of my daughter. Ding. Crisis level 79%. Lin En instinctively took a step back, secretly gripping the revolver behind him, and smiled. Oh, it's nothing, just what I should do, no need for thanks. Ding. You have triggered a mission, survive, mission reward, 200 skull coins, 200 basic experience, special reward X1. Lin En. The Bloodclad Wraith smiled as she stepped closer. Her gaze was very gentle. But in contrast, the crisis level kept rising. Crisis level 81%. Crisis level 85%. Crisis level 90%. But just as she was about to reach Lin En, a sound of wheels rolling from far to near suddenly came from the darkness in the distance. Creak creak. Extremely piercing. The blood-clad wraith immediately halted, her smile slightly frozen. Slowly, an old woman with wrinkled skin pulling a cart appeared in front of Lin En's apothecary, smiling and greeting Lin En. Young man, closing up. Lin En immediately felt like he had grabbed a lifeline, cheerfully approaching and saying. Yes, feeling a bit unwell, so I wanted to rest early. How was your haul today, Granny? The scavenger chuckled. I'm old, no one cares for this old woman, but with what you gave me today, I won't need to scavenge for days, he dash. Without hesitation. Lin En earnestly said, Don't say that, Granny, I've gathered some things today that might interest you, shall I give them to you now? Oh. The scavenger chuckled, then thank you, young man. Lin En quickly returned to the apothecary. Then immediately brought out the long hair dropped by the demon hunter and the black knight, solemnly placing them on the scavenger's cart. Ding! You have given the scavenger, demon hunter's long hair X1. Ding! You have given the scavenger, black knight's white hair X1. The scavenger was startled. Then she looked at Lin En with a very complex gaze and said. When I passed the alley, those two outsiders were still fighting, their foreheads flashing so brightly it hurt this old woman's eyes. Did they shave their heads here? Lin En smiled, that's right, they're both very good customers of mine. The scavenger paused, then showed a smile of newfound respect, saying, Impressive, impressive, I didn't expect the outsiders appearing in our wandering soul alley recently all have connections with you, young man, remarkable. But this time, I have nothing to give you. You don't mind if this old woman rests by your shop, do you? Lin En quickly helped the old woman, smiling. I'd be delighted, Granny, please sit, you can rest as long as you like. Ding! You have completed the mission, the blood-clad wraith has dispelled her malice towards you, you have received a reward, 200 skull coins, 200 basic experience, special reward, curse diagnosis skill book, X1. Lin En maintained a smile on his face, but inside, he felt as if he had narrowly escaped death multiple times. He knew. The blood-clad wraith had come to kill him. If not for the timely appearance of this friendly old woman, he might not have made it through today. Young man, who is this? The scavenger turned her smile towards the blood-clad wraith in red not far away. Lin En immediately introduced with a smile, oh, this is also a customer of mine, a new neighbor who just moved in, a very friendly and beautiful lady. The blood-clad wraith gave a faint smile, her eyes glinting coldly. She didn't linger. Slowly turning, she flicked her long hair, her lips curling slightly. Since you have things to do, I won't disturb you. But tonight, I've made a delicious meal, you wouldn't mind coming over as a guest, would you? I live at number 45, and my daughter, really likes you. Ding! You have triggered the mission, Blood Feast. Mission Branch 1, accept the blood-clad wraith's invitation and visit as a guest. Mission Branch 2, refuse the blood-clad wraith's invitation and survive the night. Mission Reward, 1000 skull coins, 500 basic experience, special reward X1. Screech. The blood-clad wraith's mouth stretched to her ears, revealing the crawling tentacles and hideous barbs inside. You wouldn't refuse, would you? She said softly. Then she crossed her arms, turned around, and gracefully walked back into the darkness from where she came. Lin En listened as her footsteps gradually faded away. Only then did Lin En let out a breath and relax. "Young man," the scavenger beside him smiled and said, "you should head back, but be careful not to provoke any wraiths. Otherwise, they'll haunt you forever." Lin En quickly snapped back to reality and thanked him. "Anyway, I must thank the old woman. Without her, I would have been in real danger." The scavenger chuckled, pulling his cart with a smile. "If it weren't for you last night, Wandering Soul Alley would have been gone. But the old woman will only help you this once. What happens next is none of her business." Creak creak. Lin En watched as the old woman disappeared into the black fog with her cart. His expression turned serious. He quickly returned to the apothecary. He checked the time and raised an eyebrow. "I can only hope the teacher returns tonight. If not, it will be quite troublesome." Soon. The soul lantern outside flickered and gradually dimmed. Night was approaching. Yet, there was still no sign of his teacher returning. Lin En paced back and forth. He knew his teacher was unlikely to return today. That left him with only two choices. Either go as a guest or stay and hold out until the next day. But clearly, with his current strength, holding out until the next day was a challenging task. He frowned. Without hesitation, he spent 500 skull coins and quickly logged into the field of vision to gather intelligence. As soon as he opened the regional channel, he immediately saw that familiar nickname. Regional channel. Burnt Ghost, Queen, did you take care of that human kid? Evil Spirit Queen, the kid got lucky. A scavenger of unknown strength happened to pass by, and his relationship with that old woman seems unusual, so I didn't make a move. Skull Demon, are you talking about the old hag with the human skin? Be careful, she's one of the earliest residents of Wandering Soul Alley, and many say she might be a remnant of a root-level monster, incredibly powerful. Evil Spirit Queen, interesting, but if it comes to a fight, I'm not afraid of her. Evil Spirit Queen, I've invited that kid to my place tonight. If he comes, there'll be a good show waiting for him. If he doesn't, I'll find some fun. Burnt Ghost, Queen is invincible. The comments below were all compliments. Clearly. She hadn't been here long, but she had already established enough authority in Wandering Soul Alley. Indeed, it's a world where strength reigns supreme. Skull Demon, Queen, could he also be in the field of vision, watching us chat? Evil Spirit Queen, impossible. That guy's strength is too weak to enter the field of vision. Even if he is, so what? I'm already itching to deal with him. Tomorrow, you'll hear my battle report. Evil Spirit Queen at Human Dog Doctor, are you there? Are you there? Evil Spirit Queen at the bastard who trained my daughter, are you there? Come out if you dare. Snap. Lin En quickly closed the regional channel, eyes wide. They're blatantly plotting against him. No way. Lin En immediately logged off, his expression serious. He squinted, carrying his revolver, heart, and boning knife, all his best defensive tools. Then, he opened his panel. Skills. Infectious Aura, slightly increases the success rate of persuasion. Cursed Diagnosis, can diagnose if the other party is cursed during diagnosis. Lin En. A character with all points in physique and a few life skills, a total weakling. I can't confront them head-on, I need to outsmart them. Lin En's expression was serious. Watching the soul lantern gradually extinguish. Lin En didn't hesitate any longer, quickly closing the door, and for the first time, carrying the dimming soul lantern, he stepped out of the apothecary. The light of the soul lantern dispelled the black fog. In the darkness, silence reigned. Soon. Lin En stood before the door of number 45 Wandering Soul Alley. Looking up, an old and dilapidated house came into view, with a strong stench of blood and mold assaulting his senses. This was the pig demon's shop. But yesterday, he was eaten. Creak. Lin En held the lantern and slowly pushed open the old wooden door. Madam. I've come to visit. Lin En shouted. The interior was pitch black, with waves of moldy stench hitting him. Lin En cautiously stepped inside. In the darkness, he faintly heard the rustling sound of something squirming. Around him, something seemed to be hanging upside down, making a faint clinking sound of chains. And then, in the next moment, whoosh! The candlesticks on the surrounding walls lit up one by one, instantly illuminating the entire room. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at the. And Lin En immediately saw. Hanging upside down from the chains were one after another skinned and dried human bodies. Lin En could even clearly see the twisted, frozen expressions on their faces. Clearly. Before the pig demon died, this place had always been a bloody and brutal slaughterhouse. Lin En reached out and poked the face of one of the hanging corpses in front of him. Not as handsome as me. Lin En shook his head, pushed aside the hanging body, and walked forward. In the next moment, Lin En saw a square table in the center of the room, covered with a blood-red tablecloth, with 2 candlesticks flickering with dim candlelight. On the table was also a pair of high heels. The atmosphere was indescribably eerie and out of place. "Madam? Are you there?" Lin En shouted. But there was no response. Lin En widened his eyes, shrugged, and seeing the chair seemingly prepared for him in front of the table, he plopped down into it. Meanwhile, somewhere on the second floor, countless sticky tentacles crawled along the walls. The blood-clad wraith squinted, staring at a mirror emitting a faint glow, showing the scene on the first floor, her eyes full of cold laughter. "Everyone, the doctor has arrived. Since you're all so eager for a public execution, today you can feast your eyes." In the field of vision, a real-time image in the regional channel showed the scene in the mirror. And there were already 541 viewers. "Blood dull, I don't think it's a good idea. After all, he's Bloodsaw's apprentice. If he's killed now, it will be terrifying when Bloodsaw returns. Burnt ghost, is the queen afraid of that? That Bloodsaw is a psychotic killer, and his apprentice is a little psycho killer. Moreover, a human being so arrogant in our wandering soul alley should pay the price. Skull demon, at evil spirit queen, how do you plan to kill him?" In front of the mirror, the blood-clad wraith sneered coldly, flicking her long hair, teasingly said, "I won't kill him so easily. If it's a human, the best execution should be to break his spirit first, right? Don't you want to see his terrified face? I think it will be very interesting." She turned her head, looking at the cute little girl sleeping soundly in the corner, her eyes instantly turning red. If she hadn't known it was that human's doing, she might have been fooled by that guy. Poor daughter. She could have become a powerful and twisted hunter, but now she can only be a cute and utterly useless little girl. It's all that guy's fault. She suddenly turned her head, staring at the mirror, and said, "Everyone, this is my carefully arranged scene. Just wait and see how he dies." In an instant, she pulled a tentacle hanging down from above. Creak. It seemed something was triggered. At the same time, first floor. Lin En yawned, crossing his legs as he sat patiently in front of the chair, waiting. But just at that moment, suddenly, Lin En abruptly heard the sound of chains clinking from behind. He turned his head sharply, and immediately saw that the skinned, dried corpses that had been hanging upside down were now all standing on the ground. Motionless. A creepy and chilling aura rushed towards him. Lin En's eyes widened. He slowly turned his head back, sitting upright. Clink. The sound came again. He quickly turned his head once more, and immediately saw that the skinless corpses seemed to have moved closer to him. Haunted? Lin En raised an eyebrow. This time, he didn't turn away but stared directly at the skinless corpses to see if they would move again. For a long time, he blinked. In an instant, when Lin En opened his eyes again, a skinless corpse had silently appeared right in front of him, its terrifying face less than 5 centimeters from his own. Lin En's eyes widened, his body stiffening as he leaned back slightly. Second floor. The blood-clad wraith sneered, her eyes gleaming as she watched Lin En's rigid figure in the mirror, her face full of delight. In the channel within the field of vision, various wraiths were even more excited. As expected of the Bloodclad queen. Her way of creating terror is incredible. If I were that guy, I'd probably be scared too. Yes. Yes. So many of his skinless kin suddenly coming to life, anyone would feel creeped out. He must be too scared to blink now. If he blinks again, his neck might get bitten off in an instant. The wraiths excitedly discussed. Then they saw Lin En cautiously leaning back, eyes wide open. He slowly reached out his hand, carefully extending it towards the mouth of the skinless corpse. What's he doing? The wraiths were puzzled, not quite understanding. Because it didn't seem like he was acting out of sheer terror. Click. Under their astonished gaze, Lin En suddenly plucked a gold tooth from the mouth of the skinless corpse right in front of him. He wiped it with a handkerchief, blew on it, and pocketed it. Bloodclad wraith. Burnt ghost. Blood doll. Instantly, the previously lively regional channel fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Something was off. This development seemed to clash with their expectations. What's he doing? A message appeared in the regional channel, asking in confusion. Gold seems to be very valuable in the human world, like skull coins. A wraith explained. But this explanation was far from convincing. Skull demon, look. He's moving. Is he finally planning to escape? All the wraiths focused intently on the screen. In the scene, Lin En slowly crawled out from under the arm of the skinless corpse, keeping his eyes wide open the whole time. Then he circled around to the back of the skinless corpse. He drew a boning knife from his waist. With a swift motion, he stabbed it into a particular spot from below. Bloodclad wraith. Blood doll, omega omega. Burnt ghost, he stabbed it. He stabbed it. All the dark creatures watching in the regional channel felt a chill run down their spines, their faces showing fear. Squelch squelch squelch. With each stab Lin En made, the dark creatures watching in the regional channel shuddered. Then they saw. After stabbing the first skinless corpse multiple times from below, Lin En turned his head, eyes wide, and approached another skinless corpse. Squelch. The same spot, the same stab. He's a madman. Omega omega. At this point, everyone in the regional channel was unsettled. With each stab Lin En made, they felt a shiver, as if he were stabbing them instead of the puppets. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. These puppets can't scare him at all, he seems to be getting more excited with each stab. I can't take it. This is too nerve-wracking. I don't want to see such a hair-raising scene. Omega omega. He's not scared at all. As Lin En set his sights on the next target, the blood-clad wraith gritted her teeth and immediately gave the order. Finish him off. Instantly, the previously motionless skinless corpses began to twist and move. One corpse suddenly opened its mouth, letting out a terrifying, hoarse howl towards Lin En. Squelch. But before it could finish howling, Lin En's boning knife, which had just stabbed below, pierced directly into its mouth. Then, under the stunned gaze of countless viewers in the regional channel, Lin En seemed to go into a frenzy. One stab, one down. One stab, one down. One after another, they were swiftly taken down, each stab hitting a precise spot. In less than 3 minutes, dozens of skinless puppets were all taken down by him. To access the premium content, go to. The regional channel fell silent. All the wraiths stared in shock at Lin En's dashing figure wielding the knife. Is this human really that formidable? He took them all down. And he doesn't seem scared at all. Why do I feel a bit scared instead? Omega omega. And just as everyone was staring in shock, they suddenly saw Lin En sprint towards the door. Instantly, the wraith's eyes lit up. Is he trying to escape? But Lin En had barely disappeared from the screen for a few seconds before they heard a series of buzzing sounds from off-screen. What's that sound? A wraith asked in confusion. And in the next moment, they saw Lin En rushing back in, holding a chainsaw like a maniac, revving it up with a roar. "Everyone, Omega Omega. Damn it, trying to scare me. You must be tired of living. Today, I'll chop you all up and feed you to my darling." Revving. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, Lin En, holding the chainsaw, began to perform a gruesome execution on the fallen skinless puppets. Buzz. In an instant, a series of bloody and terrifying scenes played out in front of the camera. Blood dull, screaming, can't watch. It's too scary. He doesn't even spare the corpses. Long-haired ghost, extremely terrified, exactly. He was sawing like this yesterday. Aha dash. Burnt ghost, holding head in fear, he's not a normal human at all. Queen, you can't use normal methods to deal with him. He saws people more ruthlessly than his teacher. In the regional channel, countless sanity -1 messages flooded the screen. Seeing the audience about to be traumatized, the Bloodclad Wraith quickly turned off the screen, clenching her fists, Q saying. This guy. First floor. Ding. Blood Doll's attitude towards you has reached extreme terror. You have gained 100 experience points. Ding. Burnt Ghost's attitude towards you has reached a psychological shadow level. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding. The long-haired ghost's personality trait timid has been successfully changed to withdrawn by you. You have gained 200 experience points. And so on. Ding. Your fame in Wandering Soul Alley has increased by 30. Lin En. He held a chainsaw, turned around in a daze, and looked around. Something was off. He had just sawed a few puppets, so how did he suddenly gain so much experience, and what was with those familiar names? Could they all be in this house? Lin En quickly looked around, carefully searching the room with his chainsaw, but found nothing else. Strange. Lin En shrugged in confusion, then tidied up the scene. He casually sat back in the chair, took out a small bottle of old wine from his pocket, poured it into a goblet, and savored it with his eyes closed. In the regional channel, the dark creatures finally blinked, slowly coming back to their senses from the terrifying scene just now. I think this guy must have been trained long ago. And judging by his method of sawing people, it's definitely the result of years of being influenced by his twisted teacher. This guy isn't afraid at all. That's right. I think making this guy break down is definitely not an easy task. The Bloodclad Wraith squinted and said. So what? No matter what, he's just a frail human. If he's not afraid of physical monsters, I refuse to believe he can be immune to the elusive wraiths. Whoosh. She forcefully pulled another tentacle hanging beside her. And in the scene, Lin En, who was sipping wine with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a cold wind blowing past his ear, making him shiver subconsciously. The flames on the 2 candlesticks on the table also flickered suddenly. Lin En was startled. He put down the wine glass. Looking around the dim surroundings, he wondered. What kind of trick is this now? For some reason, the atmosphere around him seemed to suddenly turn cold. And at that moment, suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lin En noticed that the eyes on a portrait hanging on the wall seemed to move. Lin En quickly turned to look in that direction. He crossed his arms and walked briskly to the wall under the portrait, looking up at the golden-haired, blue-eyed human nobleman depicted in the painting. So, why is there a painting from the human world here? Lin En pondered curiously. But he didn't notice. In the darkness behind him, something was approaching him step by step. The candle flames flickered wildly. And at that moment, Lin En suddenly felt a chill on his shoulder, as if something was pressing on it. Lin En instinctively turned his head to look at his shoulder. Instantly, their eyes met. A ghastly pale, rotting face of a female ghost, with blood oozing from its 7 orifices, was staring at him from almost 0 distance. The air fell into an incredibly eerie silence. In the regional channel, one by one, the dark creatures watching the scene held their breath, eyes wide open, nervously watching this moment. Indeed, these ethereal ghosts are the most terrifying. If I turned around and saw this, I'd probably wet my pants. Is this human's mental fortitude so strong that he's not even afraid of such unexpected things? Everyone held their breath, watching that scene. In the scene. A brief few seconds of silence. Then they suddenly saw Lin En wink playfully at the ghostly face on his shoulder. Everyone. And that ghostly face seemed to freeze as well. Because it could clearly sense that this human in front of it showed no fear at its appearance. Lin En closed his eyes, exhaled, and sighed. Don't bother, are you another actor sent by that lady to mess with me? Tell her not to use these flashy tricks. Since I'm here as a guest, it's really awkward for you to treat me like this. The ghostly face paused. Then its eyes widened, and it opened its mouth several meters wide, letting out a terrifying scream at Lin En. Smack. Lin En slapped the ghostly face with the back of his hand. Everyone. The ghostly face, slapped back to its original form, looked dumbfounded. Lin En shook his hand, closed his eyes, and said. Why open your mouth so wide? Want to die? Regional channel. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Isn't that supposed to be an ethereal ghost? How can he slap it so crisply? Omega Omega. Can he even touch ghosts? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. In the scene. After slapping the ghostly face back to its original form, Lin En kindly reached out, grabbed the ghostly face's hair, turned around, and his gaze instantly fell on a headless, translucent body a few meters behind him. Lin En kindly placed her head back on the transparent body. Click. He secured it. Don't let your head fly around, and don't scare people randomly. Isn't it better to be a quiet girl? Why learn to scare people? Lin En gently smoothed the hair on her decaying cheek. The ghost stared at him blankly, finally unable to resist asking. How did you touch me? Lin En immediately chuckled, pulling out an empty potion bottle from his pocket, and said. I'm a pharmacist, you know, dealing with wraiths all the time. If you don't occasionally drink potions that allow you to touch wraiths, how can you perform surgeries on them? The ghost. Lin En charmingly lifted her hand, smiled gentlemanly, and said, Miss, what's your name? Can we get acquainted? This sudden, charming inquiry left the entire regional channel in silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. It felt like things were slowly heading in a strange direction. Something was wrong. Really wrong. And in the scene, the female ghost was instantly at a loss, then she quickly remembered her mistress's instructions, hurriedly pulling her face to create a terrifying scene. Instantly. Her entire face split open from the middle. Plop, plop. 2 eyeballs fell from her eye sockets onto the ground. A brief silence. Lin En showed no reaction. The female ghost remained rigid in her terrifying posture. An incredibly awkward atmosphere spread unchecked around them. You're not scared, she finally couldn't help but ask in a daze. It felt like a comedian trying hard to entertain the audience with jokes, but the audience remained stone-faced, showing no intention of playing along. It was very awkward. Lin En coughed, patted her shoulder, and said, This scare tactic, your lady has already used it on me. Although I'd like to cooperate with you, I feel it won't make you feel better. The ghost. Lin En considerately picked up the eyeballs from the ground and pressed them back into her sockets. Helped her close her face. He had a very warm and caring quality. Lin En approached her softly yet with a hint of mischief, slowly and firmly grasping her wrist. With a gentle smile, he said. Actually, scaring people is an art, especially for those with strong mental fortitude. Seeing terrifying scenes doesn't break their defenses. You should go further. Make them witness the horrifying phenomena happening to themselves, only then will they truly fear you. For example. Lin En smiled gently, holding her wrist, slowly guiding it into his chest. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a sound of something piercing flesh came from his chest. A large amount of blood instantly stained his chest red. Do you feel something beating? Is it still warm? Is there blood flowing out? Yes, just as you thought, what you're holding now is my heart. In the regional channel. Everyone held their breath, suffocating as they watched the blood continuously oozing from his chest on the screen. And seeing the gentle smile on his face, an indescribable shiver and terrifying sense of discord rose in everyone's hearts. Sanity value -1. Sanity value -1. Sanity value -1. In the scene, Lin En maintained his gentle expression, slowly holding the female ghost's wrist, approaching her. The ghost's eyes began to tremble, a hint of fear faintly appearing. Lin En whispered softly in her ear. That's right, you need to slowly grasp the opponent's heart, let the target clearly feel the fear of their heart being held tight, and then make them watch as you dig their heart out from their chest. The ghost trembled, staring at the hand he held, reaching into his chest. Then, bit by bit, her wrist was slowly pulled out from his chest by Lin En. A scarlet, still beating heart. Trembling in her hand, covered in blood, it was dug out. Sanity value -1. Sanity value -1. Lin En continued to whisper in her ear, and when you make them watch as you dig their heart out bit by bit, the target's mind will be stretched to the limit. The ghost trembled, her mind stretched to the limit. Everyone in the regional channel also held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Lin En slowly whispered, and at this moment, you just need to. Ah! Lin En suddenly opened his mouth, eyes wide, hands instantly switching to a clawing position, and let out a high-pitched scream without warning. Almost instantly, the ghost's hair stood on end in shock. Her face showed an expression of extreme terror. She was instantly broken by Lin En's sudden scream. Ah! Dash! The ghost clutched her head, screaming in terror. And in the regional channel, everyone who was holding their breath and highly focused was instantly scared out of their wits by Lin En's sudden scream. Ah! Dash! Blood doll sanity value -50. Burnt ghost sanity value -50. Skull demon sanity value -60. Bloodclad wraith sanity value -40. The entire regional channel exploded, and in every corner of Wandering Soul Alley, indescribable screams echoed almost simultaneously. No more. No more. Omega Omega. I'm going home. I want to go home. Mom. Someone's scaring me. I'm not watching. I'm not watching anymore. The entire regional channel was filled with ghostly wails and howls of terror. In the scene, Lin En couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach, tears streaming down his face. He took the heart of the faceless demon from the ghost, who was now crouched in a corner, trembling in fear, blew on it, and then pocketed it. Giving her a thumbs up, he smiled and said, "How was it? Wasn't the effect great? This is how you do it. You first tighten the opponent's mind, then suddenly create some terrifying sound effects and visuals, making their mind snap all at once, achieving an unexpected effect. Have you learned it?" The ghost curled up in the corner, trembling, and said, I've learned it, I've learned it. Don't come any closer. Woo-woo. Sanity value -10. Sanity value -10. Ding. Blood Doll's attitude towards you has changed from frightened to extremely frightened, you have gained 200 base experience. Ding. Skull Demon's personality trait, Brave, has been converted to sensitive, you have gained 300 base experience. Ding. Long-haired Ghost's personality trait, Introverted, has been converted to extremely introverted, you have gained 300 base experience. Lin En. Lin En listened to the series of system prompts in his ear. He was puzzled. Because this wasn't the first time it had happened. Almost instantly, Lin En paused. Because the system had indicated that the residents of Wandering Soul Town he saw in the Field of Vision's regional channel were all there. Could it be that everything happening to him here was being broadcasted live to the Field of Vision's regional channel? This is too much. Lin En's gaze hesitantly scanned around. And in the regional channel, various discussions had already erupted. Blood Doll, screaming, Queen. Evil Spirit Queen. I think this live broadcast should stop. This guy isn't the kind of normal person who breaks easily. Skull demon, he didn't break, but we might break first. Burnt ghost, Omega Omega, Queen, your maid has already been scared to tears by him, this guy seems to be specially trained in this area. Bloodclad Wraith gritted her teeth, her fists clenching with a cracking sound. Although she knew this guy was tough, not a normal person, she didn't expect him to be so resilient. It seems she really has to step in herself. Otherwise, she'd lose face in front of the imps in Wandering Soul Alley today. Bang! She slammed the table, gritting her teeth. The broadcast ends here, I'm going down to take care of him now, just wait for my good news tomorrow. Then she stood up abruptly, ready to turn off the mirror's view. But as her gaze fell on the mirror, she instinctively shuddered. This guy. In the scene. Lin En had apparently found the source of the surveillance, now standing on a small stool, curiously peering into the lens with one eye. Then the lens moved. Clearly, the thing doing the surveillance had been pried off by Lin En. After examining it carefully, he seriously, put it in his pocket. Bloodclad Wraith, grinding teeth. Blood dull, Queen, it's up to you now. I suggest we charge straight in, grab him by the neck, give him a beating, and then cut off his head. Skull demon, exactly. Don't give him a chance to speak, just snap him out of existence to eliminate any future trouble. Long-haired ghost, O_O, isn't that a bit rude? Everyone. Long-haired ghost, I was just saying. Evil spirit queen, don't worry, wait for my good news. By this time tomorrow, his head will be in the corner of my house, serving as my daughter's chamber pot. After speaking, the blood-clad wraith swiftly closed the spying mirror, squinting her eyes. Whoosh! Tentacles sprouted wildly from her body, and as she gritted her teeth, her body dissolved into a large pool of crimson blood, seeping through the floor towards the first floor. In an instant, the candles on the first floor began to flicker wildly. And from the ceiling, drop after drop of thick blood splattered onto the ground. In a flash, the thick blood began to coalesce, transforming into the blood-clad wraith with a cracked face. She looked around sharply. But apart from her ghostly servant trembling in the corner, there was no sign of Lin En. Where's that brat? The blood-clad wraith growled through clenched teeth. Her gaze instantly fell on her ghostly servant. The ghost pointed dully at the wooden door leading to the hallway and said, Master, he said he was getting impatient waiting, so he decided to come find you himself. He just opened the door and went to the backyard. That brat. The blood-clad wraith, gritting her teeth, transformed into a twisted, shrieking ghost, rushing towards the door. She dashed all the way to the backyard, quickly searching through several rooms. But she found no trace of Lin En anywhere. And at the next moment, her gaze suddenly locked onto the shadow that flashed by the window in the attic on the second floor. Her pupils contracted instantly. That guy, he got into my boudoir. The blood-clad wraith was instantly furious. In the next moment, she leaped, landing in front of the window, and with a swoosh, flung it open. And then she saw a scene that completely broke her composure. In the second-floor boudoir, Lin En was standing in front of the bed, holding the wide-eyed, now awake cute doll in his arms, rubbing her little ears with a face full of. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pourread.com. The blood-clad wraith was instantly stunned. Let go of my daughter. With a long howl, the blood-clad wraith, furious, surrounded Lin En with her tentacles like ice spikes, aiming at him. Lin En snapped back to reality, his gaze falling on the enraged woman. He flicked his monocle and smiled. Madam, this is no way to treat a guest. You said you'd invite me for dinner tonight, but downstairs, all I got was a scare, and I haven't even seen your face. He picked up the cute doll, sighing. This is truly disheartening. The blood-clad wraith sneered coldly, don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. I already know what you did to my daughter. What? You still want to fool me with those words from earlier today? You clearly messed with my daughter, and yet you claim it's a reflection of my inner goodness. I really wish I could tear your mouth apart right now. Lin En knew. In situations like this, you absolutely can't go along with her. Otherwise, even if you had 100 mouths, you couldn't explain it. Lin En adjusted his monocle, calmly saying, "Madam, no matter what you know, I assure you, I haven't lied to you once. If I had any intention of deceiving you, may lightning strike me." Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, striking the yard directly. Lin En wiped his sweat, saying, You saw that, right? For some reason, the lightning didn't strike me, so this proves the truth of my words, don't you think?" The Bloodclad Wraith sneered. Her expression seemed to say, "I'll just watch you pretend." At this point, Lin En took a deep breath, deciding to lay his cards on the table. He plopped down on the bed, holding the cute doll, exhaling and shaking his head. "All right. I admit, it was my doing, but madam, you must understand, I truly meant no harm. Moreover, when your daughter was just born, her face was so messed up, not only with pustules but also oozing. And as a doctor with a strong sense of justice." Lin En sighed helplessly. "If I didn't correct it, when that pig demon comes back to claim the blood wraith infant, could I really point to a pus-covered child and say, 'Is this your kid?' She looked too messed up." The Bloodclad Wraith sneered, "Keep making up stories. Let's see how long you can keep this up." Crisis level 87%. Crisis level 97%. Lin En instantly raised his hands in surrender, helplessly saying, "All right, there are other reasons, and this time I'm telling the truth." "Speak." "First." Lin En closed his eyes, raising a finger, "I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid when your daughter completely breaks down, she'll kill me first, after all, she's an evil spirit." The Bloodclad Wraith sneered, "That excuse seems reasonable." "Second." Lin En raised his head, eyes closed, "I wanted to test my skills, see if I could create a doll that fits my aesthetic, so I used your daughter for some experience." The Bloodclad Wraith ground her teeth, "And the third?" "Third." Lin En said awkwardly. "Of course, I also had a tiny hope that the pig demon might not come to claim her, thinking maybe I could create a cute girl, raise her, and perhaps marry her and have a child." Yada, the cute doll in his arms. The Bloodclad Wraith seemed petrified, frozen in place. Lin En winked, adjusted his monocle, and chuckled. "Just kidding. How could I, Lin En, have such indecent thoughts? I really just wanted to make a more aesthetically pleasing doll, something easy on the eyes, hee dash. Do you think this is funny?" The Bloodclad Wraith gritted her teeth. Lin En shook his head, eyes closed, "Not funny." The Bloodclad Wraith almost laughed from anger, "I find it hilarious. Should I tear your mouth apart now so you can laugh to your heart's content? What do you think?" Lin En's face showed a calm smile, "Madam, I think we should sit down and have a proper talk. If you really want to kill me, I'm no match for you, but you need to weigh the importance." The Bloodclad Wraith sneered, sharp barbs sprouting from its tendrils, and said coldly, "Oh. Really?" Lin En replied calmly, "First of all, I'm a compassionate doctor. Likewise, I have many caring patients and clients. If I'm gone, they won't be able to find me, and they'll be very upset. For example, those two bald guys fighting to the death outside the alley right now, they're my loyal customers and friends." The Bloodclad Wraith squinted, sneering, "Is that so? Are you talking about that demon hunter and the Black Knight? You think I'll believe your—" Before she could finish her sentence. Click. The sound of a safety being released. Lin En slowly pulled out a silver revolver from his coat, smiling as he raised it towards the ceiling, and said, "You should recognize this gun, right?" The Bloodclad Wraith was instantly taken aback, her eyes narrowing as she said, "The demon hunter's revolver?" She was very familiar with that flamboyant demon hunter. He always carried those two revolvers he brought from the world above, never parting with them, and cherished them greatly. How could this gun be in his hands? Lin En smiled, holding up the gun, and said, "He's my kin, a very fond uncle of mine, and he left this gun for me for self-defense. If I'm ever in danger, I just need to fire a shot, and he'll come to my aid immediately. And he's just outside the alley now, so it won't take him long to get here." Achoo! Outside the alley, one of the bald men sneezed violently. The blood-clad wraith squinted, a fierce light flickering in her eyes. Lin En smiled, putting away the gun, and then pulled out a fine, curly hair from his coat. "And what's this?" the blood-clad wraith asked coldly. Lin En's lips curled slightly, smiling faintly. "It's a token left by my Black Knight uncle, his personal chest hair, and the longest, curliest one at that. My Black Knight uncle said that if I just flick it lightly, he'll sense it and come to my aid. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try." The blood-clad wraith was instantly dumbfounded, saying, chest hair." Lin En adjusted his monocle, smiling calmly and confidently. "That's right, you should be able to feel the aura on it. My uncle came to see me today, asked me to give him a haircut, and left me this token, saying my forehead looked dark and ominous, and it seems he was right." The blood-clad wraith opened her mouth. For a moment, she couldn't find any words to refute him. "And if you know him well, you should be very aware that my Black Knight uncle, being so concerned about his appearance, would definitely kill anyone who dared to shave his head bald." Lin En's lips curled slightly, saying, "Think about it, why am I unharmed? Can't you see the close relationship between us?" Achoo! Outside the alley, the other bald man also sneezed, looking bewildered. The blood-clad wraith was visibly shaken. Her gaze flickered wildly, filled with hesitation. Because what he said was indeed true. She had crossed paths with that lunatic before, and the Black Knight was indeed as flamboyant as the demon hunter. Such a flamboyant person couldn't possibly let someone shave his head without reacting. And in an instant, the image of the long, messy hair this human kid handed to that scavenger not long ago flashed through her mind. Could it be? The blood-clad wraith grew serious. Indeed, this human kid being able to run a shop in this monster-filled dark world without incident must have some connections here. No wonder he was so fearless. But no way. Her gaze turned sinister, saying, "Don't try to fool me. Don't think I don't know that those two have been archenemies for hundreds of years. If they both have such an extraordinary relationship with you, why do they always fight to the death whenever they meet?" Lin En's lips curled slightly, saying, "Madam, don't you have any insight? Can't you see?" Lin En squinted his eyes, saying deeply, "They're in a love-hate relationship." Achoo! Achoo! Outside the alley, the demon hunter and the Black Knight sneezed simultaneously. The demon hunter immediately pointed at the Black Knight, exasperated, saying, "I knew it. That's why I sneezed. It must be you cursing me in your mind. You're done for." The Black Knight gritted his teeth, eyes wide with rage, also pointing at the demon hunter, saying, "Stop spouting nonsense. It's clearly you slandering and mocking me in your mind. Today, I'm going to beat you into paralysis." Instantly, the two bald-headed men clashed once more, fiercely fighting again. Inside the room, the blood-clad wraith furrowed her brows tightly, staring at Lin En, and for a moment, she didn't dare to act rashly. Although it felt like there wasn't a single truth in his words, the chest hair and the revolver did indeed provide some reason to prove his unusual relationship with those two. Lin En smiled slightly, resting his elbow on the table, supporting his chin, sitting calmly and composedly, saying, "I won't even mention those two. You could ask around about my teacher. As a level existence in Wandering Soul Alley, he's used a chainsaw on countless people. And as his only apprentice and heir, do you think my teacher would let his good kid die?" He stretched his neck, loosened his collar, and said, "Also, the granny in Wandering Soul Alley loves me dearly, truly treating me like her own grandson. I still have to take care of her in her old age. If such a clever and filial grandson like me died, imagine how heartbroken she'd be. Charisma +1. Charisma +1. Charisma +1. The blood-clad wraith gritted her teeth, watching Lin En speak more and more enthusiastically. For some reason, she just had an urge to beat him to death. By the way, Lin En changed the subject, smiling slightly, then pulled out a small piece of crystal clear, jade-like object from his coat, saying, "What do you think this is?" The blood-clad Wraith's gaze instantly fell on the small, tooth-like fragment in his hand. Instantly, her expression changed. Because she could feel an indescribable root-level aura emanating from that small white object. This is... Lin En's lips curved into a slight smile, saying. Quite coincidentally, madam, you should know the infamous abyssal headhunters, right? The blood-clad Wraith's entire body trembled, almost instinctively taking a step back. Her gaze locked onto Lin En. Abyssal headhunters. As a creature of the dark world, she was naturally very aware. They were terrifying root-level monsters, roaming various regions of the dark world, and whenever they appeared, they devoured countless living beings and flesh. They were entities that even monarch-level powerhouses in the dark world would definitely avoid. And very coincidentally. Just yesterday, several dark creature gathering places near Wandering Soul Alley were completely devoured by those headhunters. And she had barely escaped from one of the headhunters' mouths last night. Could it be? Lin En smiled, adjusting his monocle, hinting. It seems you know. Then can you guess why, with so many living beings dying around Wandering Soul Alley, it was the only place that escaped this calamity? The blood-clad Wraith stared in shock at the jade-like object in Lin En's hand, exclaiming in disbelief. This is impossible. Lin En stood up with a faint smile, shrugging, well, it's quite unfortunate for you. I'm the favorite private dentist of that headhunter. She came to see me for a dental checkup last night and is now an honorary member of my clinic, taking great care of my business. He dash. The blood-clad Wraith's mind exploded with a thunderous roar. In an instant, it went completely blank. If it were just the things he mentioned earlier, she might be wary, but if she really wanted to make a move, she wouldn't truly fear anyone. After all, in the dark world, how many are cowardly enough to be scared? But when it comes to facing a root-level monster, she really has to think twice. Because for monsters of that level, if you truly provoke their hostility, they can find you through various means, even if you hide in the upper world, it won't help. There was once a monarch-level lord in the dark world who offended a root-level monster, and in just one day, all living beings in his territory were slaughtered. And he himself ended up with no one daring to shelter him. Eventually, he was hunted down and killed by that root-level monster. And she never expected. This seemingly frail human boy actually had such a connection. Lin En looked at her somewhat pale face, smiling as he held the adorable child, saying, Ma'am, you can't judge a book by its cover. Although my strength is indeed weak, good interpersonal relationships are also a form of strength. And there's really no need for you to get angry with me. Lin En stood up, patting the tip of her tentacle with a sigh. After all, we're neighbors. Shouldn't neighbors care for each other, help one another, and keep each other warm? Besides, you're such a beautiful and mature big sister. Charisma +1. Charisma +1. The blood-clad Wraith's eyes flickered, grinding her teeth. She could tell at a glance that this guy was clearly using both soft and hard tactics, the despicable act of giving a stick and then a sweet date. But indeed, she really didn't dare to make a move now. Not to mention whether what he said was true or not, just the root-level aura on that tooth stone he showed was enough to make her reconsider. Because if it were true, then she would really be bringing trouble upon herself. But she really wanted to get rid of this human boy. Aw! She screamed in frustration, her flailing tentacles slapping the surrounding walls, venting her anger and dissatisfaction. Then she sat on the floor, grinding her teeth, the sound clear and distinct. This feeling of anger with nowhere to vent made her feel incredibly stifled. Ma'am, calm down. Lin En calmly held the adorable child, saying. What I said to you during the day, although 3 parts were false, not all of it was to deceive you. While truth, goodness, and beauty might seem far-fetched, I did see some qualities in you that other wraiths don't possess. The blood-clad wraith ground her teeth. Don't think you can fool me again. You little brat. She swore she didn't believe a word that came out of this guy's mouth. If she could see through this boy, she would have wanted to get rid of him right now. Lin En took a deep breath, smiling calmly. I'm not lying to you, ma'am, because you have to admit. You love beauty, don't you? The blood-clad wraith was taken aback. Lin En stood up, holding the adorable child, smiling as he looked around, saying, "Your room is beautiful, unlike those cold and disgusting rooms below. It's clear you've carefully arranged your bedroom. Whether it's the walls, the bed, or the furniture, they all give a refreshing feeling, something other wraiths wouldn't do." Then he turned around. His gaze softened as he looked at the simple vase on the windowsill, with a white flower inserted in it. "I've seen this flower before. It's a rare non-toxic night lily in the dark world, not a rare flower, but do you think it's normal for a wraith's room to have such a flower? Moreover, you seem to have cultivated it quite well." On the windowsill, the crystalline white flower shimmered slightly. Delicate and beautiful. Lin En, /strategy progress plus 50%. The blood-clad wraith stared blankly at the flower, then suddenly trembled, angrily pointing at Lin En. "Don't give me that smooth talk, that's just. Let's not talk about that." Lin En's lips curled slightly, holding the adorable child, saying, "Then I'd like to ask, if you really find your child's current appearance repulsive, then may I ask, what's the deal with the beautiful dress and vest on this child?" Upon hearing this, the blood-clad wraith's eyes dodged, panicking. That's just me." The pink little dress on the adorable child in the mirror looked especially cute, forming a stark contrast with the dirty, disgusting world outside. And it was clear to see, there wasn't a speck of dirt on it. There were also new threads. Clearly, it had been recently woven. Lin En, said, All right. Don't deny it, it's all clear, you actually find your child quite adorable, right? When you're alone, you must also be envious and cuddle them, right?" The blood-clad wraith's face instantly turned red, she angrily said. "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Don't make wild guesses." Lin En, for all, equals 3 said, "What's there to be afraid to admit? It's a very normal affectionate expression of a mother towards her daughter, and you made her such a beautiful outfit, clearly you're very satisfied with your daughter's current appearance." Yada, the adorable child moved its hands and feet. The blood-clad wraith's face flushed red, unable to say a word. But she had to admit. What this guy said was indeed true. Compared to those twisted and broken children before, she indeed preferred the relatively normal and cute child now. But being said out loud by this guy, she still felt very embarrassed. Lin En wore a gentle expression, softly saying, "Ma'am, I've always believed that someone who loves to pursue beautiful things must have a beautiful heart, and this alone shows that you are fundamentally different from other wraiths. And I believe that even in the human world, you would be a very lovable girl." Listening to Lin En's increasingly gentle voice, even though she kept telling herself not to believe a word that came out of this human boy's mouth. This novel is available on. But for some reason, she still felt her heart pounding. She bit her teeth hard, her eyes flickering as she looked at the wall beside her. But in her mind, Lin En's words kept echoing. Because those words indeed touched the softest part of her heart. As a will that revived in this dark world after dying in the human world. Even though she kept trying to adapt to this dark world, she still couldn't forget the memories of her past life. She always wondered, what if she hadn't died? If she were still that girl in the human world, would she already have a large family, watching her daughter grow up, get married, and have children? But every time she saw her twisted face in the mirror, that terrifying appearance kept telling her, "You're already dead. You're nothing but a twisted wraith now. A ghost." Ding. Task triggered, resolve the blood-clad wraith's grievance, current progress, 11%, first stage task reward, 500 skull coins, 500 basic experience, special reward X1. Lin En's mind was suddenly filled with a system notification. He immediately calmed down. He looked at the blood-clad wraith in front of him, who seemed somewhat distracted. It was clear. His words had already touched her heart, and as long as he found a breakthrough point, he could completely dissolve her hostility towards him. Lin En's brain worked rapidly. Finally, his gaze locked onto her cracked face, which was constantly spewing tentacles and barbs. An idea struck Lin En. That's right. This was definitely a breakthrough point. A wraith who had always pursued beautiful things in her heart. The best way to break through her defenses was to help her get rid of her current twisted appearance. No matter what. Such a good opportunity. He could only try his best. Lin En immediately collected himself, adjusted his monocle, and gently said. Madam, I think you don't like your current appearance either, do you? If you're willing, I might be able to help you truly look human. Buzz. As soon as he said this, it was like a thunderclap in the Bloodclad wraith's mind. She almost instinctively looked up, staring at Lin En in astonishment. For a moment, her gaze seemed frozen. But she quickly regained her mocking and harsh expression, saying coldly. With just you? Stop joking, don't think that just because you fixed my daughter's shape, you have some skills. That was only because my daughter is still in her infant stage, and the wraith curse within her hasn't formed yet. You probably haven't seen the true form of a wraith. In an instant. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of bone and flesh twisting sounds. Her body continuously cracked and expanded, her graceful figure growing more and more rotten hands, squeezing out sticky and foul-smelling rotten flesh. Right before Lin En's eyes, the Bloodclad wraith twisted and expanded into an indescribable monster. Countless faces emerged on her body. Each filled with malice. It was like a terrifying amalgamation of countless bodies crushed in a meat grinder and forcibly pieced together. Lin En's ears were instantly filled with the raspy, venomous murmurs of countless voices. This is my true form. Do you still think you're so confident now? We are, Pori.com, find us on Google. Drip drip. Drops of foul-smelling slime fell to the ground. The long, snake-like twisted neck held the woman's head, circling and sneering coldly in front of Lin En. Wawa dash, the little child in Lin En's arms burst into tears from fright. Sanity value -10. Sanity value -10. Lin En stared blankly at the indescribable monster before him, unable to utter a word. The Bloodclad wraith sneered viciously. Curses, pain, resentment, they are what turned me into this. Do you really think you can resolve it with just a scalpel in your hand? That mocking and icy voice rumbled in Lin En's ears. Crisis level 80%. Crisis level 99%. Warning. Warning. The target's crisis level towards you is nearing 100%. But at this moment, Lin En quickly calmed down, showing no signs of panic. And he swiftly caught the keyword in her earlier words. Curses. If this was the cause of her current state, I have a way. Lin En said calmly. The Bloodclad wraith's expression froze. Lin En fixed his gaze on her, reaching out to touch her snake-like neck. Almost instantly, he activated his curse diagnosis ability. Ding. Target curse diagnosis in progress. Ding. Target curse diagnosis complete. Wraith curse, formed by the aggregation of countless resentments of living beings after death. The more resentments and living beings the target devours, the stronger the curse becomes, and the more distorted the target's form becomes. It is an extremely high-level curse. And almost at the moment he heard the diagnosis, Lin En suddenly raised his head and said, activate the limited time curse removal ability. Ding. The limited time curse removal ability has been applied to the Demon Hunter's revolver. Would you like to switch the target? Yes. Buzz. Almost in that moment, the Bloodclad wraith's eyes widened in shock. Because she immediately saw that Lin En's hand, touching her neck, was emitting an endless light. And those lights, like gentle lines, quickly flowed into her body. She immediately felt the curse within her being slowly peeled away under the influence of those halos. This. She was stunned, her face filled with shock. And under her watchful eyes, countless twisted black lines screamed as they were peeled away from her body by the light. Her pupils dilated sharply. As if she had been completely drained. She felt the curse being peeled away, felt the pain and distortion slowly leaving her. She let out a long, painful howl towards the sky. And in the next moment, her shattered and twisted body slowly dissolved in the light, revealing a slender and fair figure amidst the blood and flesh. Ding! Curse extraction successful. Limited time curse removal ability is now on cooldown. Current cooldown time, 12 hours. Ding! Curse removal experience +1. Ding! Curse removal experience +1. Rustle. The light gradually faded, and a dark and sinister rune appeared in Lin En's palm. It was the Wraith curse he had removed and stored. As the light faded and vision was restored, Lin En's gaze fell on the pristine figure amidst the foul-smelling blood on the floor, her long curly hair cascading like a waterfall, stunningly beautiful. The curse has been temporarily removed by me. Lin En said with a smile, his expression unchanged. And on the floor, the blood-clad Wraith sat there in a daze. She slowly crawled up from the ground, her eyes reflecting her slender hands, turning her head blankly to look at her reflection in the mirror. In an instant, her mind went blank. This, impossible. She murmured, trembling as she reached out to touch her cheek. Because she felt it. This was her body, no longer the disguise pieced together from flesh and blood, this was her true form. And inside, it was empty, the Wraith curse that had tormented her for over 100 years seemed to have never existed. It was gone. What did you do to me just now? She murmured, as if living in a dream. Lin En smiled, holding the little child, and said. I already told you, I helped remove the Wraith curse from your body. Do you still think I'm deceiving you, madam? Lin En acted confidently. The blood-clad Wraith stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. That flawless body made her feel like she had woken from a terrible nightmare. You really. She finally, incredulously, got up from the ground. A curse that had lasted over 100 years. Was truly, in the hands of this human boy. So easily. Ah dash. She clutched her hair tightly, eyes shut, letting out an uncontrollable series of excited screams. She was incoherent. She didn't even know how to describe her complex and excited feelings at this moment. Lin En stood there, wide-eyed, watching the woman suddenly act as if she were having a seizure. System, is the curse really lifted? It's lifted. Then why do I feel like she's even crazier than before? Finally, after a good while of incoherent shouting, the blood-clad Wraith seemed to lose her spirit, slumping to the ground, covering her face in a daze, and said. Sorry, could you leave for a moment? Let me calm down first, my emotions are a bit turbulent right now. Lin En blinked, nodding up and down in understanding. Then he quickly picked up the little girl and swiftly pushed the door open, leaving the room. After Lin En left, the blood-clad Wraith sat dazedly on the floor, staring at her beautiful reflection in the mirror. Ding! You have completed the first stage of the task, the grudge of the blood-clad Wraith. You have received 500 skull coins, 500 basic experience, and a special reward, Soul Lantern X1. Ding! Blood-clad Wraith's favorability towards you +10. Ding! Blood-clad Wraith's favorability towards you +10. Downstairs at the table. Lin En sat there restlessly, holding the little girl in his arms, his scalp tingling. He had been waiting here for almost half an hour. And ever since the task completion notification. Every minute, a favorability +10 notification rang in his ears. And just a few minutes ago, the favorability had already broken through the 300 mark. But he didn't know what kind of psychological changes the blood-clad Wraith was going through upstairs, but no matter what, with so much favorability, he was sure he could get through the night safely. She shouldn't want to kill me anymore, right? Lin En pondered. Although the process was very convoluted, the final result was clearly moving in a positive direction. And as long as he got through tonight, once his teacher returned tomorrow, he wouldn't have to be so on edge anymore. After all, his teacher's strength was absolutely top-notch. And just at that moment, a fair hand slowly pushed open the door. Then a sweet and seductive voice came from inside. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin En immediately looked up towards the door. Under the dim candlelight, he saw the woman in a red dress pushing the door open, her wavy curls still cascading down, her face flushed with the unique blush of a mature woman, walking out gently. Seeing her at that moment, Lin En gave a thumbs up. Because compared to her previous disguise, after the curse was lifted, she became even more beautiful and real. Under Lin En's gaze, the blood-clad wraith sat across from him, her face slightly red. Unlike her previous sarcastic and sharp demeanor, the blood-clad wraith now seemed somewhat like a gentle and charming neighbor. Sorry. She lowered her head towards Lin En, covering her burning cheeks, her face slightly red as she said. I apologize for my previous rude behavior towards you, and for the great malice I harbored against you for a while. I truly feel ashamed. It's like she's a completely different person. Lin En thought to himself, his mind racing. It's okay, it's okay. Lin En coughed and said. We're neighbors, after all. Shouldn't we live in harmony and understand each other? Ding. Bloodclad Wraith's favorability towards you +20. Ding. Bloodclad Wraith's favorability towards you +20. This isn't good. The bloodclad Wraith's cheeks turned even redder, and she said, even though you say that, I still feel very guilty, and I didn't expect you to actually be able to remove the evil curse from my body. At this point, Lin En immediately raised a finger seriously and said sternly. I only temporarily removed the curse for you, you must understand this, it's not permanent. The curse removal lasts about 24 hours, and if it's not removed again after 24 hours, you'll revert to your original state. This point. Support us at. Lin En had to make sure she knew. As a doctor, honesty is key. Of course, the most important reason is that if he didn't explain it clearly in advance, and she reverted to her original state after a day, she might think he was deceiving her and then retaliate against him. The blood-clad wraith was also taken aback and said, only 24 hours. To be honest. After losing the torment of the evil curse, she felt unprecedented relaxation for the past half hour. And just thinking about those hundreds of years before made her shiver uncontrollably. She really didn't want to go back to that state. Lin En nodded seriously. But seeing the blood-clad wraith's face about to show disappointment. Lin En changed his tone, closing his eyes, and said, but although that's what I said, I can help you remove it again every 12 hours, so in other words, it's not impossible to make it permanent. Really? The blood-clad wraith's eyes lit up. Ding. Blood-clad wraith's favorability towards you +20. Ding. Blood-clad Wraith's favorability towards you +20. That's right. Lin En smiled slightly, giving a thumbs up, and said. And since we're neighbors, living so close, if you want to maintain your current appearance for a long time, you just need to come to me once a day for treatment. And as a neighbor, I can even give you a 20% discount. This way, there's absolutely no problem. He just needed to use his limited curse removal ability daily, not only ensuring his safety but also providing a stable client and income source. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win deal. Damn, I'm so clever. 20% off. The blood-clad wraith rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Lin En, and said. Does it still require payment? Lin En immediately rubbed his shoulder, showing a slightly weak expression, and said with a bitter smile. Ma'am, to be honest, although removing the curse seems simple, it's really an energy-consuming task. Considering our neighborly relationship, I can indeed waive a few sessions for you. But subsequent sessions will still require a fee, after all, we're just a small business. Want it for free? No way. The blood-clad wraith smiled and said, what price? Or what kind of compensation do you need? Lin En thought for a moment, smiled, and raised a finger, saying, 1,000 skull coins per session, with a 20% discount for you, making it 800 skull coins. How about it? This price is quite favorable, right? For such a high-level wraith. Lin En didn't believe she was really broke. After all, those like the Black Knight Demon Hunter used black skull coins, clearly indicating wealth. However, Lin En didn't set the price too high, as this was a long-term business, and the key was a steady flow, not being too hasty. But unexpectedly, the blood-clad wraith shook her head with a smile, twirling her hair with her fingers, and said, "I have no money." Lin En was taken aback. "Ma'am, you're joking." Lin En said with a wry smile. "Someone as powerful as you can't possibly be broke. Don't fool me." The blood-clad wraith smiled, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "I really have no money because I used to just eat whoever had what I wanted, so I never needed to trade, and thus never had money." Lin En was horrified. "No way. The favorability has already increased to such an extent. She wouldn't still want to harm me, right?" Lin En was sweating profusely and said, "No money, well, other things can also work, as long as the price is right, anything can be used for trade." "Really?" The blood-clad wraith raised her beautiful eyebrows. Lin En crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said, "Really, whether it's body parts, herbs, cursed items, or corpses, I'm open to offers, as long as the price." But at that moment, Lin En suddenly felt a fragrance wafting over. He opened his eyes abruptly. Exclamation marks appeared above Lin En's head. He saw that at some point, the blood-clad wraith had leaned over the table, her nose less than a centimeter from his, her lips slightly parted, and a teasing fragrance wafted over. Her eyes were seductive, her breath fragrant as she said, "So, how much do you think I'm worth?" Lin En. She gently extended her slender fingers, tugging at the strap on her shoulder, her fair skin dazzling to the eyes. The allure exuding from this mature woman was like a poison, gripping your gaze tightly. Lin En widened his eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to pull back a little. But that alluring face quickly closed the distance, rendering his efforts useless. Danger. Lin En tried to calm his mind and said, "Madam, please have some self-respect." The blood-clad wraith's red lips moved slightly, her voice soft and gentle, "Didn't you call me sister before? Don't you think that sounds nicer?" Gasp. A cold breath filled Lin En's chest. He immediately felt as if he had just climbed out of one pit, only to fall into another. Lin En tried to steady his emotions and firmly said, "Our shop doesn't accept flesh compensation." The blood-clad wraith leaned forward on the table, bringing her face close to his ear, her breath like orchids as she whispered, "Are you sure you don't want it? This is a very good body, just freed from a curse, untouched by any filth. Don't you want to give it a try?" She gave Lin En a seductive, alluring look. Lin En. Willpower -10. Willpower -10. Find the original at. Lin En swore, this female ghost was definitely a fairy adept at enchanting hearts. And for a pure-hearted teenager, this was not an opponent on the same level at all. Lin En stiffly smoked. Meanwhile, the cute child he was holding in his arms looked on curiously, clearly not understanding the situation. "Really, don't want to try it?" the blood-clad wraith continued to tempt. Lin En stiffly said, "The kid is watching." The blood-clad wraith's lips curled slightly, and she breathed into his ear, softly saying, "All right, come to my room." Thump. 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 Lin En could hear his heart pounding wildly. After all, as a teenager who had crossed into this mysterious world, this level of temptation was not something ordinary willpower could withstand. And there was no system crisis alert sounding in his ear. Which meant there was no danger. But precisely because there was no danger, it was hard to maintain calm and rationality. Moreover, it was under the guise of a reward. Finally, Lin En exhaled with difficulty, closed his eyes, and resignedly said, "I don't know how." The blood-clad wraith was taken aback. "Huh? Don't know how? In what way?" Such a smooth talker, and such a handsome boy, had never done anything fun with a girl before. Because if this were in the human world, he would definitely be a typical bad boy who could easily charm girls. The blood-clad wraith looked puzzled, never been intimate with a girl. Lin En kept his eyes closed, not answering. Never kissed. Lin En kept his eyes closed, his temples throbbing madly. Never held hands either. Black lines appeared on Lin En's forehead, the sound of grinding teeth audible. Ding! You feel greatly insulted. Seeing Lin En's expression, trying hard to suppress his embarrassment, the blood-clad wraith's lips slowly curled into a strange smile, her eyes lighting up as if she were a big bad wolf spotting a cute little rabbit. I see. She lightly licked the corner of her lips, chuckling softly into Lin En's ear, then I'll teach you bit by bit. Lin En. Divider. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, wonderful first experience. The host gains 200 base experience. Wonderful first experience. A phased achievement, the host has successfully taken the first shy yet firm step from boyhood to manhood. The host gains a permanent bonus, Constitution +1, Endurance +1, Stamina +1. Ding. Bloodclad Wraith's favorability towards you +50. Ding. Bloodclad Wraith's attitude towards you has changed from indifferent to favorable, you gain base experience +400. Lin En. The soul lantern at the door lit up, marking the arrival of a new day. Lin En buttoned his shirt one by one, forcing a calm expression, but his wildly twitching eyes betrayed his unsettled mind. As expected. He couldn't resist. As for how these past few hours went by, Lin En thought it best not to mention it. Otherwise, it might not be suitable for children. Remember to wait for sister tomorrow night, sister still wants you to come to the shop for proper treatment. A sultry voice came to his ear. Lin En didn't even dare to turn around. Afraid that seeing those mature and charming eyes would once again capture his hard-won regained sanity. Well, I'll be heading back. Lin En coughed. The voice softly echoed in his ear. You helped sister remove the curse, sister will teach you new knowledge, definitely, more impressive than before. Lin En fled. Behind him came the woman's bell-like, seductive laughter. Watching Lin En's retreating figure, the blood-clad wraith crossed her arms, flirtatiously twirling her wavy hair, a smile on her face. Then she magically pulled out a mirror, gazing at her reflection, lost in the joy and excitement of being freed from the curse. Ding! You have excellently completed the task, Blood Feast. You have received the reward, 1,000 skull coins, 500 base experience, special reward, Blood Fiend's Cloak. Blood Fiend's Cloak. Quality, rare. Feature, after use, it can hide your presence and allow you to pass through solid objects like a specter. Description, the formless and intangible wraiths always become the fear in people's hearts, so the abyssal monsters crafted such a cloak, allowing you to become like a wraith, formless and intangible, but be cautious, wearing it means losing all attack capabilities. Ding! You have leveled up, please allocate your attribute points. On the road, Lin En quickly opened his attribute panel. Lin En. Level, 9. Race, human race. Strength, 31. Agility, 32. Intelligence, 35. Constitution, 44. Assignable points, 16. Fame, 64. Description, a twisted apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, hiding a heart that spreads fear beneath a pure exterior, has caused significant psychological shadows for multiple customers, and incited two high-level beings to maliciously abuse drugs, though has some reputation among root monsters, still hard to change his malicious behavior of deceiving good women and forcing flesh compensation. Lin En. What kind of nonsense introduction is this? How did I become a twisted pervert? How am I spreading fear? And what does it mean by deceiving good women and forcing flesh compensation? Clearly, my first time was maliciously taken away. I was the one being seduced. And how can the blood-clad wraith be called a good woman? Doesn't that make me as innocent as a harmless little lamb? Q. With a dark face, Lin En vented his frustration, then as usual, allocated all his attribute points to Constitution. Although the other aspects also had their advantages. But no matter what, being resilient is the best advantage in this dark world. Moreover, with a strong constitution, other abilities will also see hidden improvements, such as endurance, stamina, and even the power of a punch will be noticeably stronger than during a weaker constitution period. And now he had reached level 9. Which meant just one more level up. He would meet the system's job change requirements. Who knows what kind of job change task might be triggered at that time. Lin En quickly grabbed the lantern and headed towards the apothecary. He still didn't dare to linger outside for long. Although he was much stronger than before, who knew what kind of monster might suddenly appear from the black mist and drag you into the darkness? He was still too weak. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened along the way. Arriving at the shop's entrance, the lit soul lantern emitted a faint glow, and there were no signs of anyone having been inside. So, did something happen to my teacher? Lin En hesitated, sitting at the counter and tapping on the table. His teacher had left in a hurry, saying he would return within 2 days, but now it was the 3rd day, and he still hadn't appeared. Lin En couldn't help but suspect something was amiss. Maybe something delayed him. Lin En's gaze was steady. He tapped the table again, deciding to explore the field of vision first. Yesterday, his exploration was interrupted by the Bloodclad Wraith, and today he needed to thoroughly explore it. Enter. Skull coins, 500. Accompanied by a wave of intense nausea. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, and once again, the massive plaza appeared before him, with the gigantic eyeball hovering above it. He had returned to the field of vision. Let's see what they're talking about. Lin En quickly opened the regional channel to see if he could gather any information. Regional channel. Blood dull, Queen. Queen. How's the progress? Did that human apprentice die a horrible death? Is his head already twisted off and used as a chamber pot? Burnt ghost, at Queen. Please tell us in detail, we're all eager to know what happened. Long-haired ghost, sulking. Skull demon, Queen, are you there? Did you decisively deal with the one who dared to bully your daughter? Evil spirit Queen. Blood dull, excited, Queen, you're here. So, did that guy get the punishment he deserved? Evil spirit Queen, Shy, he made me feel very comfortable. Buzz. In an instant, the regional channel fell silent. Then countless, began to flood the screen. Blood dull, huh? Burnt ghost, stunned, what do you mean by very comfortable? Evil spirit Queen, I was too agitated yesterday, blushing, he is indeed a very capable doctor. I shouldn't have treated him so rudely, but I didn't break my promise. Since I said I would eat him, I definitely will, just in a different way, Shy. Everyone. Evil spirit Queen, ahem, no more talking, he was too forceful, Omega, I need to get some good sleep, goodbye. Everyone, Omega Omega. What do you mean by a bit of swelling, please explain clearly. And what do you mean by a different way? Why does it feel like something strange and indescribable happened at the Queen's place last night? Burnt ghost, Omega Omega, Queen, please explain clearly. What happened to that guy? Queen. Queen. Skull demon, stunned, you're kidding, right? You're kidding, right? Did that human kid not only survive but also manage to conquer the powerful evil spirit Queen? Snap. Lin En closed the regional channel at an unimaginable speed, staring wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential rain. No. I didn't. To read the uncut version, go to. Don't make wild guesses. That female evil spirit is too open, why can she say anything so casually? Lin En shook his head vigorously. Although they did play some ambiguous games last night, it definitely didn't go to the point of no return, no. Lin En forced himself to calm down. He closed the regional channel. Decided not to think about those strange things anymore. Lin En began to carefully explore the other functions of the field of vision. After all, the field of vision might become another direction for his future development. If he could open a store similar to a modern online shop, that would be perfect. Soon. It didn't take long for Lin En to roughly figure out some basic functions of the field of vision. And after figuring it out, Lin En became increasingly suspicious that the so-called Supreme Will might really be from the same place as him. Because many elements were too similar to online games. First. 1. In the field of vision, all beings can post information externally. You can charge for it, but when posting information, you need to pay a portion of skull coins as a fee. 2. You can post in your region, or choose to post in the entire field of vision or a larger area, but this requires corresponding permissions and higher fees. 3. Besides the regional channel corresponding to each plaza, there are also larger domain channels and the largest public world channel. Exactly. It was because of the words world channel that Lin En highly suspected the composition of the field of vision. Because the style didn't match. 4. You can spend some skull coins to register your own shop and identity in the dedicated area of the field of vision, but it costs 1 black skull coin per day. Exactly. A whole 1,000 skull coins a day. 5. Besides trading in the field of vision, you can also accept various tasks published by living beings in specific areas and earn skull coins as rewards. It can be said. This field of vision is almost an independent economic system. If it weren't for the fact that most of the beings here were dark creatures, he would have thought he had logged into a large online game. And 6. The point that Lin En found most intriguing. In the field of vision, there is also a place called contract domain distinct from other areas. According to the introduction, it collects prayers and sacrifices from various surface worlds and transmits them to the dark world in real time. And as long as the conditions are met, you can sign a temporary contract with a living being from the surface, allowing you to descend into the world of that surface being in the form of a demon summoning, and after completing the contract, you receive the offering sacrificed by the surface being. If that's the case, Lin En pondered. Could there be prayers from Earth, and if so, could I use this method to go home? This was indeed a very tempting thought. Because for a teenager, being away from home for 2 years, especially in such a dark world, it's impossible to say he doesn't miss home. But Lin En wasn't in a hurry, he still had other things to do. Teleport, trading zone. Lin En clicked on the rune in his hand. And in the next moment, a hexagram magic circle glowing with blue light appeared beneath his feet, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Sin City High-Grade Weapon Shop, selling Black Purge Stone Great Shield, suitable for humanoid creatures, price, 11 black skull coins, focus vision to teleport. Demon Mechanical Shop, offering limb reconstruction services, selling high-level magic energy cores, price negotiable, focus vision to teleport. One-Eyed Giant Slave Shop, selling Violet World Fox Girl X1, fair-skinned and beautiful, mind-controllable, trainable and breedable, price, 5 black skull coins, focus vision to teleport. Upon arriving at the trading zone, Lin En's eyes were immediately bombarded with a barrage of flashing advertisements. Lin En's mouth twitched slightly. It was utterly absurd. It was like opening a web page and being hit with hundreds of pop-up ads at once, a complete information overload. However, Lin En didn't mind. Upon entering the trading zone, his wrist rune gained some new functions. Shop teleportation. By entering the corresponding number and name, you can directly teleport into the space where a shop is located. Shop creation. Spend 10,000 skull coins to open your own shop. Formula trading. Head to a specific high-value item trading area for auction and purchase services. Without hesitation, Lin En directly clicked on shop creation. He already had over 30,000 skull coins, enough to create his own shop in the field of vision. After entering Bloodsaw Apothecary and the address in Wandering Soul Alley, Lin En clicked submit. But the next moment, a notification of duplicate information appeared before his eyes. Lin En pondered. Could it be that my teacher has already set up a shop with the same name in the field of vision? It was certainly possible. After all, his teacher was a native dark creature and had likely accessed the field of vision long ago. There was no reason he wouldn't know about it. Teleport. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Without a second thought, Lin En entered the corresponding name and clicked teleport. With a flash of blue light, Lin En suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a small, independent space of less than 50 square meters. Above the shop in front of him, several large characters were prominently displayed. Bloodsaw Apothecary. And Lin En immediately noticed the iconic Bloodsaw symbol next to the apothecary. No doubt about it. This was definitely his teacher's apothecary. Because that Bloodsaw symbol was his teacher's exclusive mark. Lin En raised his head, looking at the empty shop, and instinctively reached out to push the door. Instantly, a line of bloody text appeared before his eyes. Authorization not detected, please enter shop command. Command? Lin En hesitated, touching his chin and muttering to himself. So, you can set a password. But since it's my teacher's shop, he probably wouldn't mind if I went in. After some thought, Lin En decided to give it a try. Although he didn't know his teacher very well, he was familiar with some habits from their daily interactions. Muscle man extraordinaire. Command incorrect, access denied. Single for 200 years. Command incorrect, access denied. Disciple is the cutest. Command incorrect, access denied. Lin En's face stiffened as he pondered, then with dead fish eyes, he solemnly said. I love lowly. Command correct, access granted. Click. The shop door in front of him slowly opened. Lin En. As expected, it was still using that detestable hobby as a command, just like the safe's password. Lin En smoothly stepped into the shop. Once inside, Lin En confirmed that this so-called field of vision was indeed far superior to those so-called virtual worlds. Because you could bring real-world items into this world. This was definitely a highly efficient field of black technology. However, the shop didn't have anything particularly rare, and the stored potions were not much different from those in a small shop. Clearly, his teacher didn't place much importance on this shop in the field of vision. But it made sense. Each entry and exit cost 500 skull coins and required vision stones, which were obviously consumables. For ordinary creatures, opening a shop here would definitely be a losing business. But it seems like there's regular maintenance going on. Lin En opened the shop interface. He found that the shop still had 4,000 skull coins reserved for daily shop deductions. What surprised Lin En was that the shop in the field of vision had a log that could be checked. Lin En flipped through it. Day 90, sold a complete set of adult wailing demon organs, earned 5 black skull coins. Day 93, sold hellbound demon head X1, earned 1 black skull coin. Day 95, rest. Day 97, sold soul devouring eyeballs X2, earned 2 black skull coins. As he browsed through the log, Lin En couldn't help but widen his eyes. Teacher really likes to dabble inside businesses. Because Lin En clearly remembered. Around those times in the log, his teacher would indeed return from trips carrying several bloody sacks and then head straight to the operating room, where Lin En often heard the sound of chopping meat. So, the apothecary was just a front. His teacher's real source of income was selling these monster organs. Lin En took a deep breath. But this also gave him a glimpse of his teacher's strength, as the monsters sold in the log were clearly formidable just by their names. Lin En continued to flip through. And then, his gaze focused on a recent log entry. Day 105, an old friend from the Demon Society found me, inviting me to the Hanging Man's Tower to investigate some recent strange occurrences within the society. I've been out of the Demon Society for 10 years, and it's quite odd for them to seek me out now. Lin En checked the date. This log was edited 3 days ago. It seemed this was the reason his teacher left 2 days ago. Hanging Man's Tower. Demon Society. Lin En pondered. Clearly. This was likely an organization within the dark world, and his teacher was once a member. But he wasn't very familiar with it, as his teacher, being a law-abiding apprentice, had no reason to disclose more to him. Lin En shook his head. But since it's an invitation from an old friend, my teacher shouldn't be in any danger. Lin En closed his eyes. Soon, he put these matters aside. Because the most important thing for him now was to make money, promote, and build fame. Since he had such a vast platform as the field of vision, he had to leverage his advantage as a transmigrator. He quickly left the field of vision. Logged out. Rushed to the backyard, Lin En swiftly prepared various materials for potion crafting. If he wanted to develop in the field of vision, the most important thing was to have enough products to offer. And the critical hit potion and flesh growth potion in his possession were all unique top-grade formulas obtained from the system. The critical hit potion was even proven to be an excellent potion for enhancing combat power. He was absolutely confident. These two potions would definitely have a broad market in the field of vision. Root-level biological tissue X1 explosive fruit pulp X1 hell clover X4 black bat wings X1, etc. He roughly listed the materials for the critical hit potion. The other materials were relatively common. But for the root-level biological tissue, he only had some tooth fragments left by the head hunter, and after the last crafting, he had enough to make about 30 more bottles. To mass produce. He would clearly need more supplies. But for now, it was definitely enough. Without further ado, Lin En immediately took the materials to the potion lab and began crafting the critical hit potion. Bubble, bubble. Light the fire, start the pot, craft. Ding. You have crafted critical hit potion X1. Ding. You have crafted critical hit potion X1. Ding. You have crafted critical hit potion X1. With the system's notifications, 2 hours flew by in an instant. And he now had 30 bottles of potions that were a sickly yellow and red in his hands. Lin En quickly sealed the potion with a smile and spent another 500 skull coins to teleport into the field of vision. Everything was ready. Now, the most important thing was to sell the potion in his hand. A little pricier. Sell it at 3,000 skull coins per bottle. Support us at. He believed that anyone who used his potion would definitely become a repeat customer. The most important thing now was promotion. Without hesitation, Lin En tapped the rune on his wrist and began editing the content for information sharing. Bloodsaw Apothecary, the extremely powerful critical hit potion is now available. After taking it, it can greatly increase attack strength, 3,000 skull coins per bottle. Limited to 30 bottles, fair price. First come, first served. Only here. No branches. Hurry and buy. Click. Skull coins minus 1,000. Information shared successfully. Lin En smiled, feeling a bit eager, and quickly switched to the trading channel. Looking at the shared information, Lin En had a premonition that countless customers would soon be breaking down his door. Half an hour later. Lin En sat at the counter, eyes closed, a smile on his lips, glancing at the empty space outside the store. Normal. Maybe the promotion hasn't taken effect yet, it's only been half an hour, just wait a bit longer, soon customers will come. He could also spend another 1,000 skull coins for more promotion. 2 hours later. Lin En frowned, arms crossed, pacing back and forth at the store entrance. Why hasn't anyone come? He's already advertised 3 times, surely someone should be interested enough to click in. Don't worry, patience is a virtue. That's right. Keep it up. 3 hours later. Lin En leaned stiffly against the counter, cobwebs forming above his head, his expression blank. He had spent a total of 5,000 skull coins, sending out 5 consecutive promotions. Could it be that not a single person was willing to click in? Money was flowing away like water. Bang! Lin En slapped the table in frustration. You forced me to do this, I didn't want to use this method. But it seems I have no choice. Grinding his teeth, Lin En quickly pulled up the information sharing interface and edited the following message. Shocking. The secret to becoming bigger and stronger for real men. Top demon hunter shares the secret, making succubi blush and queens exclaim with the manly critical hit potion. 1 bottle for explosive strength. 2 bottles to ascend. 3 bottles to bulldoze through anything. Want to be a true man standing tall? Click, Bloodsaw Apothecary. Bang. Click to promote. Not done yet. Damn. Lin En quickly typed with his single, for 17 years speed, editing over a dozen anonymous messages in a trading channel at 100 skull coins each. Wow. The critical hit potion from Bloodsaw Apothecary is so amazing. After my boyfriend took it, just 1 bottle and I couldn't handle it. No way. Such a treasure of a potion shop, how can it be shared so easily? And a bottle is only 3,000 skull coins, wow. What if someone buys them all at once? Stop posting. Be careful, the price goes up. Isn't it better to keep it a secret? Let yourself quietly become stronger, more powerful. Isn't it worth it? Is this potion really that strong? No. Not strong at all. After taking it, it just casually doubles your combat power, every attack lands a perfect critical hit. It's not strong at all. But can it really tear clothes? Not only can it tear clothes. It can tear what should and shouldn't be torn. Otherwise, how could it be called a critical hit potion? Bang! Lin En bit his lip, putting down his single for 17 years typing speed. And after this barrage of messages, the trading channel fell into a brief silence. Black dots flew over Lin En's head. But in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. Outside the store, countless teleportation lights appeared densely, dazzling the eyes. And in Lin En's ears, countless notifications sounded. Dark Giant Reborn requests to enter the store. Fallen Minotaur requests to enter the store. Succubus Alea requests to enter the store. Multi-armed demon requests to enter the store. Without hesitation, Lin En allowed them all. And in an instant, countless phantoms flooded in like a tidal wave from outside the door, filling the small shop to the brim, each space occupied by at least a dozen phantoms. Each phantom's eyes were shining, their tone extremely excited. Boss! Is everything in your information true? Does your store really sell such magical potions? Is there really a top potion that makes one super powerful, even making my queen exclaim? I want 10 bottles of critical hit potion. Boss! I want them now. Is it really recommended by a top demon hunter? Boss! Give me 50 bottles. I want to try it out. Get out of the way. I was here first. Boss! Give me a bottle, shouting. Asterisk asterisk, nonsense. I was here first. Boss! I'll take all the potions. Oh my. Oh my. Boss, do you accept flesh compensation? I can come over. I'm a good succubus. In an instant, the previously deserted potion shop was suddenly packed with countless old perverts lurking in the dark world. Lin En. Indeed. Just like on Earth, if you don't add some excitement, no one is willing to visit you. But clearly, this place is still a pure land, the customers are excited and innocent, not like those on Earth who scoff at such low-level promotional methods. It's really a bit of a headache. Lin En pretended to be troubled, showing a difficult expression. Everyone, although the potions in this store are genuine, the shop has always been a small business, with limited stock. Now there are only 30 bottles of critical hit potion, and 10 are reserved for regular customers. This, really puts me in a difficult position. Lin En was in a difficult spot. Seeing Lin En's troubled expression, the swarming customers immediately exploded. Asterisk asterisk, damn. Boss, why are you troubled? 4,000 skull coins per bottle. I'll take them all. If you feel troubled, I'll add 500 coins per bottle. I have plenty of money. Damn. Hashtag, do you think you're the only one with money? Boss. 5,000 per bottle. Give me 30 bottles to start with. If it's good, I'll double my visits in the future. 5,000. Small-minded. I'll pay 6,000. 7,000. 7,500. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Lin En quickly raised his hand, advising, everyone, don't fight. Although the potions in this store are indeed excellent, please shop rationally. Don't spend recklessly. Making money isn't easy. Payment over there, just transfer directly. Ding. You have earned 10,000 skull coins. Ding. You have earned 10,000 skull coins. Ding. You have unlocked the achievement, all potions are black, gaining 500 base experience. All potions are black, special achievement, earned by selling the same potion for a total of over 300,000 skull coins in one go. You receive a permanent bonus, a 1% increase in income from potion sales, intelligence +1, charisma +1. Inside the shop. Lin En sat amidst a pile of coins, counting the skull coins one by one with a conflicted expression. My conscience is troubled, but I swear I didn't deceive the customers. Since combat power can be doubled, then any aspect of combat power should increase exponentially. The reputation of our Bloodsaw apothecary is absolutely top-notch. If anyone is troubled by hair loss, I'll develop a batch of hair growth potions tomorrow, and they'll be cheap. T to the power of T. Meanwhile, on a plain in the dark world, one after another, fully armed dark elves lined up, gazing solemnly at the black mist ahead. The leading dark elf looked grave, holding a spear, ready for battle at any moment. This was the 5th day of their elven court's defense against the abyssal swarm, a critical moment. If their column could successfully hold off this fierce counterattack, they could await the arrival of reinforcements. In the darkness, faint roars echoed continuously. Faintly, pairs of scarlet eyes seemed to flicker in the darkness. Has our supply not arrived yet? The elven captain turned his head, frowning at his subordinates behind him. Their situation was extremely dire. All supply routes had been cut off, and their only means now was through the field of vision. But the vision stones they had were nearly depleted. If they couldn't withstand this swarm attack, their defenses would be completely breached by tomorrow. Captain. A dark elf rushed over from afar, stopping in front of him, panting heavily. I've established a connection with the court through the field of vision. The court has urgently sent us some supplies, but the transmission through the field of vision is limited. Only over 100 bottles of combat potions urgently procured by the court have been sent over initially. Hopefully, they can help us. He quickly placed the box he was carrying on the ground. Opening the lid. Inside, rows upon rows of various types of compound potions were neatly arranged. Half of them are emergency healing potions, 2/3 are strength-enhancing potions, and the remaining third are a few bottles of high-grade combat potions urgently procured by the court suppliers. He picked up a bottle of potion, its color a mix of yellow and red, and solemnly handed it to the captain. Captain. Here. The elven captain frowned, taking the potion and looking at the murky, nauseating liquid inside, he said. What kind of potion is this? Why does it look like urine? The elf replied seriously, the supply pressure on all columns is too great, and the court stock is depleted, so the newly procured potions are of varying quality. But it's said that this potion can nearly double the user's combat power, extremely potent. Double? With these words, all the surrounding dark elves showed expressions of astonishment. They were well aware that potions capable of significantly boosting combat power in a short time were usually priceless, and those that could double it were life-saving trump cards in critical moments. However, such potions also had severe side effects. Some potions could leave the user extremely weak for many days after consumption. But regardless, these potions were still extremely useful. Are there any side effects? The situation is urgent, so it's not clear yet. How many bottles of this potion were sent? 5 bottles. The elven captain's gaze was solemn as he said heavily. Distribute the potions. If they can truly double our combat power in a short time, I have confidence we can defeat that aberration. And as long as they could crush that broodmother, the crisis on their defense line would be greatly alleviated. At that moment, sharp roars suddenly erupted from the darkness. The next moment, the black mist surged, and countless massive insects frantically burst out from beneath the ground, their foul mandibles emitting terrifying screeches in their direction. In the distance, a gigantic broodmother suddenly appeared in their field of vision. For the full version, visit. They're here. The elven captain raised his head with a roar. Prepare for defense. The swarm launched an attack like a tidal wave. The captain charged into the swarm, swinging his spear, tearing apart one insect after another with ferocity. His gaze locked onto the massive aberration commanding the swarm deep within. His eyes sharpened. If this potion could truly double his combat power, then he was confident he could slay the aberration that had been troubling them amidst thousands of enemies. Pop. He twisted open the cap. Gritting his teeth, he downed the potion in one gulp. And at that moment, he suddenly felt an indescribable heat surge from his stomach, sweeping through his entire body. His pupils dilated instantly. This power. His eyes showed a look of shock. He felt his strength rapidly increasing, as if his blood was boiling, the potion acting like a potent catalyst, giving his power a massive boost in an instant. And at the next moment, he roared to the sky. His armor exploded instantly. Under the shocked gaze of all the fighting elves, their captain revealed his explosive muscles, his rock-like muscles pulsating. Captain. They were both shocked and overjoyed. Because they too felt it instantly. Their captain's aura. It seemed to have become much stronger all of a sudden. But in the next moment, another loud explosion sounded. Their captain's long, black, and shiny hair also exploded along with the armor, revealing his gleaming bald head. Ding! A flash of light shot out from their captain's smooth forehead, catching the eyes of everyone present. All the elves, Omega Omega. So bright. How did his hair explode too? And almost simultaneously. Boom. Boom. The same explosion sounds came from afar. The elves turned in shock, and immediately saw that the other 4 potion-consuming elves in their column had also experienced the same transformation as their captain. Their clothes exploded too. Their muscles pulsated, and their hair exploded away. 5 or 6 flashes of light made them the most dazzling figures on the battlefield. They're bald too, Omega Omega. The elves were shocked. Although they had gone bald, it seemed they had suddenly become much stronger. Could this be the side effect of that powerful potion? At the next moment, amidst the surging power, the captain grabbed a spear and roared, pointing towards the depths of the swarm at the aberration. Prepare to charge. Under the astonished gaze of the elven troops, the 5 potion-enhanced elves, wielding their weapons, charged towards the aberration with unimaginable speed, like a prehistoric beast in fury. The swarm along their path was swept away effortlessly, like cutting through vegetables. So strong. The captain and the others have become so strong all of a sudden. What kind of potion is this? It can amplify combat power to such an extent in such a short time. But captain, at least wear some armor. Don't charge in naked. Omega Omega. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Captain. Under their shocked gaze, the 5 bald, naked men, bursting with powerful strength, charged into the deepest part of the swarm like war gods incarnate. Meanwhile, throughout the dark world, one bald, naked man after another was showcasing their dominance in various fields. Field of Vision. Breaking news, a 10-year-old boy from the Blood Demon clan in Sin City suddenly went bald and his strength skyrocketed, defeating 15 tentacle demons during the trial, breaking a century-old record of the Blood Clan. Breaking news, the ship fleet of the Unicorn Demon clan, lost at the Sea of Oblivion, was successfully rescued, allegedly due to a first mate's scalp emitting high-frequency flashes, mistaken for a lighthouse by passing ships, leading them to the location. Breaking news, a werewolf in Sin City, besieged by the Blood Clan, transformed and burst out of his clothes, suddenly went bald and hairy, dramatically increasing his strength, defeating over a dozen vampires, and successfully escaping capture. Apothecary. Ding. Your fame in Sin City +10. Ding. Your fame in the Dark Elven Court +5. Ding. Your fame among the Succubus community +10. Lin En, who was busy concocting the flesh growth potion, continuously received various notifications over the past few hours. Evidently, all this fame stemmed from the 30 bottles of critical hit potion he had previously sold. However, Lin En paid no mind. At this moment, he was fully focused, standing seriously in front of a large pot, staring at the thick red liquid inside. Gurgle. Bubbles emerged one after another from the pot. Add 1 piece of blood demon flesh. 1 liter of compound slime mucus. 1 tail of a demon gecko. 1 gram of dark bat droppings. Stir thoroughly, then add a bit of headhunter's tartar. Lin En donned a mask and meticulously began brewing his potion according to the flesh growth potion formula. Ding! Alchemy experience +1. Ding! Alchemy experience +1. Ding! You have mastered intermediate alchemy, gaining intelligence +1, basic experience +200. System notifications continuously sounded in his ears. After a full half hour, Lin En bottled the freshly brewed potion. Mission accomplished. Lin En smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. This was one of the 2 formulas rewarded by the system. Unlike the critical hit potion, the flesh growth potion was an auxiliary recovery potion. As the name suggests, it could rapidly regenerate flesh and heal injuries. Flesh growth potion, top-tier potion, quickly heals external injuries and regenerates limbs, but may have some minor side effects. He had brewed a total of 17 bottles of this potion. Not because he didn't want to make more, but because the key ingredient, the tissue of a root-level monster, had been completely used up. And such materials were truly rare and hard to come by. Returning to the front hall, Lin En placed his carefully crafted potions on the counter, closed his eyes, and waited for customers. Having learned from the critical hit potion's precedent, Lin En was curious about the side effects of this potion, though he hoped there wouldn't be any too bizarre adverse reactions. Now, he just needed a guinea pig to come by. Knock, knock, knock dash. There was a knock at the door. Lin En immediately stood up, a professional smile on his face, and said, "Welcome to the Bloodsaw Apothecary, where we sincerely serve you." At the shop entrance, a fairy with a pair of pure black moth wings on her back slowly landed on the ground. She appeared to be less than 50 centimeters tall, her entire body clad in black knight armor, her chest puffed out, with a miniature longsword hanging from her left waist. But the right side of her body was bloody, as if her arm had been torn off by something. Splat! The fairy reached out her small hand to push up the mask on her helmet, revealing a pair of dark eyes, and said earnestly in a childish voice, "I need surgery, please." Lin En's vision instantly displayed her panel. Black Moth Fairy. Level, 88. Age, 99. Race, Fairy. Alignment, Chaotic Good. Combat ability, small but efficient, concentrated essence. Description: originally from the fairy race of the surface world, a small portion was exiled into the dark world long ago, evolving to adapt to the dark world environment as dark elves, possessing strong mobility and night vision, but due to their combat ability being unable to compete with other races of the same level, they are often kept as pets. Lin En was taken aback. It was his first time encountering such a race. Ding! You have triggered the quest, Limb Regeneration, Quest Reward, Skull Coins, 200, Basic Experience, 200, Special Reward X1. Please come in. Lin En put on a professional smile. His gaze immediately fell on her torn arm. Rustle. The black moth fairy fluttered her wings, flying onto the chair in front of the counter, but due to her short stature, even standing on the chair, she could barely align with Lin En. My arm was eaten by a monster. The black moth fairy pointed to her mangled left arm, pushing up her fallen mask again, revealing her dark eyes, her expression serious. I need treatment, or I'll die. It was hard to find this apothecary, can you heal me? She seemed naive and easy to deceive. Lin En smiled kindly, adjusting his monocle, and said, Rest assured, our Bloodsaw Apothecary is the best in Wandering Soul Alley for miles around, with a good reputation. Not to mention a severed arm, even if you're burnt to ashes, we can bring you back. The black moth fairy stared at him intently. Really? Though she wanted to believe. Why did this seemingly kind smile always seem to hide some ominous undertone? You won't drug me and tie me up, then hide me in the attic for some vile acts, will you? She asked seriously. This straightforward question left Lin En speechless. Is this a trait of this race? How can they ask such questions right to your face? And even if someone intended to, they certainly wouldn't admit it. No. Lin En replied earnestly. That's good. The Black Moth Fairy relaxed, letting out a small sigh of relief from behind her mask. Ding! Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you +10. Lin En. Something's off. Something's definitely off. Why did denying it just once increase my favorability by 10 points? This favorability is way too easy to gain. I mean, just asking a simple question and relaxing like that, is it really okay? This is the dark world. That gullible trait is practically written all over your face. Why would you ask such a strange question? Lin En widened his eyes, unable to resist asking. Clack. The Black Moth Fairy lifted her fallen mask, revealing a pair of serious eyes, and said. Because before the migration, the Elder specifically warned us that the creatures of this world are very evil. Many of our kin have been easily deceived by some evil races and then kept as playthings. So, the Elder told us to be very vigilant when facing outsiders to avoid being deceived. Lin En was dumbfounded. So, are you a liar? She squinted her eyes and asked dangerously. Lin En replied, no. That's good. The Black Moth Fairy sighed in relief, took out a water bottle from her bosom, drank a few gulps, and relaxed. Ding! The Black Moth Fairy's trust in you has increased by 10. Lin En. Did I just gain trust like that? Didn't your elder tell you to be more vigilant? You just asked a question and started trusting a stranger. Is this really normal? You just mentioned that your race is migrating. Lin En asked curiously. The Black Moth Fairy glanced at him and said, the Elder said such confidential matters shouldn't be disclosed to any unfriendly creatures to avoid being tracked. Are you an unfriendly creature? Lin En replied, I'm very friendly. The Black Moth Fairy nodded, that's good. Since you're a friendly creature, there's no harm in telling you. We are indeed migrating to settle in the mountains north of the Hellfire Plains. There's water and food there, enough for our tribe to thrive. It's a great place. All right. He rubbed his forehead. Lin En thought. He had already figured out a way to quickly integrate into this tribe or easily destroy them. This trust is too cheap. If this is a trait of their entire race, surviving in this world is truly a miracle. Lin En rubbed his temples in frustration and said, so you are. The Black Moth Fairy drank some water, wiped her mouth, suddenly stood up, and declared with seriousness and honor. I am the mighty knight commander of the fairy race, the first great knight to pass the trials. You may call me Lord Yeye. Where my blade points is the direction my tribe will advance. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Clang. She drew the tiny blade from her waist, pointed forward, and shouted. The pioneers of the fairy race. The pathfinders of the great territory. The light piercing through the dark world. The vanguard of the long migration. The great Lord Yeye. I shall lead my tribe to a bright future. The two of them faced each other in silence, with crows flying overhead, leaving 6 dots in their wake. The awkward atmosphere spread unabashedly. The Black Moth Fairy climbed down from the table, sat upright on a chair, sheathed her blade, and closed her eyes, saying. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Lin En was speechless. He realized this fairy was not only gullible but also seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. The fact that she survived until now was quite remarkable. But I'm very curious. While cleaning the blood from her severed arm, Lin En asked seriously. Isn't the Hellfire Plains to the north? Why did you come to the Wandering Soul Alley in the south? It's at least a few hundred kilometers away from the plains you mentioned, right? In his field of vision. Lin En had already gained a small understanding of the geography around Wandering Soul Alley. Lord Yeye closed her eyes, clutching her water bottle, and said. Please don't say strange things. This vanguard has been heading north and will soon find our new territory. Lin En touched his chin, thought for a moment, and hesitantly asked. Where's north? Lord Yeye pointed straight ahead with her hand, eyes closed, and said. There, the direction I'm pointing. Lin En said hollowly, are you sure? Because the direction you're pointing is south. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? Lord Yaya lifted the visor of her knight's helmet with a click, squinting, and said. Please don't doubt the vanguard's sense of direction. I've traveled 2,000 miles from home, crossing mountains and ridges. Do you think I would go the wrong way? My intuition is always very accurate. Does your tribe navigate by intuition? What else? Lin En was momentarily speechless, then asked, how far is your new territory from your tribe? Lord Yaya closed her eyes, raised 5 fingers, and said. About 500 kilometers. Lin En tapped the table and said, then tell me, if it's only a 500-kilometer journey, why have you traveled 2,000 kilometers and still not arrived? Lord Yaya froze. Her raised fingers also froze in place. The surroundings fell into a creepy silence. It was as if she suddenly realized something that had been overlooked and hard to understand all along. After a long time. The fairy named Yaya said with a hollow gaze, now that you mention it, it does seem a bit strange. Of course it's strange. How lacking must you be to not realize you've gone the wrong way after traveling 2,000 kilometers from home? The fact that she's still alive is an insult to the supreme will and a disrespect to this world. Here. Lin En took a deep breath. He pulled out a compass from under the counter and placed it in front of her. Consider it a gesture of sympathy from a kind-hearted person. 200 skull coins, a friendly price for you. With this, I believe you'll never get lost again. Lord Yaya held her knight's visor, looking curiously at the small instrument, and said. This is. Lin En closed his eyes and said, a compass, a mysterious instrument that allows you to correctly identify directions in the dark world. I usually sell it for 1,000 skull coins, but for you, I'll only charge 200 skull coins, out of sympathy. Wow! The fairy named Yaya showed a curious expression, reached out to take the compass, and started playing with it. How do I use it? Lin En pointed at the needle. See that needle? The direction it points to is south. If you want to go north, just go in the opposite direction of the needle. Isn't it very simple? Wow! Lord Yaya, said. Amazing, it's indeed a simple and practical tool. Do you want to buy it? I do. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement, 100-fold profit. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 base experience. 100-fold profit, a special achievement, obtained by successfully selling any item at over 100 times its cost. You gain a permanent bonus, intelligence +2, morality -1.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.